Hey everyone, welcome to our channel, and thank you for your support. If there's a favorite novel on the channel and you want the next part, you're just one step away. Become a Patreon member and I can make it depending on your tier. Thank you for your attention.
Outside Doom's space station, Ben is wrapped in a spacesuit, with the distant and warm Earth behind him. This time we will surely shock the whole world after we go back, and we can also make the whole Earth no longer be troubled by energy, as long as we solve the mystery of the solar wind eruption. Richards next to him patted Bruce on the shoulder vigorously. But at this moment, an inexplicable light flashed in Bruce's eyes. It's better for people to focus on solving problems until they're successful. At this time, Victor still floated in front of Bruce and Richards with a cold face. Have more confidence in this experiment, Victor. After saying this, Richards put his hands on Victor's shoulders with great enthusiasm. The two of them are college classmates, including Bruce, but Victor was obviously dissatisfied with Richards. He shook his shoulder and got Richards' hand out. Don't touch me, Reed. What you have to do now is to give me a good study, the power from the solar wind. Looking at Victor Richards in front of him, he could only show a helpless smile. Gentlemen, don't talk there yet. Come over quickly and take a look. The sun's crown on the distant sun seems to be different. Although the three of them were a little uncomfortable with each other, they all had the same goal now. After being reminded by Susan, they immediately returned to their computers. The chief scientist who came to the space to watch the activities this time was Reed Richards. The moment he saw the image on the computer, the pupils in his eyes shrank like needle points. However, Johnny, who had been exercising in the gravity room at this time, suddenly said loudly, "Brothers, look ahead." All the people present turned their heads to look at the sun in the distance. At this time, a white circle of light appeared around the orange sun disk, and the circle of light in front of him became larger and larger. At the same time, even the computer in front of Bruce came out with a buzzing sound. The faces of everyone present turned extremely pale in an instant. "Not good, Ben, come in." Ben, who was still doing spacewalks outside the space station and checking the operation of the entire space station, heard the roar of Richard in his ears. Haven't reacted to anything yet. There was a bang. The terrifying solar wind directly enveloped the entire space station. All the electronic products in the space station made a buzzing sound, and even the computer in front of them emitted a lot of sparks. The four people in the space station were instantly hit by the energy carried by the terrifying solar wind. It's like getting an electric shock and usually falls to the ground directly. And the body outside the space station was also blown by the force of the solar wind and hit the space station. At this time in Bruce's mind, the voice of the system kept coming, "Warn, warn. The body is undergoing serious mutations. Bruce Banner, your body is continuously absorbing gamma rays. Please put on the radiation protection suit as soon as possible. Warn, warn, the body is undergoing serious mutations. Gamma rays are eating away at your body." And Bruce, who was blown to the ground by the energy of the solar wind, showed madness in his eyes. Inserting the blood flowing out of his nostrils, he put his hands on the ground and stood up vigorously. Looking directly at the white sun in the distance, the eyes are full of madness. He even took off his clothes at this moment. "I've been waiting for this moment for 20 years. Now let me be the real Bruce Banner as the Hulk." Standing in front of the glass shrouded in white light, only a pair of shorts were left on Bruce's body at this time, and his body was shrouded in this huge solar wind. But at this moment, only a series of creaking sounds were heard. The bones of Bruce's body were shattering. But something even more astonishing happened. His skin slowly turned from white to dark green, and his strong muscles burst open layer by layer like marble. But in just a few seconds, a muscular monster covered in green and white light appeared in front of the window. "It's Hulk the Hulk. Finally, I have obtained the power that belongs to me." Mutation succeeded. "The system is absorbing the energy of the solar wind. Please wait." 20 years ago, Liu Hao, who was living a good life, suddenly traveled into the soul of Bruce Banner in the Marvel world because of the system, watching his soul slowly disappear. At that time, Liu Hao had to choose to devour Bruce Banner's soul and Hulk's soul. Living in this world as Bruce, unlike Bruce in the original book, Liu Hao lives in this world happily. After devouring Bruce Jr. soul, he possessed the talent of this top 10 scientist in Marvel's world. At the same time, he may also have devoured Hulk's soul, making Liu Hao's body stronger. Even to some extent, it can be compared to a very strong rugby player. But he knows that the Marvel world will be very dangerous in the future. He must master his own power, that is to become the Hulk. But Bruce didn't choose to work for the military, and then, like in the original work, he became the Hulk in another experimental error. Instead, he chose to cooperate with Richards, the captain of the Fantastic Four, and went directly to the space station outside the Earth. Because Bruce knew in his heart that this time they came to the space station to work, it would definitely trigger a solar storm. With enough gamma rays in the midst of the solar storm, Bruce's body mutated. This is his plan. Although it seems very simple, Bruce, Richards, and Victor have become college classmates and have been recognized by the two of them. This journey is not so easy. Take a deep breath. I saw Bruce, who was 3 meters tall and had already turned into Hulk, gradually became smaller and became the height of an ordinary person. Turn around and put on the clothes that were thrown on the ground. Although he has the ability to ensure his own safety in the Marvel world, Bruce was only excited for a short while, and now it is more important to ensure the personal safety of several other people. However, at this moment, a very familiar voice came from Bruce's ear. "It's been 20 years and you finally appeared, my son." When he heard this voice, Bruce's body was stunned as if he had been electrocuted. Turning his face away numbly, standing behind Bruce was an absolutely impossible person. That is Bruce Primarch's father, Brian Banner. "You. Aren't you already dead? And this is space, why did you appear here?" For some reason, Bruce's heart seemed to be grabbed by a big hand, his whole brain became extremely chaotic, and at the same time an inexplicable panic appeared in his heart. In the white light of such a violent solar storm, Bruce's father in front of him was so real, it seemed that Moses, who separated the whole sea, stood so clearly in the white light. "Heh, I never left you, my son, and now you. Hey tilde, why is there a special existence on your body?" At this moment, Brian waved his hand and grabbed Bruce's shoulder in an instant. You must know that Brian's height is only 1 meters, and he is very thin, but at this moment his height reached 75 meters. Bruce, who weighed nearly 1 kilogram, fell to the ground. And the system in his mind didn't know what went crazy and kept roaring. Warn, being invaded by the Creator, run away, run away. Warn, being invaded by the Creator, run away, run away. Hearing the system's warning, Bruce seemed to understand something instantly, and at this moment he pushed Brian down in front of him forcefully. "You are not him at all. You are not him at all. You are under everything." When Bruce said the 4 words under everything, Brian, who was not far away, was suddenly stunned. But soon the corners of his mouth were raised, as if something was hooked on his cheeks, and the smile kept cracking upwards, looking like a smile cut out by someone with a knife. "You're right, but you are my son. I'm talking about Hulk, and I'm not going to let that strange thing exist in my son's soul. Be honest, Bruce, I will not hurt you." In the thick white light, Brian walked up to Bruce and waved his hand. Bruce, who wanted to resist, was directly pressed in place by a huge force. Warn, the system is collapsing. Warn, the system is collapsing." The voice in his head kept reminding Bruce. At this time, Bruce could only grit his teeth and say in his heart, "Then think of a way for me. How can I get rid of this guy's control?" The system can open the door of space and go to other worlds. Is the host willing? Looking at everything slowly approaching in front of him, Bruce squeezed out a few words from between his teeth. "Open." As soon as the words fell, Bruce's body was instantly wrapped in a wave of nothingness. The moment under everything hadn't reacted, Bruce disappeared in front of under everything like a bubble that burst suddenly. "Hey tilde, it's really interesting, but I believe you will come back, my son. When you come back, I will kill you with my own hands, or you eat me, ha 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 ha." A large, endless starry sky appeared in front of Bruce's eyes. In this endless starry sky, each world was a separate bubble. Host, please make a choice quickly. The system is constantly urging Bruce, but the number of bubbles in front of Bruce is too much, making him bewildered. Can you tell me which worlds these are? At this time, the system sent a warning. Warn, the system is crashing, the system is crashing. The power from nothingness and chaos is eroding. Pick at random, pick at random. As soon as the system's voice finished, Bruce hadn't reacted yet. He only noticed his body as if something had pressed the pause button instantly. Every cell, even the heartbeat and breathing, had stopped. In the endless chaos and nothingness around him, Bruce's body seemed to be slowly regressing, that is, changing from an adult to a child. The clothes on his body gradually became loose and bulky, and at this time, his eyes also changed from being sensitive to cloudy. This is not to say that Bruce's IQ has become lower, but that his body can no longer behave like an adult at this time. At this time, in front of Bruce's eyes, a bubble in the distance seemed to be gradually getting bigger. The cold wind howled, and in the Holy Soul village, Jack, who was already in his 50s, buried his daughter and son-in-law. He was nearly half a century old, but the white-haired man gave away the black-haired man. The grief in his heart was beyond words, and he just wanted to die at this moment. But at this moment, a strange cry was heard not far away. Old Jack, who had a child, immediately recognized that this voice was that of a child. Standing up from the grave with both hands and feet, he ran towards the direction of the sound. Stumbling inside through the jungle, I saw a child wrapped in cotton cloth in the distance. That child has black hair and his eyes look very deep. He should be a very smart child. Good boy who threw you here, come on, go with Grandpa. When he saw that child, old Jack knew in his heart instantly that this was the compensation given to him by God. 3 days ago, old Jack's son-in-law left the village with his daughter to go to the city to do business. But he encountered an evil soul master on the way and was unfortunately killed. When he was handling the funeral of his family, he never thought I saw a child in the forest next to the grave. So I don't know who abandoned this child here, but in old Jack's heart, he persistently believes that this child is a compensation given to him by God. When he got home, old Jacklick squeezed some milk from his own cows. Holding the child in front of her, she slowly fed the milk. What kind of name should the child give you? Old Jack lowered his head kindly and looked at the child in front of him. At this time, he saw that there seemed to be several strange words on the piece of clothing that wrapped the child. Looking carefully, he found that there was a name written in those words. Liu Hao. Time passed by in a hurry and soon 3 years had passed. In Holy Soul Village, a father and son suddenly moved in from outside, a blacksmith with a 3-year-old child. It just so happened that the blacksmith in the village moved to the city to live with his son. Tang Hao, it's fine if you come, I'll let you live in the blacksmith's original house. At this time, old Jack led Tang Hao to a house with a smile all over his face. That house looked quite old, but as long as it was properly repaired, it might not be uninhabitable. Tang Hao, who was holding the child, looked at old Jack and nodded. At this time, Liu Hao, who was standing behind old Jack, suddenly heard the voice of the system that had been silent for 3 years. Discover the world's favored person who is absorbing the essence of the world, to absorb a little essence, consuming raw material. The character panel is starting and the countdown is 10 seconds. Listening to the countdown in his mind, Liu Hao looked at Tang Hao and his son in surprise. Unexpectedly, this is actually the world of Duoluo Dalu, and Tang Hao, who is standing in front of Liu Hao now, and his son Tang San are the sons of the plane of Duoluo Dalu. No wonder you can absorb the essence of this world. The so-called essence is the original power of this world. To absorb the essence of a world, you either need to interact with the protagonist of a world or have a very huge impact on a world. In the Marvel world, Liu Hao can get a little raw material every day because he is Bruce Banner. Besides, after getting in touch with Richards and Doom, he can get more raw materials every day. These raw materials can be used in the system to purchase goods and can also be used as resources to add abilities. Character panel opens. Name, Liu Hao. Sex, male. Race, Hulk. Martial soul, unawakened spirit ring. Not obtained. Soul skill, not acquired. Original quality 1. Lottery draw function broken. Backpack space insufficient. Energy, mall function broken. Travel function broken. Add points function started. I didn't expect the system to be damaged to such an extent. It seems that if the system is to be repaired, a large amount of original matter is required. Thank you, old village head. My son and I will live here. The current Tang Hao already looked very decadent. He just said something softly to old Jack and then led Tang San into that broken house. Then old Jack also walked over to help clean up the damaged house. As for Tang San, he came in front of Liu Hao. Hello, my name is Tang San. The protagonist of Duoluo Dalu stretched out his young palm in front of Liu Hao. Liu Hao. The two shook hands, and looking at the protagonist in front of them, Liu Hao, who didn't like to laugh at first, managed to pull out a corner of his mouth. Are you the only child in the village? As a newcomer, Tang San decided to build a good relationship with the people in Holy Soul Village. After all, he knew in his heart that he and his father would probably stay here for a long time. There are quite a lot of people in the village. Besides me, there are more than 10 children, but most of them don't like to come out to play. In fact, those 2- and 3-year-old children's IQs are not as high as Liu Hao and Tang San's. They just stay at home and drink milk every day, and some people are even rubbing mud in the toilet. Can you take me to see it? Tang San blinked at Liu Hao. Can. There is no reason to refuse this simple request, and Liu Hao really wants to have a good communication with Tang San to speculate on the future character of this protagonist. Although Liu Hao has never read the original version of Duoluo Dalu on Earth, he still knows a little about Duoluo Dalu's comics and anime. Many people hate Tang San's character, thinking that Tang San is an extremely double-standard person and very selfish, even for his wife Xiao Wu. But Liu Hao communicated with Tang San all the way, only to find that he is actually just an ordinary person. He can even be regarded as an ordinary person with relatively high moral standards. If one has to make a comparison to a person, then Tang San is actually very similar to Cheng Xin in 3 body. In daily life, people like Tang San are relatively generous people in the conventional sense, but he couldn't make the right choice at a certain moment. For example, when the Trisolarans invaded, Cheng Xin couldn't make up his mind to destroy them together. Because if she chooses this way, it is equivalent to violating her own morality. So Cheng Xin is a person who is extremely selfish about her own morality, including Tang San. The body is very good, but if it is placed on Tang San and his own status, too much emphasis on his own morality and feelings, it is not a very good quality. But on the other hand, Tang San can be regarded as a person who never changed his original intention. Even if his wife died thousands of years later, Tang San went to Falan world crying. His personality has been a dick from beginning to end. Liu Hao, what do you think your martial spirit will look like? The two walked to the edge of the forest and sat on the grass. When Tang San talked about Wuhan, his eyes shone brightly. Now Tang Hao hasn't told Tang San what his identity is like, nor has he mentioned his mother. The martial soul can only be used to predict fate, but I am a little curious about the method by which the martial soul is produced. Tang San next to her opened her big eyes, looking at Liu Hao curiously. Why are you curious about such things? At this time Liu Hao smiled slightly. Don't you think the martial spirit is very interesting? You can also obtain spirit rings by hunting spirit beasts so that you can have various skills. If we can study this kind of thing clearly, we can clearly know what is the nature of the world like. Speaking of this, Liu Hao's hand was suddenly placed on Tang San's shoulder. At this time Tang San was suddenly taken aback. He didn't expect Liu Hao to send out such an invitation. I have just arrived in the Holy Soul Village, and Liu Hao is the child of the village head of the Holy Soul Village. It seems that I need to play this kind of housekeeping game with this little kid. So Tang San smiled slightly at this moment, then nodded while looking at Liu Hao. Of course, if I can find out the truth about the spirit and the spirit ring, I will be very happy. Seeing that the protagonists in Duoluo Dalu were willing to help him, Liu Hao breathed a sigh of relief. In order to obtain the original quality, this world needs to be changed. If Liu Hao can discover the truth about martial spirits and spirit rings, and even create artificial martial spirits and spirit rings, then the impact on this world will be unprecedented. The amount of original quality that can be obtained must also be extremely terrifying. And with the help of the protagonist, this road will definitely not be as bumpy as imagined. If he could destroy the spirit hall together with Tang San and kill Pope Bibai Dong, he would indeed be able to obtain a large amount of original quality. But for Liu Hao, his identity is a scientist, not a butcher. For a scientist, the best way to change the world is to use scientific achievements. Moreover, Liu Hao is not a bloodthirsty person in essence. From the beginning to the end, he never thought of going against the Spirit Hall with Tang San. It can even be said that he wants to cooperate with Wuhandian to study the mysteries of Wuhan and spirit rings. It's been a week since he came to see me. It seems that Liu Hao is really a child and what he said doesn't really count. Tang San thought in his heart, then sighed, cleaned up all the bowls and chopsticks on the table and put them in the basin beside him. That's right, when Tang San was 3 years old, he needed to take care of all the little things in the house. Tang Hao was really TND a jerk. Dong dong dong. There was a knock on the door of the blacksmith's room. During this week, no one came to Tang San's house to visit except those farmers in Shenghun village who needed to repair farm tools. Opening the door, sure enough, the person standing outside was Liu Hao with an excited face. Before he could explain to Tang San, Liu Hao grabbed Tang San's wrist. I invented a good thing. As long as you can convince your father to use this thing, we have enough money to do experiments. It turned out that Liu Hao didn't come to Tang San for a week to solve the money problem. After being grabbed by Liu Hao's wrist, Tang San originally wanted to fight to escape, but suddenly exerted force. Why is Liu Hao so powerful? Even the Xuanchen Kung Fu I practiced couldn't break free from his wrist. Seeing that his own struggle had no effect, Tang San no longer chose to resist, but also followed Liu Hao's strength. The two ran all the way from the Holy Soul Village to the forest next to the Holy Soul Village. There was a small tree house under a big tree in the forest. That wooden house is Liu Hao's laboratory in Holy Soul Village. It was Liu Hao who kept acting like a baby in front of old Jack to get him here. Pushing the door open, Liu Hao took out a bottle of blue potion on the table and put it in front of Tang San. This is the good thing I developed. It's called Blue Silver Potion. Received the Blue Silver Potion from Liu Hao's hand. What's the use of this? Tang San looked it over carefully and turned the glass bottle in his hand. The potion inside emitted a faint blue and silver light, just like those glowing algae in the sea. It looked extremely dreamy. At this time, Liu Hao showed a mysterious smile. Do you know what this blue-silver potion is made from? Tang San was full of doubts, looked at Liu Hao and shook his head. This potion is made from blue-silver grass and red fireworks, plus green pine leaves and the remaining 3 very common plants. The technique used is also the separation and extraction that ordinary people can use. Craftsmanship. But this potion can enhance people's physical fitness and can also enhance people's resistance to diseases and poisons. When Tang Song heard Liu Hao finish speaking, his eyes immediately opened wide. He didn't expect Liu Hao to be such a talented alchemist. One must know that alchemist is a very rare profession even in Tangmen. It seems that Liu Hao is more talented than I imagined. This is a good thing, but the problem is that the two of us are only 3-year-old children. We don't have the ability to control such a good thing in our own hands. At this time, Liu Hao patted Tang San's shoulder with a smile on his face. This requires your father's help because several of us are adults and Grandpa Jack is already old. I don't believe in others. Let's do the math, and the only one who can find help is your father, and more importantly, your family has no money. Tang San's face darkened, but he still thought about it in his heart according to what Liu Hao said. I think what you said still makes sense, but if you don't get rewarded for nothing, I can't hold a bottle of potion from your hand. After saying this sentence, although Tang San felt reluctant, he still put the blue-silver potion on the table. A bottle of potion is nothing. The most important thing is whether I can safely study martial spirits and soul rings, which requires a lot of wealth to support. I will research more and better potions in the future, so don't feel guilty about it. After all, you are helping me make sales. Now neither of them thought about whether Tang Hao would agree to this matter. They were already talking about how much the potion should be priced. The two of them talked more and more excitedly in the laboratory. At this moment, Tang San was already thinking about whether he should make some of his hidden weapons. But when he saw the experimental tools that Liu Hao rolled out with his bare hands in the laboratory, he could only sigh in his heart. I'm afraid that the hidden weapons he made would not be able to enter the Hall of Elegance in front of Liu Hao. As for the potion, I would like to thank you first, Liu Hao, but to be honest, I don't know if my father is willing to help you. I will naturally try my best to persuade him, if there is no other way. You can only find someone else. But Liu Hao can guarantee that Tang San's father will choose to help them, because this time Liu Hao used blue-silver grass as raw material to make the potion. For his wife's sake, Tang San's father should give this a face. The two talked about the potion, and Tang San returned to his home. And Liu Hao is still preparing materials in the laboratory and thinking about what kind of words should be used to persuade Tang Hao. After all, although the effect of the blue-silver potion is relatively powerful, it has no obvious increase for soul masters. Such a potion can only strengthen children under the age of 6 who have not awakened the martial soul of ordinary people. But even such a kind of potion is very good for many children of big families and nobles. After all, it can enhance their physical fitness before the age of 6 and can distance others by a long distance. When Tang San returned to his home, Tang Hao was still drinking and blacksmithing by the stove as before. All I heard was a tinkling sound. Looking at Tang Hao, Tang San actually had some fear in his heart. For some reason, he always felt that his father, who was a blacksmith, seemed to be a little unusual. Dad, I want to tell you something. Even if he had lived to the second life, Tang San still felt a little uneasy about treating his father. Gyudong, Tang Hao took another sip of wine from the wine bottle into his mouth. Some said angrily, if you have something to say, hurry up. Right now, Tang San took a deep breath and took out the bottle of blue-silver potion from his bosom. This is a potion made by Liu Hao. It can be used to enhance people's physical fitness and can also strengthen immunity to diseases and toxins. He wants to sell these potions, but he is afraid that he may not be able to use them. The potion is controlled in my hand, so I want to ask Dad to help you. Hearing the word blue and silver, Tang Hao's heart stopped suddenly. As if thinking of something, a cloud of anger ignited in his heart. But looking at his 3-year-old child, Tang Hao forcibly resisted the impulse in his heart and brought over the bottle of potion that was placed on the table. Is this potion really as effective as you said? What materials and methods are used to make it? Then Tang San recounted what Liu Hao had said to him. After finishing speaking, he looked at his father with some worry. I've tried my best to help you, Liu Hao, but I don't want to be spanked by my dad. After a while, Tang Hao looked at Tang San and said, I can help Liu Hao sell this potion, but I need % of the proceeds. Why is it only %? When he was in the laboratory, Tang San and Liu Hao agreed on 5% of the income, but he didn't expect that his father only wanted percent of the income. Then how much do you want? Tang Hao didn't expect his son to be greedy. Liu Hao and I have already made an agreement, saying that we will be in charge of sales, and he will be in charge of organizing production, and we can get 5% of the profit. Looking at his son Tang Hao in front of him, he smiled rarely and then put the bottle of potion on the table. Then I still have to talk to Liu Hao and old Jack about cooperation. When Liu Hao returned home, he only heard Tang Hao and old Jack talking happily. It seems that this time the cooperation should be finalized. When Liu Hao walked in, Tang Hao had already opened the door and walked out. Seeing Liu Hao's return, old Jack also had a very happy face, walked up to Liu Hao and patted him on the shoulder. I didn't expect you to do a big thing without making a sound. It seems that our village can have more income. At this time, Liu Hao also nodded. We can build a factory in the village and let everyone in the village participate in the production of pharmaceuticals. After all, in this world, it is not the shortage but the inequality. Old Jack certainly knew this truth, and as the head of Holy Soul Village, he must have taken a fancy to the people in his village. Originally, I wanted to persuade you, but I didn't expect you to have such foresight, so I won't say anything more. Don't worry, this potion will definitely become a sign in our village. For Liu Hao, what he values more is still wanting to study the essence of the entire Duoluo continent world, as well as the birth of the martial soul and soul ring system. For the next 3 months, the entire Holy Soul Village was building factories with great fanfare. Originally, Liu Hao didn't want to care about this matter, but he found that there were no industrialized factories in Duoluo continent, only small workshops similar to blacksmith shops. In addition to this point, Liu Hao also found that there was no way to industrially produce the materials needed to make the blue-silver potion. During these 3 months, Liu Hao was teaching old Jack how to manage and build factories and how to carry out streamlined production, while studying how to quickly plant blue-silver grass and red fireworks, and so on a series of plants. It wasn't until 3 months later that the factory and the planting site were finished. Looking at the long assembly line and factories in front of them, the villagers of Shenghun Village are imagining a bright future. And at this important moment, Liu Hao still stayed in his laboratory. In fact, he had an idea in his heart to cooperate with Spirit Hall, but when he thought of the hatred between Tang San's family and Spirit Hall, and the corruption inside Spirit Hall, Liu Hao thought it was better to forget it after all. His small arms can't twist his thighs now. Moreover, the potion produced will definitely become a very hot commodity, because there are many ordinary people in the Duoluo continent who especially want their offspring to become real soul masters. However, the blue-silver potion produced by Liu Hao can increase this chance. For most people, it is definitely a potion that is enough to cause them to go crazy. If Tang Hao, the titled Duoluo, was not there to escort him, he would even need the Heishianzang behind Tang Hao to stand on the platform. I'm afraid it's really impossible for Holy Soul Village to hold the blue-silver potion in their hands. This was also the day when Liu Hao didn't want to show up at the factory, definitely not because he was too lazy. Why do you stay in this laboratory every day? Tang San watched the factory being completed slowly, feeling very excited in his heart. In his previous life, he had been growing up in the Tang sect from the beginning to the end, and had never left. He was just an outer disciple who hadn't seen much of the world. But this time, he suddenly had a family business of his own, and it seemed that this family business was not small. If Tang San had no soul power like those ordinary people in the village, he could live a prosperous life with the benefits brought by this factory. This is what I want to do. You must not forget Tang San. Our goal has never been to earn a lot of money, but to use the money we earn to study the mysteries of martial spirits. Seeing what Liu Hao said, Tang San could only wave his hands helplessly. It's only you, a 3-year-old kid, who keeps thinking about this thing that even adults can't do. Let's think about the factory honestly. We can't just produce one kind of medicine, don't you? Has a new drug been developed? It is very difficult to research a new drug in a short period of time, and it takes a lot of time and effort to test it. If you want to develop a new potion so much, then you and I will conduct experiments together, and I will tell you how to make the potion. Originally, Tang San only wanted to let Liu Hao develop a new potion, but he didn't expect Liu Hao to be willing to tell him the method directly. The grace of preaching is very important, so Tang San froze in place right now. Seeing that Tang San didn't speak, Liu Hao frowned slightly. Do you want to learn it or not? At this time, Tang San immediately reacted, looked at Liu Hao and nodded again and again. The moment Tang San agreed, the voice of the system came again in Liu Hao's mind. Get 10 points of original quality. It seems that what Liu Hao did just now had a very huge impact on Tang San, and even had a little ripple on the world of Duoluo continent. Come in with me. After finishing speaking, he led Tang San into the wooden house. In the basement of the wooden house, there were many experimental equipment for Liu Hao, and there were even 3 microscopes inside. This microscope was rubbed out by Liu Hao himself. The 3 microscopes have a total of 6 lenses. It took Liu Hao more than half a month to polish the glass, but it can only be turned more than 500 times. When Tang San entered Liu Hao's laboratory, it could be said to be an eye-opener. The instruments that appeared before him were something he had never seen before. But there are still some things that he can clearly deduce. What are the functions of those experimental equipment? I will now teach you how to use all the instruments in the laboratory, and there are also rules for conducting experiments. And remember, you must act in accordance with the rules completely. Otherwise, what will happen, I can't guarantee that. Seeing Liu Hao's solemn eyes, Tang San nodded heavily. In the following time, the blue-silver potion from Holy Soul Village soon caused great waves in the entire Heaven Dew Empire. Especially the price of this kind of potion is actually not expensive, only about 12 gold soul coins. Although 1 golden soul coin can allow a family to live comfortably for 2 or 3 months, 12 golden soul coins can be accumulated by a family. But for those aristocrats in the Heaven Dew Empire who specialize in the medicine business, it had a huge impact on their business. Marquis Bode, what his Blue Top Hat Chamber of Commerce does is to sell all kinds of medicinal herbs, and the main customers are those children who have not yet awakened their martial souls. And this happened to be the person who bought the most blue-silver potions. Have you found out clearly where did this potion come from? Marquis Bode is a fat man with a wide body, but he looks very kind, but anyone who knows him knows that this fat man is definitely a model of cruelty. His subordinate was a young man who looked less than 20 years old. That young man looked at Marquis Bode and nodded slightly. I almost found out that it is a small mountain village below Nodding City, a potion produced by a factory in Holy Soul Village. And I heard that the craft of producing that potion can only be used by ordinary people, Mr. Marquis. Shall we talk to them directly? A gleam flashed in the young man's eyes, but the Marquis Bode was calm, took a sip, and said to the young man beside him after drinking the fragrant coffee, "What are you anxious about? Is there any strong person behind that Holy Soul Village?" The young man shook his head at Lord Bird. "I'm afraid there is not even a soul sect. I heard that in the past, there was a soul saint in the Holy Soul Village, but now I am afraid that the most powerful one in the village is just a soul master." After hearing the young man finish speaking, he felt a gleam of light flashing in his eyes, and even his mouth paused for a moment while drinking coffee, and at the same time the corners of his mouth raised slightly. "Since this is the case, then you send me 3 people over there and have a good talk with them." Then the Marquis raised one of his fat fingers, which looked like a white sausage. "The most important thing is to get me that pharmacist who can use the most common plants and materials to make potions. That pharmacist is definitely a genius. If we can get him, then our Chamber of Commerce can rule the continent." The more he talked about the fat Marquis in the back, the more excited he became and even stood up from the seat staggeringly, but there was a creaking sound from the seat behind him. The young man standing in front of the Marquis also knelt on one knee, with a greedy light shining in his eyes, as if he saw what happened to rule the entire continent in the future. In Holy Soul Village, a year has passed since the factory started operating. During this year, orders flew into the factory like snowflakes. In just 1 year, the population of Holy Soul Village has skyrocketed from a few hundred people to nearly 1,200 people. Moreover, most of the adult men and women in the surrounding villages, and even children in their teens, have entered the factory to work. Originally, according to Liu Hao's idea, he was unwilling to allow children to work in the factory. But if Liu Hao was not willing to provide this job, then most of the children would only be able to go hungry. Under such circumstances, he is also very helpless, so he can only accommodate child labor, but all children under the age of 16 can only work for 6 hours and provide lunch and dinner. On this day, another large carriage entered the village from the newly repaired road outside the village. A year ago, a large carriage like this entered the village, and it would definitely attract the attention of many people. But now no one went to see it at all, because in the Holy Soul Village there were countless large carriages like this, and they kept carrying boxes of medicines in the factory. I didn't expect this Holy Soul Village to be so prosperous, but this prosperity belongs to us now, a group of untouchables. How can we have something as precious as blue-silver potion? There were actually 3 soul masters in the carriage. The bodies of these 3 soul masters were wrapped in black robes, so they couldn't see their appearance clearly. But obviously their purpose is for the factory in Holy Soul Village. When they came to the gate of the factory, there was a long queue here, and large chambers of commerce from various provinces and cities of the Heaven Dew Empire were here to receive the potions they bought. Bosses, do you know who developed this potion? Among the 3 men in black robes, the middle-aged man who looked more benevolent got out of the carriage and asked the people in line. We don't know about this, but I guess you should ask the factory owner in Holy Soul Village to know. The juice extracted from the blue-silver grass can temporarily suppress the irritating power of the red fireworks. You can use this mutual opposing characteristic to refine the potion. In addition, you open the microscope to look. You will also find that the tissue inside the cells is slightly different between the two. In the laboratory, Liu Hao kept teaching Tang San how to distinguish various substances and conduct experimental measurements on different substances. Tang San's small face next to him was also extremely serious, standing in front of the microscope, observing the cells of the blue-silver grass under the microscope. After having enough money, Liu Hao immediately ordered a large number of experimental tools from those large chambers of commerce. Although there is no industrialized production in the Dual continent, the existence of soul masters also makes the craftsmen of this world possess amazing technology. The precision with which the lenses are created, as well as the various tools, is simply breathtaking. I have already seen the cells of the blue-silver grass and even the tissues within the cells. Now drop pure water around the cells, causing the cells to absorb water and rupture. Liu Hao, who was standing beside, said in a very flat tone. Tang San next to him also followed what Liu Hao said, pinched the dropper and dripped a drop of water onto the surface of the blue-silver grass in front of him. I didn't expect that the people hiding in there to make potions turned out to be 2 brats. A sinister voice reached Tang San and Liu Hao's ears. The two immediately turned their heads to look and found that behind the 2 of them stood 3 soul masters shrouded in black robes. The 3 soul masters all had 3 soul rings floating on their bodies. It turned out to be 3 great soul masters. Tang San, standing next to Liu Hao, was obviously a little surprised, although compared to the original work, Tang San at this time has seen more of the world. But he never thought of relying on his current strength to fight against a great soul master with extraordinary abilities. You too, I want to ask, where is the pharmacist at the Holy Soul Village factory? The 3 great soul masters surrounded Liu Hao, and it seemed that if the 2 of them didn't say the answer they wanted, they might have to do something to the 2 children. Right now Tang San and Liu Hao didn't feel too much panic. Tang San was because of his nature, and he also knew that it was Liu Hao, not him, who these 3 came to look for. For Liu Hao, being with Tang San will definitely not need to worry about his own safety. And now Tang Hao probably already knows about the arrival of these 3 great soul masters. In addition, Liu Hao can transform into the Hulk form at any time. Even if these 3 great soul masters are strong, with an average strength of nearly 40 tons, a punch from the Hulk is enough to kill these 3 great soul masters. The only thing that worries Liu Hao is that if there is a fight, these precious things in the laboratory may be damaged. The pharmacist, we know where he is, but I need you to take the 2 of us out first. The 3 great soul masters looked at each other. Oh, what on earth does that mean? At this time, Liu Hao immediately showed tears in his eyes. This pharmacist is simply a lunatic. He asked us 2 children to be used as experimental samples for drug testing. If he still stays here, I'm afraid he will activate the mechanism in the laboratory to kill us as soon as he comes back. Please, take us away quickly. Tang San next to him looked at Liu Hao in surprise. I didn't expect your thick eyebrows and big eyes to be so good at acting. But the 3 great soul masters didn't doubt it, and they also felt that this pharmacist must be nothing. It is definitely possible to use children as tools for testing medicines. It has never occurred to me that the 2 children in front of me are actually real pharmacists. If this is the case, well, the 2 of you will go out with me, but after you go out, you must tell us who the pharmacist is. With tears in his eyes, Liu Hao nodded repeatedly. Seeing Liu Hao like this, Tang San felt even more frightened in his heart. I didn't expect Liu Hao to be so powerful. It seems that my father and I really underestimated him. And Tang Hao, who was drinking in the restaurant in the village, instantly sensed that Liu Hao's laboratory had been invaded. In an instant, he threw the wine glass in his hand onto the table. The speed of his body was unbelievably fast. Like a bolt of lightning, he rushed to the big tree above the laboratory in the blink of an eye. Looking down, Liu Hao and Tang San were escorted outside the room by three great soul masters. But Liu Hao, who was walking outside the room, did not see any trace of Tang San's father in the forest. It seems that Tang Hao has not rushed over at this time. Since this is the case, let Hulk deal with these three little rubbish. Little friend. Now you can tell us who the pharmacist is. The three great soul masters forced a smile that they thought was gentle from the corners of their mouths, squatted in front of Liu Hao and said. But at this time Liu Hao turned his head and said to Tang San next to him, "Go further away first." Looking at Liu Hao's calm expression, Tang San knew in his heart that Liu Hao must have some cards to use. Seeing that Liu Hao ignored them, the three great soul masters finally couldn't hide the tyranny in their hearts. Pressing Liu Hao's shoulders hard, he said loudly, "Boy, I'm asking you now, who is the pharmacist in this holy soul village? If you don't tell me, don't blame me for throwing you into the laboratory below." Tang San, who was standing beside him, quickly retreated 2 or 3 steps because he sensed the extremely terrifying aura on Liu Hao. Tang Hao, who was standing under the big tree, was going to jump down directly to finish off the three great soul masters. Unexpectedly, at this time, Liu Hao took off his shirt and threw it aside. "Now, you can talk to me properly, come out, Hulk." As soon as the words fell, Liu Hao, who was less than 1 meter tall, suddenly turned dark green. The bones and muscles all over his body swelled and grew rapidly in just a few seconds, and instantly became a terrifying Hulk with a height of nearly 3 meters. The three great soul masters were startled, and their bodies actually took 2 or 3 steps back at this moment. But they found that in front of them was just a big green muscular man, and the three of them became angry from embarrassment. "I didn't expect that pharmacist to transform you into such a monster. If this is the case, then we will send you down to avoid such pain." The three of them summoned their martial souls after speaking, possessed by a vampire bat, 3-pointed gun, ghost stick. Those three people rushed towards Liu Hao in an instant. At this time, a trace of tyranny flashed in Liu Hao's eyes. "You talk too much." The dark green hammer fist was raised high, and the terrifying force of as many as 10 tons bombarded the three people like mountains and seas. Although the physical qualities of the three great soul masters are extraordinary compared to ordinary people, they are nothing but ants in front of Liu Hao, who has the body of the Hulk. With just this punch, a series of crackling sounds were heard. The bodies of the three great soul masters slammed into the big tree behind them, spit out a mouthful of blood from their mouths, and they were knocked unconscious by this attack. As for Liu Hao, whose height reached nearly 3 meters, his body gradually shrank and he turned into a child again, but the violence in his eyes still did not disappear. Tang Hao, who was standing on the big tree, also looked at Liu Hao in shock. What kind of monster is this, to be able to defeat the great soul master with the posture of a mortal and with crushing odds? Tang San, who was standing far away from Liu Hao, was also extremely shocked. "Go to the house and take out the rope. Those three people are not dead, but their bones are all broken. From today onwards, the three of them will be our experimental subjects. Finally, there are soul masters who can come as experimental subjects and study them. What about soul power and martial soul?" Tang San at this time, the shock in his heart hadn't disappeared, but he still walked into the house very honestly, took out the rope, and tied the three great soul masters tightly. With a bang, Tang Hao jumped directly in front of Liu Hao from the big tree, looking at Liu Hao in front of him with extremely solemn eyes. Just now, what the hell happened? Originally, Liu Hao didn't think of hiding the fact that he could transform, but he couldn't explain it to Tang Hao in front of him, so he said it directly. "It's just my own talent. Then your talent is really terrifying enough." Tang Hao's voice was extremely low, making him think about whether to take Tang San away from the increasingly noisy Holy Soul village. "Don't worry, it won't affect Tang San. It's just that I have a special physique. In the future, more soul masters will come to Saint Soul Village to find me. This is just in my favor because I just need a lot of experimental items to do the experiment." Then Liu Hao pretended to be an adult and patted Tang San's father's knee. He returned to the laboratory, and at this time Tang San, with his father's help, also tied the three great soul masters who came over to the laboratory. "Little San, you go back with me first." At this time, Tang San had already put all his attention on Liu Hao just now. In fact, he was particularly envious of Liu Hao's terrifying ability to transform. But after hearing what his father said, he could only reluctantly follow behind. After returning home, Tang Hao looked at his son with a very gloomy expression. "Do you still want to stay in the Holy Soul Village? You must know that what happened to Xiang just now will happen frequently in the future, because Liu Hao has already told many people in the village the location of his laboratory. As long as there are other soul masters, if you ask, You may be caught by him and used as an experiment. You have to know what the consequences of doing this are. And at this moment Tang San raised his head to look at his father in front of him. His lips moved slightly, and he said a word. Liu Hao underestimated the solidification of Duoluo Dalu's class. Even when he developed a potion, on average, a soul master would come to him every 2 or 3 days. And this frequency lasted for a full 3 years, until Liu Hao decided to introduce the Wuhan Temple to the Holy Soul Village, and this matter slowly subsided. But regarding commercial wars, there are even slanders that can be seen everywhere, but they never stop. Even now, as long as any caravan dares to cooperate with Holy Soul Village, it is in danger of disappearing at any time. Even several times, Tang San's father had to choose to do it himself, but not as a titled duoluo but directly as a killer. After all, the current Saint Soul Village is not short of money. As long as they are willing to pay, there are plenty of evil soul masters on the black market who are willing to help Holy Soul Village kill those opponents. Although the matter of doing business to make money has been stumbling, but overall it is relatively stable. Until now Liu Hao and Tang San are 6 years old, and it is time to awaken their martial souls. In the Wuhan Hall of Holy Soul Village, there is a soul sect and 2 soul venerables who need to offer a large amount of offerings every year. It is said that the price has reached an astonishing 200 million gold soul coins. Although the price is extremely expensive, these 3 soul masters generally protect the Holy Soul Village relatively strictly. But they don't know who actually developed the potion. It's because Liu Hao ordered it specially, and he doesn't want to have any deep connection with Wuhandian yet. Among the 3, the name of the soul sect is Nangong Zhengqi, and the names of the other 2 are Teng Ming and Teng Liang. These 2 are a pair of brothers, and even their martial souls are exactly the same. Walking into the Hall of Spirits, although Nangong Zhengqi is extremely greedy, he is still willing to show a gentle smile when facing children. Due to the rapid economic development, the number of people in Holy Soul Village has increased from a few hundred to nearly 5,000 now, and even the number of children has increased to 700 or 800. This is why Holy Soul Village can directly apply for the Wuhan Temple, the reason for staying here for a long time. Even including other villages around the Holy Soul Village, those children also need to go to the Wuhan Hall of the Holy Soul Village to perform the Wuhan Awakening ceremony. So at a glance on this day, nearly 2,000 children, led by their parents, lined up outside the Wuhan Hall. Of course, the people in Holy Soul Village must be the first to awaken. Looking at the children who were queuing up ahead, Liu Hao was not worried. Even if he awakened a very rubbish martial soul, Liu Hao still has a way to make his martial soul stronger, as long as he can research the conditions for the martial soul to mutate. Then it is to continuously mutate the martial soul, and there is always a martial soul that can be used. But Tang San, who was standing next to Liu Hao, was still a little nervous. Wuhan is a hoe, come here and test whether you have spirit power. Nangong Zhengqi had already awakened martial souls for more than 300 children, and now he was a little tired, and even his tone of voice was a little harsh. The child was a little afraid and timidly put his hand on the glass ball. No soul power next. The glass ball didn't emit any light. Nangong Zhengqi was a little bored, so he immediately said loudly, "It seems that a village like Holy Soul Village is really just a nouveau rich. Even if it is very rich, it is impossible to cultivate powerful soul masters." The next child was Tang San's turn. This time he was not the last. There were nearly 1,000 children behind him, and no martial soul awakening ceremony was performed. "Put your hand on this glass ball." Soul sect Nangong Zhengqi said to Tang San. Tang San, who was relatively calm by nature, nodded, and then put his hand on the glass ball on the left. A ray of light flashed, and a small blue grass suddenly grew out of Tang San's right hand. In the Holy Soul Village, many children know the blue grass, which is one of the raw materials of the potion, the blue-silver grass. Looking at the blue-silver grass in Tang San's hands, Nangong Zhengqi could only sigh helplessly. Blue-silver grass, useless martial soul. Only you can collect blue-silver grass and other useless weeds. Put your hands on another glass ball to see if you have soul power. But what Nangong Zhengqi didn't see was that Tang San's left hand also emitted a light, but it was quickly suppressed by Tang San. Liu Hao, who stood behind Tang San, narrowed his eyes slightly. Clear Sky Hammer, slowly put your palm on the glass ball, and the moment it touched, the glass ball released an extremely dazzling light. Seeing the dazzling light of the glass ball, Nangong Zhengqi gasped. "It's actually full of soul power. Hey, this is really a pity. Your blue-silver grass is just a useless martial soul. If it weren't for your innate soul power, I am afraid it would be impossible to cultivate. It is also considered a great soul master in this life. You worked hard the next one. After sighing, Nangong Zhenki didn't say anything more. He could only pat Tang San on the shoulder with regret. Then he waved his hand to Liu Hao and asked him to come forward. Walking in front of Nangong Zhenki, this soul sect didn't say much, but just motioned for Su Yang to put his hand on the glass ball. Swish. I saw the middle finger of Liu Hao's right hand emitting a red light instantly, and a voice suddenly sounded in Liu Hao's mind. Hot blood scarlet fury, taken from Weihan's corpse, deep hatred cooks the heart and soul, casting the yellow spring road of your generation. Intelligent life is locked, Liu Hao from and your heart is surging with anger. You belong to the Red Lantern Corps. As soon as the words fell, a red ring condensed on Liu Hao's right middle finger. It turned out to be the red light ring from the Legion of Nine Lanterns, representing the anger of red. The soul power emanating from the hot and surging red light ring brought Liu Hao slowly to a height of 2 or 3 meters above the ground. Everyone in Wuhandian raised their heads and looked at Liu Hao floating in midair. Now there is no need to test whether he has soul power, because now the soul power has been activated automatically. Okay. Very good, after so long, I finally have a practical martial soul. What's your name, kid? What is your martial soul? Slowly falling from the air to the ground, the bright fluorescence emitted by the red light ring in Liu Hao's hand gradually disappeared, and it was worn on the middle finger of his right hand like an ordinary red ring. My name is Liu Hao. Wuhan is a red light ring, which can be used to release a kind of red light flame, burn all combustible and non-combustible things in the world. Hearing what Liu Hao said, Nangong Zhenki narrowed his eyes slightly. It seems that this martial soul named Red Lantern Ring is more powerful than I imagined, and even endows the owner of the martial soul with the ability to fly. Do you want to tell this kid to the temple? But let's see how much his innate soul power is. Although you can use your soul power to drive your martial soul now, according to the rules, you should test your soul power and put your hand on this glass ball. The people around looked at Liu Hao with envious eyes. Most of their spirits were hoes and rakes. Even Tang San had a spirit of blue-silver grass. And it seems that the martial soul on Liu Hao's right hand is very powerful. It can make people fly and control flames. But in fact, there is still a Wuhan in Liu Hao's pocket, which is a pair of round glasses with black frames. In other words, Liu Hao and Tang San both have twin spirits. In Liu Hao's heart, the value of the red light ring is far less than the value of his glasses' spirit. Put your hand on the glass ball that tests your soul power. In the blink of an eye, the glass ball began to emit a bright but soft light. Every child present raised their hands to cover their eyes and saw the light from the glass ball through the gaps between their fingers. Ha, very good, it is actually full of soul power innately. Little friend Liu Hao, do you have an idea to go to the Hall of Spirits? I didn't expect to meet such a genius as Liu Hao when I came to Saint Soul Village. The children around also heard Nangong Zhenki's invitation to Liu Hao. All of them wowed in surprise. But at this time, Nangong Zhenki looked at Liu Hao with a smile on his face. The big reason why the Wuhan Palace has been able to become the most powerful force in the entire Duluo continent is to attract talents without sticking to one pattern. It's not like the talents recruited by the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex, which are generally from various nobles and wealthy businessmen. And it's not like the talents recruited by the Hayashin school from the beginning to the end must meet some of their strange requirements. Of course, it's not like the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile sect. Although this sect is a sect, it can be said to be a family. Not only is it sparsely populated, but its own strength will never break through to level 80. And all these sects combined will not be the opponent of Wuhandian. It is enough to imagine how powerful Wuhandian is. In fact, Liu Hao is naturally aware of this. But the problem is that although the existence of Wuhandian provides the only way out for this extremely solidified world. But in essence, Wuhandian is just an organization set up by the nobles to ease conflicts. But because the popes of Wuhandian are very powerful, they are extremely powerful. But in fact, if you look carefully at the hall masters of every temple in the Wuhan temple, they are all nobles. Even the soul sect Nangong Zhenki in front of him is also an earl of the Heaven Du Empire. From the beginning to the end, Wuhandian didn't give any civilians or non-nobles a way to rise up without changing their status. It just turned them into nobles and suppressed those commoners even more. Liu Hao's goal is to change the world, and the Wuhan Palace and all the nobles will be his opponents, so now he doesn't know whether he wants to enter the Wuhan Palace. I need to go back and talk it over with my family. After returning to his home, Liu Hao was discussing with old Jack. In fact, according to Liu Hao's original plan, he never thought about going out to study, but to study science in the Holy Soul Village. And in the past few years, Liu Hao has successfully researched cement, instant noodles, penicillin, aspirin, and many other things. The reason why these things have not flooded into the market is because Liu Hao's own strength is not strong enough. Once he becomes a level 50 soul sect, he doesn't even need to reach level 50. He only needs a level 40 soul master. Hao dared to push all these commodities to the market. And now the sudden invitation from Wu Hundian has really disrupted Liu Hao's plan, and it is even very likely that he will meet Tang San's family in battle in the future. It wasn't that Liu Hao felt afraid, but that it was unnecessary in his heart. But if Liu Hao is a disciple of Wu Hundian, then he can completely use the huge power of Wu Hundian to promote his own products and can change the world faster. So now he feels very entangled. Old Jack, who was sitting beside him and slowly drinking tea, could also see that Liu Hao had a troubled expression on his face. Since the family became richer and richer, Old Jack also began to learn to drink tea and appreciate various works of art like a nobleman. But he never thought about entering the so-called high society. After all, for Old Jack, he has lived long enough in this life, and his only thought is to let Liu Hao grow up safely. This kind of thing still depends on your own thinking. After all, who can say clearly about the future? Joining the Wuhan Temple is only good for you now, and there is no harm. As for the future, no matter how many things you have, don't you believe that your ability can't solve the difficulty? Because of Liu Hao's special features, since he was a child, Old Jack knew in his heart that Liu Hao must not be an ordinary person. And Liu Hao could even solve very scary mathematics with ease. Old Jack couldn't think of any difficulties in this world that Liu Hao couldn't solve. After listening to what Old Jack said, Liu Hao's originally frowning brows gradually relaxed, and he secretly laughed and scolded himself twice in his heart. When did he become so indecisive? Grandpa, you are right. Now I have only advantages and no disadvantages in joining the Spirit Hall. If this is the case, why not join the Spirit Hall directly? And after Tang San returned home, he also told his father Tang Hao what happened in Wuhan Palace. Father, do you think Liu Hao will choose to join Wu Hundian? I think he should join according to his personality. After all, he and I have developed a lot of things, but I'm worried that some soul masters will come to compete, and have to be those things are hidden. If we have the protection of the Spirit Hall, our caravans in the Holy Soul Village will definitely grow bigger and bigger. But when Tang Hao heard Tang San say the words Wu Hundian, a trace of murderousness and tyranny flashed in his eyes. Don't talk about Wu Hundian in front of me in the future, and you don't want to have any contact with Liu Hao in the future if he joins Wu Hundian. This made Tang San have some doubts. In the past few years of getting along, Tang San was impressed by Liu Hao's knowledge. His originally extremely proud method of making hidden weapons was really just a small way in Liu Hao's eyes. He even helped Tang San improve many hidden weapons, including the Ziyujian, and even forged the production method of the Ziyujian to be used to shoot locust stones. Not only is it more concealed, but its power is % greater than the original one. And now, Tang San naturally wanted to study the mechanical principles he mentioned with Liu Hao. How could it be possible not to be in contact with Liu Hao at this time? Why? Is there any problem with Liu Hao joining Wu Hundian? But Tang Hao didn't explain anything at this time, he just said arrogantly, "You just need to listen to me honestly, as I said, from now on, you don't have any relationship with Liu Hao contact, otherwise don't blame me for breaking your leg." After saying this sentence, Tang Hao directly turned around and returned to the room, leaving only Tang San full of doubts. In the Wuhan Hall, it took a full day until 9:00 in the evening to awaken all the children's Wuhan. Besides Liu Hao, there was also a little girl who was also invited by Nangong Zhengqi to go to Wuhan Hall. But compared to Liu Hao's twin martial souls, who also possessed innate full soul power, that little girl didn't have such a luxurious configuration. But even so, his talent can be called above average. Naturally, he is eligible to go to Wu Hundian. So Nangong Zhengqi decided to bring the two children to the Wuhan Hall after 3 days, never thinking that the two children would refuse this matter. On the second day, Liu Hao went to Tang San's home. Since he had already decided to go to the Wuhan Palace, he naturally had to explain this matter to Tang San. Even if we meet in battle in the future, it's better than not saying anything. When Liu Hao walked into the courtyard of Tang San's family, all the furniture in the courtyard had been arranged very neatly. It doesn't look like it's been lived in at all, it's a completely new house. Tang San, Liu Hao, who was standing in the yard, shouted loudly. After a while, no one answered. Walking into the room, it was also clean and tidy, but there was no one in it. In just one night, Tang Hao took his son Tang San away. It seems that Tang Hao has roughly speculated that the news that Liu Hao will go to the Wuhan Palace. In order to prevent Tang San from daring to act after a conflict in the Wuhan Palace in the future, he had to take the 6-year-old Tang San with him. Away from Holy Soul Village, looking at the clean house in front of him, Liu Hao could only sigh in his heart. When we meet in the future, I am afraid that we will no longer be friends. After closing the door, Liu Hao turned his gaze to the distance, where the carriage of Holy Soul Village was ready to take Liu Hao to the next location. However, Liu Hao didn't know where the training disciples of Wuhandian were, but he probably entered a Soul Master Academy to study. 3 days later, during these few days, Liu Hao kept talking with old Jack and those high-level people in the factory. The most important thing is to slow down the development of the market and hire more powerful Soul Masters. In addition, we must establish a good relationship with Wuhandian. After all, the only titled Duoluo in Saint Soul Village has left. And if he keeps opening up new markets like he has been crazy in the past few years, then it is really possible to cause a rebound from the nobles in the entire Duoluo continent. But now it's good to accept, and more than Wuhandian and those nobles who have already cooperated with Shanghun Village to make some transactions, it is still possible to wait for Liu Hao to grow up. Are you ready? It was not Nangong Zhengqi who was the Soul sect who sent Liu Hao and the little girl to the Academy of Wuhan Temple, but the 2 Soul Master brothers Teng Ming and Teng Liang. These 2 brothers have the same spirit, named Vampire Thorn. It's just that Liu Hao has never seen what soul skills and soul rings look like. Ready? Then Liu Hao and the little girl got into the carriage. This carriage is not simple but a soul guide. As long as someone sits on it, this carriage will release a defensive formation. Even if there are only 2 soul masters defending, the 3 idle soul sects will have no way to break through the defensive formation. After getting into the carriage, the little girl seemed a little shy and didn't dare to look up at Liu Hao at all, but Liu Hao's character is thicker than the city. My name is Liu Hao, what's your name? My name is Jiang Qingsu. The little girl's voice is very weak, and it's hard to hear clearly if you don't listen carefully, so Liu Hao simply bent down and put his ear next to his little daughter's mouth. Can you say that again? But Jiang Qingsu felt extremely flustered when he saw Liu Hao approaching and even took 2 or 3 steps back. It hurts so much. When backing away, Jiang Qingsu's little head bumped directly into the carriage behind. Then he squatted on the ground with his head in his arms and kept rubbing the painful spot. At this time, Liu Hao had no choice but to take out a cooling oil and put it in Jiang Qingsu's hand. Apply cool oil on the painful area and the swelling will be reduced quickly. Jiang Qingsu carefully took the cooling oil from Liu Hao's hand and then whispered thank you. But the body is still shrunk in the corner of the carriage, not daring to come out, just slightly squeezed out a few drops from the cooling oil and smeared it on the back of his head. The 2 brothers Teng Ming and Teng Liang who were driving the carriage did not go to Liu Hao and Jiang Qingsu who were locked in the carriage. He was driving the carriage with a silent face. However, at this moment, there was a huge falling rock in the distance which directly hit the road. With a bang, a large cloud of dust was kicked up, and after a closer look, standing on that large rock turned out to be more than 10 bandits in tattered clothes. However, those bandits were not skinny but had tall, bulging muscles. They were obviously a group of killers. After seeing the killer, the 2 brothers didn't have any fear. Instead, they waved their hands and 4 spirit rings appeared beside their bodies. How courageous. How dare you block the carriage of Wuhan Hall? You guys are really courting death. When the dozen or so bandits saw the 2 brothers, they were not afraid but laughed. So what about Wuhandian? As long as no one knows that it was our brothers who killed you, then the so-called revenge of Wuhandian will be out of the question. But today, my lord, we are in a good mood and just want to find someone. Then it's the little boy in the carriage. And Liu Hao, who was sitting in the carriage, narrowed his eyes slightly, and now he doesn't even have a soul ring. Naturally, it is impossible for the 2 brothers to agree to the request of more than 10 killers, and Wuhandian is the most powerful force in the entire Duoluo continent. When will they need to give up their disciples? So at this time, the 2 of them didn't talk too much, saying that they had directly summoned their own martial souls. All I saw was a blood-red thorn wrapped around the right arms of the 2 brothers, wriggling like a snake. I didn't expect it to be you 2 brothers, blood-red thorns. More than 10 killers did not say their names, but looked at the 2 brothers Fujiaki and Fujiliang and said viciously, "Just no, go to hell." Elder brother Teng Liang made the first move, only to see the blood-red thorns changing rapidly in his hands, turning into a long spear. Poking forward hard, the thorny spear changed rapidly in midair like a blooming flower. The thorns burst. But the more than 10 killers standing on the boulder didn't take it seriously. Among the more than 10 killers, 5 killers jumped out in an instant. Martial soul possession, it turned out that the 5 killers were all heavy-armored tortoise spirits. After the spirit possessed them, thick carapaces appeared on their bodies in an instant. The blooming thorns hit the carapace like lightning, but only a series of crackling sounds were heard, and only a few white marks were made on the carapace. Seeing this scene, the faces of the two brothers became a little dignified. They didn't know why Liu Hao needed more than 10 killers to kill him. Could it be, Liu Hao is the mysterious pharmacist in Saint Soul Village? But that's a little too young. But the remaining killers would not give the two brothers too much time to think, and appointed 3 more killers among them to summon their own spirits. It turned out to be 3 crossbows, damn it. These people definitely came prepared, although they are just a group of great soul masters, but with a tacit understanding there is offense and defense. If this continues, I'm afraid they will all die here. Brother. Jump into the carriage now and activate the defensive circle, otherwise we will all die here. But at this time, the leader of the more than 10 killers said directly and loudly, "It's too late to activate the defensive formation now, go to hell with me." After saying this sentence, he only saw the killer, and his body was instantly enveloped by the martial soul, turning him into a half-human, half-tiger monster, roaring and rushing over. But at this moment, Fujiaki waved his hand and the thorn in his hand deformed again, a shield of thorns. With a bang, the fist of the half-man, half-tiger directly smashed on the thorn shield. The terrifying force continued and even cracked the ground. Following this force, Fujiaki did not choose to carry it hard. Instead, he stepped back with force on his toes and jumped out more than 10 meters backward like a kite. Directly unload this force completely. Good trick. The half-human, half-tiger sighed in admiration, and at the same time had to sigh secretly in his heart. The soul masters cultivated by the Wuhan Temple are really extraordinary, even if it is a common 40-plus level soul master. But at this time, the two brothers of the Fuji family were staring at more than 10 killers in the distance. They knew in their hearts that it would be very difficult to leave now. Do you still want to fight? As I said, we brothers only want one person, and that is that little boy. As for you, we will never commit any crimes. As long as you hand over that little boy, no matter what you do in Spirit Hall, we don't care if they come to hunt us down or conduct any kind of investigation. At this time, Fujiaki turned his attention to his elder brother Tingliang, because he also knew that if the fight continued like this, the two brothers would probably die here, even though the two brothers still had a combined attack. But at most, it is dragging a few enemies into hell, and it may be very difficult to survive. But Tang Liang didn't think so. Even if the two brothers survived, returning to the Wuhan Temple would be nothing but death. After all, Wuhandian will not allow its disciples to be caught by others without making any resistance. Let's hand over someone. You'd better not say anything like this. Let's see the real chapter now. The half-human, half-tiger could only sigh when he heard what Tang Liang said. It seems that under this canyon there are going to be a few more corpses. Brothers, do it. As soon as the words fell, there were only 3 swishing sounds, and 3 sharp arrows flew towards the two brothers of the Tang family like lightning. The speed was so fast that even the eyes couldn't catch it, and the two of them only felt a sudden shock in their hands. A huge force sent the two of them flying several meters away again. If it weren't for their Wuhan's blood and thorns to actively protect them, I'm afraid the two of them will be shot to death by those 3 sharp arrows. It's really smart, Wuhan, but do you think you can get rid of more than 10 of us with Wuhan? After saying this sentence, the half-human, half-tiger roared and rushed forward again, and several killers behind him also turned into the form of martial soul possession and rushed forward. But at this moment there was only a bang, as if something fell from the sky. The huge shock wave directly shattered the rocks under the feet of the dozen or so killers, and the 3 killers with martial souls as bows and crossbows turned into corpses before they even had time to scream. As for the 5 defensive soul masters, they were also seriously injured by the huge shock wave and the bursting rock fragments. Only the killers who rushed towards the 2 Fuji family brothers were not harmed, but the flying rock fragments still cut their bodies several times. Everyone present looked at the tall humanoid creature in the dust with surprised eyes. Could it be a humanoid soul beast? At this time, the 2 brothers of the Fuji family unknowingly stood together with several killers. If it is a soul beast, then they really need to cooperate well. As the dust slowly fell, a terrifying muscular monster with a height of 3 meters appeared in front of everyone, with a dark green body surface, high bulges, and twitching gently under the skin at the same time. That monster didn't speak. Its dark green eyes were full of tyranny and murderousness, and it stared at the killers firmly. Seeing such a terrifying monster, the killer's legs trembled in fright and their lips turned white at the same time. But at this time, the two brothers of the Fuji family suddenly set their sights on the right middle finger of the monster. That monster's right middle finger wore a red ring, emitting a faint red shimmer, which seemed somewhat familiar. Before the two of them figured out where they saw that ring. But there was another bang, and that monster was killed in an instant. A huge force descended from the sky and exploded directly on the bodies of several killers. It's like a god is crushing a group of mortals. Even a great soul master can't bear it under such power, just like a water polo that has been crushed. Opening his eyes again, the soil under his feet had turned red, and the disgusting smell of blood spread throughout the canyon. After the dust dispersed, the dark green-skinned muscular monster had disappeared without a trace. And in the carriage at this time, Jiang Qingsu looked at Liu Hao, who had just walked in through the window with a look of horror on his face. What the hell are you? At this time, Jiang Qingsu was extremely frightened, hiding in the corner of the carriage and kept backing away, as if he wanted to squeeze his body into the gap of the carriage. But Liu Hao didn't care about Jiang Qingsu at all, but sat in the carriage with his eyes closed and rested. It seems that Liu Hao's identity as a pharmacist has already been known to some people, and those people even sent more than 10 killers to capture Liu Hao alive. I don't know if there are other killers on this road. This time Liu Hao suddenly exploded his Hulk ability, but he didn't really want this in his heart. But if the battle just now is allowed to continue, I am afraid that the Tang family brothers will die. When Liu Hao breaks out and transforms into the Hulk again, it will be even more difficult to explain why the soul masters protecting the two of them are dead. And the two of them, but he was still alive and well. And even drove the carriage back to the Wuhan Hall. So at this time, it is better to fight directly. After a while, the two brothers finally calmed down, although they felt that the red ring on the right middle finger of the strange man looked very familiar. But more fortunately, that dark green monster didn't kill them, but he didn't explain too much to Liu Hao and Jiang Qingsu in the carriage. Drive. The carriage moved again and the creaking wheels rolled over the corpses, which had already been reduced to pieces. In the nearby forest, the eyes of the beasts have been staring at these corpses for a long time. As long as the carriage passes by, the beast in the forest will be responsible for cleaning up these corpses. The next journey is not as Liu Hao speculated. There are still enemies coming to attack. Maybe the so-called assassination last time was just a trial. Let's test how much Wuhandian values Liu Hao. But the people behind him may have mistakenly believed that Liu Hao was very important to Wuhan Temple because Liu Hao transformed into Hulk. So they didn't send any killers along the way. So after 7 days, under the leadership of the two brothers Teng Ming and Teng Liang, Liu Hao came to the Wuhandian Junior College in Jiadun City. Just arrived in this city, it seems that the population is not that big, estimated to be less than 30, but half of the city is completely covered by Armor City Junior College. This city was completely built out of the existence of the junior college. This academy is the largest academy for cultivating junior soul masters in Wuhandian. It is said that most of the masters of the major cities of Wuhandian are trained from Jiadincheng Junior Academy. Father, why did we leave Holy Soul Village overnight? Isn't it good to live there? The two were walking on the streets of Notting City. The destination was the Junior College of Notting City. Tang Hao's face next to Tang San was always very gloomy. I tell you, never have any relationship with Wuhandian because they will try their best to kill you. Always remember this. Hearing Tang Hao's deep words, Tang San had some doubts in his heart and wanted to ask, but at this time Tang Hao had already walked forward. I have already helped you get a work-study student status in the college, and now you can go in holding this card. This is all the income we have earned in the Holy Soul Village for so many years. And there will be a lot more in the future. The income will be sent to you one after another. After receiving this card from his father, Tang San still had some doubts, but at this moment Tang Hao had disappeared before Tang San's eyes. The title Duoluo's movement speed was not something Tang San could discover. Seeing his father's departure, Tang San was very disappointed in his heart, but still took a deep breath and walked into the academy. When Liu Hao entered the junior college in Jiadun City, there were already more than 2 students in this junior college. In such a huge junior college, it is divided into 4 levels of classes, and these 4 levels of classes are a B, C, D from top to bottom. Among them, Class A is the best and Class D is the worst. But if you want to enter the first class, you must be a descendant of the Wuhan Temple, perhaps the descendants of various nobles, to be eligible. Otherwise, your own talent is terrifying enough. The same is true for the B class. Only the last two C and D classes are given to the common people. I'll take the two of you to sign up first, but I'm afraid the two of you are not eligible to enter classes A and B, and you can only enter classes C and D. Liu Hao didn't care about these things at all, and he didn't think that the teachers in this so-called junior college could teach him. As for Jiang Qingsu, she doesn't understand these things at all and is more concerned about the prosperity around her. There were a lot of people queuing up, and it took Liu Hao and the others more than half an hour to get their turn. Where did you come from? What's your name? What's your martial soul? And what's your level? The teacher who was accepting the students was obviously a little impatient, and when he saw Liu Hao, he uttered all the questions like a cannonball. Sacred Soul Village, the name is Liu Hao, and the Wuhan is a red light ring with a level of 10. The teacher pulled out Liu Hao's materials from the thick stack of materials next to him, and after a glance, he didn't show much expression and just nodded. Wait for 3 days, we will tell you the news, go out now. After finishing speaking, Liu Hao walked out of the room. Behind him was Jiang Qingsu. It will take another 3 days to know the answer, and I don't know whether I can enter the Hall of Spirits. Walking in front of the two brothers of the Fuji family, Liu Hao said directly, "Don't worry, your martial soul is powerful, and you are born with full soul power. The Spirit Hall will definitely accept you as a student, but it may be very difficult to enter Class A and Class B." But Liu Hao shook his head indifferently. The three of them were waiting here for Jiang Qingsu to come out. About half a minute later, Jiang Qingsu walked out with a smile on his face. How was the result? Seeing the happy expression on Jiang Qingsu's face, Liu Hao asked directly with some curiosity. The teacher said that I can directly enter the first class, and I don't need to wait for an announcement. I can go to school directly in 3 days. You see, this is my student ID card. After saying this, Jiang Qingsu took out a token made of brass from his bosom. On this token was written the number of Class A, Class 10, and on the back was the logo of the Hall of Spirits. There are still 7 numbers, which should be Jiang Qingsu's student number. Liu Hao didn't feel much envy, but patted Jiang Qingsu's shoulder with a smile on his face. Then I congratulate you, but I don't know if I will be able to notify you in 3 days. At this time, Jiang Qingsu had become more cheerful, looked at Liu Hao and said, "Don't worry, your talent is so good and your strength is so strong, you can definitely enter the academy." Liu Hao also smiled slightly. "Then I will lend you a good word." Everyone in Holy Soul Village is not short of money, not to mention that Liu Hao is the grandson of the head of Holy Soul Village, so he naturally rented the best house in Jiadun City. If it weren't for the fact that all the houses in Jiadun City were not allowed to be sold, I am afraid Liu Hao would choose to buy this house directly. In the academy, there were 3 pieces of student information on the desk of the dean, Si Hongbo. "Dean, these 3 students are the ones who I think can be transferred from Class C to Class A apart from the auxiliary department stipulated in the school can directly enter Class A. I think these 3 have a good chance, are also very talented." The admission teacher pointed to the 3 student materials on Si Hongbo's desk and introduced them. "This student is from Holy Soul Village." Si Hongbo pointed his finger at Liu Hao's information. The teacher just nodded. "He doesn't need to go to the first class. Put him in the D class. As for the remaining 2 people, they can be promoted to the first class." Hearing Si Hongbo's choice, the teacher said with some doubts, "But among these 3 people, only Liu Hao has the strongest ability, and his martial soul can be used at the current stage where there is no soul ring. Human flying is definitely a very powerful spirit." But at this time, the dean directly raised his hand. "In Class A, there are nobles. Those people hate the people of Holy Soul Village, and Liu Hao is the grandson of the village head of Holy Soul Village. How do you think those noble children will treat him?" Classes such as Ding are different. In those classes, most of them are farmers' children. Basically, there will be no discrimination against Liu Hao, and no one will try to deal with him. Enough time to grow, that's it. But the people in the Ding class will be humiliated by the other 3 classes, and even have to wash their clothes and clean the room every day. Will it directly lead to a confrontation between Liu Hao and the other 3 classes? At this time, the teacher went on to say, but at this moment, a mysterious smile appeared on the corner of Si Hongbo's mouth, and then he tapped the wooden tabletop in front of him lightly with his fingers. There was a thump, thump, thump. "Don't you think this is a better choice? In the past few years, the strength of the students cultivated in our college has become weaker and weaker. If Liu Hao, a catfish, can really spark conflicts in the college, isn't that a good thing? So that's what you thought." At this time, the admissions teacher also sighed and prayed in his heart that Liu Hao would not be beaten too badly by the other 3 classes. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. During these 3 days, Liu Hao did not keep reading, but kept exercising his body. Since Liu Hao can transform into the form of Hulk, he can recover his injuries and physical strength very quickly by using the gamma power. Coupled with the existence of the red light ring, Liu Hao does not need to become the full body of Hulk, that is, the form of the big green man. He only needs to let a trace of gamma power flow in his body to restore his body. So in these 3 days, Liu Hao's load reached 1 kilogram on the first day. You must know that he is only a 6-year-old child now, and he can carry out a series of exercises such as push-ups with a weight of 20 kilograms, a 2-kilometer dash, and even pull-ups. Although this caused Liu Hao's body muscles to be torn in a large area, the gamma power in his body made Liu Hao's injuries heal quickly. Moreover, his physical fitness has risen rapidly. The reason why he has to work so hard is not because he is worried that he will not be able to enter the junior academy in Jiadun City. It's to evolve his martial soul. And to be able to withstand the evolved martial soul, Liu Hao's physical fitness is not enough now, which is why he is so desperate. In the more than 3 years of knowing Tang San, Liu Hao's system has already collected more than 1,200 original essences. With so much original quality, one of Liu Hao's martial arts can be evolved once. Character panel opens, name, Liu Hao, sex, male, race, Hulk, martial spirit, first martial spirit, red lantern ring. Introduction, the red light ring representing anger from the Legion of 9 Lanterns can release the red light flames that burn all combustible and non-combustible things in the world. If you can use your own reason to control anger, you can have a materialized plastic ring. Shape ability. Second martial spirit, truth glasses introduction. This is a pair of glasses that can see the microscopic world. In front of this pair of glasses, the electron microscope is just a toy that costs a lot of money. The truth glasses can also turn everything in the world into numbers. If you are on the street when I see a beautiful woman, I can know her measurements accurately and even know how old she is, but the reason why this martial spirit is more powerful lies in scientific research, right, Dr. Banner? Spirit ring, not obtained. Soul skill not acquired, original quality, 1283 backpack space opened, lottery draw function broken, mall function broken, travel function broken, plus point function activated. It can be used for the evolution of martial souls, soul rings, and soul skills. With my current body, I should be able to support the evolution of a martial soul. I have more than 1,200 original essences, and I can consume exactly 1,000 points to evolve a martial soul. The truth glasses are impossible anyway. The amount of original quality is too much. It can only be used to evolve the red light ring. In the courtyard, Liu Hao had already removed all the weight from his body and then sat cross-legged on a stone table with his eyes slightly closed. The red light ring on the middle finger of the right hand emits a faint fluorescence. In an instant, the light burst out instantly. The red light ring turned into a red fireball, emitting an extremely intense light on Liu Hao's right middle finger. Whoa. With the addition of the original substance, the light became even bigger. Looking from the outside of the yard, it seemed that the whole yard was shrouded in a red light. But fortunately, it was early morning, many people were still asleep, and this ray of light only lasted for a few breaths. The huge light shrank instantly like a bubble, and the moment Liu Hao opened his eyes, his body was wrapped in a flame as thick as blood. This flame didn't seem to have any temperature, it was just jumping slowly, but the speed of burning was extremely slow, like a ribbon slowly blown by the wind. But the moment the flame touched the ground, there was a bang, and the flame immediately rose, as if a barrel of gasoline had been poured directly into it. However, at this moment, Liu Hao waved his hand, and the flames of the red light disappeared immediately like blood. This evolution made Liu Hao's control over the red light ring more powerful, and he could directly release flames outside his body. There is no need to force out your own blood. When a person becomes the host of the red light ring, the ring will replace that person's heart and transform the blood into refining blood. Using this peculiar blood, it can release a red light flame that is as sticky as fresh blood. It's like magma-like blood, and only a few red lanterns can control the flames outside the body. Most of the red lanterns have fallen into madness due to endless anger and hatred. And with the evolution of the martial soul this time, Liu Hao already possessed such an advanced technique, and even the red light flames released were even hotter. Dong dong dong, there were a few knocks on the door outside the door, and it was almost 6 in the morning. At this time, the entire Jiadun city was basically alive. Dong dong dong, the sound of knocking on the door hastened a bit, causing Liu Hao to frown slightly, not knowing who came here in the early hours of the morning. With a creak, the door opened, and outside stood an assistant teacher of Jiadun Cheng Junior College in a gray robe. "Excuse me, is this Liu Hao's classmate?" The forehead of this teaching assistant teacher was covered with beads of sweat. Obviously, during this period of time, he had already run past the houses where many students lived. Nod. This is your admission letter. Please report to the college today or tomorrow. Otherwise, this admission letter will be invalid and you can only come back next year. After receiving the admission notice from the teacher, Liu Hao quickly thanked him, but the assistant teacher didn't say anything more, turned around and left as if the work was very heavy. Who the hell is knocking on the door outside this early in the morning? Jiang Qingsu walked out of the room while yawning. She has been doing well for the past 3 days and there is no pressure. She just needs to wait for the school to start. At this time, Liu Hao shook the admission notice in his hand at her. Here comes my acceptance letter. Immediately, Jiang Qingsu's eyes lit up and he ran in front of Liu Hao. Show me, handed over the acceptance letter in his hand, open it up and take a look. At this moment, Jiang Qingsu frowned. Any questions? At this time, Jiang Qingsu turned over the page of the admission notice and put it in front of Liu Hao. Why are you in the Ding class? After glancing at the content above, Liu Hao didn't take it seriously. For him, he didn't care what class he was in, no matter if it was A, B, C, or D after all. The purpose of coming here is to make oneself stronger, not to learn anything in the academy. Regarding this point, Liu Hao is proud enough that no one in the entire academy can teach him that at best he can only defeat him by force. It's no big deal. The 4 classes of A, B, C, and D are no different to me. But at this time, Jiang Qingsu said anxiously, isn't there a big difference? You've spent the past few days exercising in the yard and you haven't gone out to communicate with others. I've been out these few days to inquire about a lot of news. The reason why the 4 classes A, B, C, D the division is because of the resources obtained, which are very different. For example, in this first class, just after entering the school, they can get the help of the best teacher, the Tree of Life Wuhan, and carry out very hard training. Besides, there is no shortage of various panaceas. But this small class is completely different. Not to mention any teachers who help outside of training, even if they need to get up an hour earlier than other classes, every day go to their classrooms and dormitories to clean up. And even I also heard that the toilet needs to be cleaned. If you don't do it, people from the other 3 classes will come over and beat up the disobedient ones, and this class has the most people. The violence on campus is extremely serious and no one cares about it. Speaking of this, Jiang Qingsu sighed again. In her heart, she originally thought that there was still a chance to go to school in the same class as Liu Hao, but now it seems that it is completely impossible. However, Liu Hao found what Jiang Qingsu said quite interesting. While studying on campus, being able to interact cordially with students from the same school can indeed make people recall the beautiful campus life after more than 10 years. Don't worry, even if I enter the Ding class, I won't suffer. At this time, the 2 brothers of the Fuji family also came out of the room, and they also lived extremely comfortably these few days. As far as Liu Hao is concerned, he is not short of money, so in order to keep the 2 brothers here, protect them well, or let Liu Hao know more about Wuhan masters. It's a lot of money for them. And now that Liu Hao is about to go to study, the time has come for this yard to quit the lease. I have already received the notice. But don't worry, no matter which college it is, A, B, C, D, you can actually get a good job in Wuhan Temple after you go out. Many shopkeepers in cities are actually from Ding and other colleges. As long as you are talking about going out from Ding and other colleges, some brothers and sisters will help you. Obviously, the 2 brothers didn't think much of the class arranged by Liu Hao, so they just dealt with it casually. But Liu Hao didn't care about this matter either. Pack up your things and let's go to school. When Liu Hao and others walked to the gate of the school at 6:30, there was already a chorus of voices. Looking at it from a distance, it can be said that there is a long queue of big brands from the school gate to the end of the street. The few people had no choice but to stand at the bottom of the line and wait slowly. After 2.5 hours, it was Liu Hao's turn to enter the school. Liu Hao handed over the admission notice in his hand, while Jiang Qingsu, who was standing behind him, just showed his student token. This is the class assigned to you, Ding and other class 9. This is your dormitory area, number 29 dormitory area, the 19th room. I took this student token from the teacher, and some simple information was written on it, but compared to Jiang Qingsu's token, which is made of brass. The token in Liu Hao's hand is made of wood. Even if it is a student token, it needs to be divided into 3, 6, and 9 grades. Liu Hao felt helpless in his heart. Then let's bid farewell here today and meet Jiang Qingsu when we are studying. As for the 2 brothers of the Fuji family, they didn't say much. They just patted Liu Hao and Jiang Qingsu's shoulders, said a few words of encouragement, and left. It's really strange. According to Liu Hao's talent, logically speaking, he should not be able to enter the first class, but at least he should be in the second class. Why is he assigned to the worst D class this time? After the two brothers left, they shared their doubts with each other. I really don't know what the purpose of this arrangement in the college is, but fortunately, that kid Liu Hao is naturally free and easy, so I'm afraid he won't care about this matter. The only thing I worry about is the students in other classes. I'm afraid there will be conflicts. They will be beaten up dozens of times by Liu Hao. After saying this, both of them laughed. During these few days, they had a very intuitive understanding of Liu Hao's physical fitness. However, a 6-year-old child can carry a load of up to kilograms and has been doing all kinds of hard training for nearly 8 hours. This is stronger than many adults' willpower and physical fitness. Even the children of those great nobles may not be Liu Hao's opponents. Room number 19. Holding the things, Liu Hao looked at the token in his hand and kept looking for it in number 29th district. After a while, he found a small house. It was a dilapidated house made of wood, and there was a lot of noise inside. Probably a lot of people had already lived there. Looking at the side of the house, there is not even a toilet. Behind the house is a forest or the garden of the college. In addition to the relatively good environment, this ghostly place is probably not even a dog. Push the door open and enter. There are already 6 people living inside, and they are fighting at this moment. I'm Liu Hao. The 6 people in the dormitory who were joking with each other turned their heads to look at Liu Hao, who was pulling the suitcase and walking to the door of the dormitory. One of the children, who was about the same age as Liu Hao with a smile on his face, immediately stepped forward. He was wearing a dark red dress, and he looked exactly like the waiter in the tavern. Walking to Liu Hao's side, he took Liu Hao's box over. Hello, my name is Jian Ziran, and you are the classmate in the last bed, right? My name is Liu Hao. Jian Ziran seemed to be a very enthusiastic person. At this time, the other 5 students who were sitting on the bed also stood up. One of the taller children with blonde hair came to Liu Hao, and even patted Liu Hao on the shoulder with a childish smile on his face. My name is Tiger, and the curly-haired blonde standing next to me is named Xu Xia, and the other 2 by the window are Lin Wei, Li Sun, and Gao behind me. Fly. Liu Hao will live in this dormitory for several years, and of course he has to establish a good relationship with his classmates, so he immediately greeted the 6 classmates. The students in the dormitory were also very enthusiastic, helping Liu Hao tidy up all the items on his bed. At this time, Jian Ziran, who likes to talk, sat on the bed and started chatting again. How many people? Do you know that we will go to school tomorrow, and people in our D class have to get up a few hours earlier than people in other classes? Do you know this? The other people beside him were puzzled when they heard what Jian Ziran said suddenly. Why is that? Liu Hao, who was sitting next to him, asked with some doubts after putting away all his clothes. It's not because we are the lowest ranking among the 4 classes, and also the largest number of people. In addition, in the class competitions over the years, our Ding class is also the worst grade. So the other 3 classes let's unite to bully us and ask some students like us to get up an hour earlier than them to clean the school and the classroom. Shouldn't this kind of thing be that people in each class clean up their own hygiene? Li Sun, who was standing next to him and didn't like to talk, said suddenly. Sitting next to him with blonde hair like a tiger cub, Tiger sneered. Do you think there will be such a good thing? This is the junior college of Jiadun City. This junior college is the largest in the entire Wuhan Hall. I don't know how many nobles there are. The children of those nobles are not allowed to bring servants. They came in, but it was impossible for them to clean up honestly by themselves, so it naturally fell on the heads of some untouchables like us. In other words, you are willing to get up an hour early tomorrow morning to clean up those nobles. I'm definitely not going. Sozia, who was sitting next to her, stroked her golden curly hair and said very flatly. Seeing the delicate clothes on Xia's body and her extremely beautiful appearance, Liu Hao was actually puzzled when he saw him. After all, Sozia's temperament is very similar to that of nobles, but Liu Hao didn't ask why he was assigned to the Ding class. After all, this matter may touch something that Sozia doesn't like. I don't want to go either. If they dare to come to me, I will beat him to the ground. Jian Ziran said indifferently. Although none of these people present were nobles, but to be honest, their talents were also very good. Otherwise, he would not have been invited by the Spirit Hall to come to the Junior Academy. At this moment, Tiger set his sights on Liu Hao and the others who hadn't spoken yet. I don't have time to clean other people. I'm here to make myself stronger. Liu Hao spoke very calmly. After all, he hated the nobles very much from the bottom of his heart. And when he saw Liu Hao's up-and-coming Tiger, he nodded with a smile. In addition, Li Sun, Jai Linwei, and Gao Fei, who did not speak, immediately said that they would never get up in the morning to clean up for others tomorrow. Seeing that everyone in the dormitory had made up his mind, Tiger also laughed when he did so and immediately patted the bed next to him. Then he said, "My name is Tiger and my martial soul is a golden lion." The strength of those people is actually almost the same as ours. As long as we can unite, we can defeat them. The 6-year-old children next to them also nodded, and everyone was proud of being a genius. And as everyone expressed their opinion, the relationship between several people became more heated. Liu Hao naturally also discovered the characteristics of each of the 6 classmates in his dormitory. Among them, Tiger is free and unrestrained, and he especially likes to laugh even if others are scolding him. Lin Wei is a very gentle person, and he is extremely humorous and always likes to be funny, but he seems to hate nobles from the bottom of his heart. Li Sun regarded people as his name. He didn't like to talk very much and was very silent, but when everyone was talking, he poured a bowl of tea in front of everyone, and then leaned against the bed and listened all the time. As for Gao Fei, he likes to speak very directly. When it comes to excitement, he will always take out his martial arts triangle boomerang and show off his boomerang skills in the dormitory. Liu Hao knows that Gao Fei is the son of a hunter. He followed his father to hunt spirit beasts in the forest since he was a child. He has a very powerful boomerang skill. According to him, he can even use the boomerang in his hand to knock out the eyes of flies. As for whether it can even, Liu Hao didn't know if it was done. And Suo Xia, who is sitting next to Liu Hao, is a very narcissistic person. Basically, she always likes to hold her chin with both hands when talking. She is extremely beautiful and looks like a woman with golden hair, a curly-haired beauty, but when talking about nobles, she always shows disgust. Among the 6 people, Jian Ziran is a very social person. This is because their family opened a tavern in the city. Jian Ziran has lived in that environment since childhood, so he is naturally generous and enthusiastic. We've been chatting in the dormitory for about 2 or 3 hours. I'm hungry. Do you want to go out for a meal just to see what the school environment looks like? At this time, Lin Wei stood up and said to the students next to him. Originally, according to Liu Hao's personality, he might as well stay in the dormitory and have a good rest, but it's still not good to act so out of place on the first day after coming to the school. So I nodded to Lin Wei, and the other people happened to be hungry, so they agreed immediately. Then 7 people filed out from the dormitory, walk inside the campus of the junior college. I have to say that this campus is indeed very vast. At a glance, there are 5 streets in total, and there are as many as 10 teaching buildings in the distance. At a glance, the height of the teaching buildings is also about 10 floors. When the 6 people around Liu Hao saw such a huge campus, they were amazed again, and again even Suo Xia, who had seen a lot among them, said in admiration, "I have heard that the junior college in Jiadun City occupies an area vast, magnificent, extraordinary. I never thought it would be so huge and magnificent." While several people were admiring, 3 children of the same age wearing fancy clothes came beside them. When those people saw the clothes on Liu Hao and the others, they showed extremely disgusted expressions. 3 of them stood in the middle, and the child in the golden costume said, "I don't know where these bumpkins come from. I haven't even seen the school building. I don't know why I want to study with some bumpkins like them. It's just humiliating us." Another child in a black costume also echoed, "That's right, I really don't know why the Spirit Hall would do this. It's really a great shame to our nobles." The child in the red dress next to him didn't speak, but the disgust in his eyes was very obvious. Everyone was originally here to observe the scenery in the school, and they were also very interested, but they didn't expect that the 3 children who came over suddenly would sneer at them, as if they had a bunch of shit stuffed in their mouths no matter what they thought. They were wrong. Among the 7, Tiger, who had the most explosive personality, couldn't bear such ridicule and immediately said to the 3 children in fancy clothes, "What are you 3 boys talking about?" The leader in the golden costume snorted coldly and repeated what he had just said. Added another sentence at the end, "A group of untouchables, they really have never seen the world." This sentence instantly ignited the powder keg. Tiger's temper exploded extremely, and in an instant golden light burst out from his body, and a translucent golden lion enveloped his body. Golden Retriever possession. Only a low growl from Tiger was heard. His body turned into a half-human, half-animal form, and the golden hair kept growing backwards, directly growing to his waist. At the same time, his body became taller and stronger, and his black amber-like eyes turned golden. It seems that there is a trace of electric spark flickering inside. The three children in fancy clothes didn't feel too much fear after seeing Tiger's martial soul possessed. He even laughed directly. "You untouchables dare to fight in front of us. You really want to die. Let the three of us teach you a good lesson, so that you know what to do when you see us nobles in the future." After saying these few words, the martial spirits of the three children in fancy clothes immediately surged. Unexpectedly, the three of them dared to attack Liu Hao and the seven of them. "I'm really not afraid of death. You three trash, we don't bully the few with more, 3 against 3. Tiger said as he looked at the three children in beautiful clothes. His whole body was covered in golden hair. The leader in the golden costume snorted coldly. "The 7 of you trash combined won't be our opponents. Even if 7 of you fight together, so what?" Naturally, a few people couldn't stand such a provocation. Even Suosia, who thought she was very elegant, had a white gold light flashing in her eyes at this moment, obviously just want to do it. But Liu Hao raised his hand. "Although we should indeed teach the three of them a good lesson, according to the rules, we should still play 3 versus 3. Otherwise, even if it is to the teacher's side, we have no reason to speak of." Among the 7 people, Tiger, who had the hottest personality, could no longer bear it and immediately yelled, "Why do you care so much? Do it." At this time, Liu Hao signaled the people around him with his palms to take 2 or 3 steps back, and then he and Lin Wei stepped forward. At this time, Tiger had already rushed forward and fought with the kid in the golden costume. How courageous. "You really dare to attack me, thundering Miao Dao." He saw a flash of blue lightning in the hand of the golden costume, and a 16-meter-long Miao Dao appeared in his hand, which was several points taller than his height. Thunder Leopard Possession. Lin Wei, who was standing next to Liu Hao, yelled something in his mouth. His body was also shining with lightning, and he turned into a half-man, half-leopard form. Boom! Tiger and the golden costume instantly collided, and Tiger's palm shining with golden light directly patted Miao Dao's blade. Under the huge strength, the child in the golden costume was pushed back 2 or 3 steps. After all, under the blessing of the beast spirit, he has a very strong strength. Taking advantage of the time when the enemy was repulsed, Tiger took a deep breath. The first soul skill, Golden Lion Roar. The sound waves caused ripples in the air, and even the ground under his feet was cracked by the huge sound waves, and the huge sound waves hit the child in the golden costume. With a bang, the child was sent flying. The body hits the ground. Ugh tilde immediately beat the child to tears. At this moment, Liu Hao and Lin Wei immediately rushed forward and stood beside Tiger, and in front of them were 2 children, red and black. The 2 children didn't expect the battle to end so quickly, and their boss was too careless. Seeing the 4 people walking in front of him, plus Liu Hao and the others, there were 7 people in total. The child in the red dress swallowed, raised his finger, pointed at Tiger in the middle and shouted, "Wait here for me, 7 of you. How dare you bully the few with more? If you have the guts, just wait here for me, see how I get someone to deal with you." Tiger, who was standing in the middle, was also a violent person and immediately yelled loudly, "You bunch of rubbish, I beat you as much as you want. Call someone if you have the guts. If you don't call someone over, you are the grandson." The 2 children in the red and black costumes blushed with anger when they heard what Tiger said. "I am afraid that if this continues, their heads will explode." Seeing the 7 people in front of them cursing, they turned around and ran over, and took away the child in the golden dress who had been lying on the ground crying. At this moment, Sosia next to her snorted coldly. "These people will definitely call more than a dozen people over. I'm afraid our fight this time will not end well." But Lin Wei smiled slightly. "What's so scary about it? I was able to deal with them in the same town with 1 versus 7 back then." Gao Fei, who stood at the end of the crowd, waved his hand and saw an arc flying over Liu Hao's head, which was Gao Fei's martial soul triangle boomerang. "Don't worry, brothers, with me here. Even if we can't fight, at least we can run away unscathed." But Tiger standing in the middle is full of heroism. "Even if we get beaten up, so what? We came here to become strong, and the strong need to punch the stronger." The 3 children also ran extremely fast, because they were worried that Liu Hao and the others might run away, so they ran to the first-class class out of breath. The number of first-class classes is actually not many, and compared to the D-class classes, the number of people can be said to be extremely rare, but each one is a big noble. The children who were talking in the class saw the golden costumes, and 3 of them ran in, apparently a little stunned. "What's the matter? Why do you 3 look like this? Did someone beat you?" The leader in the golden costume nodded again and again. "There are 7 untouchables in Class D who dare to attack us, and they beat us with more, and those people even said that with the strength of the 7 of them, they can beat all of us in Class A. Flip. It's really disgusting." The children present were young at first, but when they heard the slander from the golden costumes, every one of them burst into anger. A group of untouchables, how dare they be so presumptuous? If this is the case, then let them know what a nobleman is. After speaking, a child with a black big axe in both hands came out of the class. This child turned out to be the monitor of Class A Class 1, Great Axe Pender. He is the third child of Pan Kaishan, the Grand Duke of Black Iron City. Although his status is not the most noble among the children present, his strength is the strongest. He only heard Panda coldly snort and said, "Where are they now?" The child in the golden dress wiped it, and there were no dried tears in his eyes, just said, "I'll take you there." Liu Hao and 7 people were sitting on a stone pier beside the street, waiting quietly for the 3 children in fancy clothes to call his people over. After waiting for about 2 or 3 minutes, I saw the arrival of the crowd in the distance. Compared with the D-class class, the number of people in the A-class class is even rarer, and many of them have known each other since childhood. After all, there are only so many nobles, and many of them grew up together, so naturally once they call someone, they will call a large group. The leader was a child with a black ponytail and a black leather armor, but he carried a large black iron axe on his back. Obviously, it was his martial soul, and this person was Pandu, the monitor of Class 1, Class A. "It's you 7 untouchables who want to attack us." Tiger, who was sitting on the stone pier, immediately stood up. Originally, he was the one who caused the conflict and action this time, so it was naturally impossible to escape. Walking in front of Pandu, Tiger snorted coldly. "I did it, my lord, what do you want?" At this time, Panda narrowed his eyes slightly, and a trace of cruelty flashed in his eyes. Forging Grand Duke Pan Kaishan is not a character to be easily messed with. Now in their territory, a very cruel slave system is still practiced. Since Panda was able to have his own consciousness when he was 2 or 3 years old, his father asked him to punish him and torture slaves and teach him from childhood to use the most tyrannical attitude towards untouchables. "You really did a great job," Pender said this sentence through the gap between his teeth. Tiger, on the other hand, raised his head proudly, and at this time, all I saw was a flash of black light. Panda unexpectedly grabbed the black iron axe behind him in an instant and slammed it down fiercely towards Tiger in front of him. Before Tiger even reacted, he only heard a bang, and under the huge force, Tiger's body was sent flying out. At the same time, a huge wound appeared on his chest. "You guys are really courting death." Seeing Panda's ferocious face, he yelled loudly at Tiger and the other 6 people. And the remaining dozens of people standing behind Panda also quickly took out various martial spirits, and various lights shone on the street. "How are you, Tiger?" At this time, Gao Fei immediately ran to Tiger's side and saw a long wound on his chest. Blood flowed out from the wound. Such a large injury is almost fatal for a 6-year-old child. At this time, Gao Fei also had a face full of anger, turned his head and howled loudly at Pender. "Are you trying to kill someone?" But Pender just smiled. "So what if you bunch of untouchables kill you?" After saying this, he was about to step forward with a black iron axe in both hands. Looking at such a posture, it seems that they want to kill all 7 of Liu Hao and the others. And at this time, Liu Hao's right middle finger had also emitted a faint red fluorescence. Although there were many people on the other side, they were only dozens of children. With the red light ring that Liu Hao has evolved once, although these people cannot be defeated, there is no problem in beating Pan due to serious injuries. After all, the soul power in Liu Hao's body is limited now. If he transforms into the Hulk, Liu Hao has no way to guarantee that he will not kill all these people. Just when the people on both sides were on edge, a ray of emerald green light descended from the sky to Tiger's body, and that ray of emerald green light instantly healed Tiger's body. Everyone looked up at this time. There was a female teacher who slowly fell from the sky to the ground. When he saw Pender, a trace of disgust flashed in his eyes. "It's great that you guys fought with me as soon as I came to school. You even beat a classmate to serious injury. Come over to me, all you little devils." When everyone saw the teacher's arrival, they naturally felt a little afraid and took back the martial spirit in their hands. "Since you brats are so energetic, then don't eat dinner anymore, and everyone go to the track and field for me. Use up the energy in your body." The female teacher in the dark green tights said directly and loudly. Seeing the angry female teacher, even Panda, who had a rebellious personality, had no choice but to go to the track field not far away according to her instructions. Even Tiger, whose injuries had just healed, could only stand up obediently. The female teacher turned her face to see Tiger and frowned slightly. "You don't want to go, you just lost so much blood. Although the wound on your body has healed, let's forget it. I don't want you to faint on the ground in the middle of running, and I want to consume my soul power to save you." At this time, Tiger still wanted to speak, but the female teacher glared at him suddenly. Seeing the teacher like this, Tiger backed away in fright. He could only whisper to Liu Hao and others. I'm really sorry, brothers. Judging by the situation, I can only go back to the dormitory first, but I've decided on the head of that boy Pender. TND, how dare you beat me seriously? Panda, who was standing not far away, sneered and didn't answer. The length of each lap of the playground in the school is 1 kilometer. Since school has just started, there are no people on the track and field. Moreover, the junior academies in Duluo continent usually only last 3 years. The junior academies in Jiadun City can train students to be soul masters of level 20 in 3 years, and even a few can reach the stage of great soul masters of level 30. When the students saw the 1-meter-long track and field, they all opened their mouths in surprise. Only Liu Hao looked calm. After all, his physical strength is very long compared to the children present, and even if his physical strength is weak, he can use anger to generate gamma power to recover quickly. Seeing the pale students, the female teacher said with a smug smile, "Aren't you very energetic? Run me 60 laps around this playground now, but since you are only 6 years old, you can use your soul power and martial soul while running. But I want to tell you, if you don't finish running, I will let you know how cruel the punishment is." These 6-year-old children were also frightened when they heard the threats in the female teacher's words, and they saw the 1-kilometer-long track and field track with their eyes. Running 60 laps means a distance of 6 meters. Even some adults may not be able to do it, let alone those present are all 6-year-old children. But obviously, this female teacher will not make any compromises because of their age. But you don't need to worry, you will be exhausted after running. I am a soul master of the auxiliary department. When you are really about to die, as long as you have a breath, I can also give you save it. On the runway, Liu Hao stood beside Panda. Next to Liu Hao are the remaining 5 people in the dormitory. Panda looked at Liu Hao and the 6 of them and let out a sinister grin. I didn't expect that you 6 trash would dare to stand beside me. Do you want to have a competition and see who can finish 60 laps first? Jian Ziran's character is straightforward, and when he heard Panda's provocation, he said loudly without saying a word, compare, who is afraid of who? Seeing Jian Ziran being fooled, Panda snorted again, but at this time Liu Hao raised his hand. Teacher, I have one thing I want to ask. Can you do something to other people while running? Hearing Liu Hao's question, the female teacher was obviously a little confused. What do you mean, kid? Do you still want to attack Pender and the others while running? But after thinking about it, the female teacher thought this seemed quite interesting, so she smiled. As long as you have enough physical strength, why not? And Panda, who was standing beside him, narrowed his eyes slightly. Do you know what you're talking about, boy? Of course I know, although your head has been locked by Tiger, but it's okay to beat you up before that. Ha 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 tilde, it's really good. I want to take a good look at it. How do you want to do it to me? At this time, the female teacher walked up to everyone and raised her arm. Start now. As soon as the voice fell, dozens of children immediately ran forward on the playground. Liu Hao and Panda ran at the forefront. Behind them were Sozia, Lin Wei, Li Sun, and Gao Fei, and the other nobles followed closely behind. The middle finger of Liu Hao's right hand, who was rushing forward, emitted a faint red light, and his body was instantly wrapped in red soul power. Leaping forward suddenly, Liu Hao's body flew into the air in an instant, and Panda, who was beside him, let out a gasp. At this time, Liu Hao turned his head and eyes, staring at Panda under his body. Looking into Liu Hao's eyes, Panda realized something instantly, but it was too late. I saw Liu Hao holding a red fireball on his right hand. Red lantern flames. With a bang, the huge fireball was instantly thrown out by Liu Hao. Panda wanted to dodge quickly, but there were people crowded around him and he could only watch the scarlet fireball helplessly. Hit him. Hearing a bang in the flash, Panda summoned his martial soul and the black iron axe blocked his body. The sound of the refined iron glue machine was heard as the fireball hit the surface of the black iron axe. The flames of the red light can burn all combustible and non-combustible things in the world, even your soul power. Swish. Scarlet flames swelled against the wind on the back of the black iron axe, growing and spreading along the entire surface of the big axe, wrapping around Pender's body in an instant. Ah tilde. The intense pain made Pender scream loudly, and the blood-red flames continued to spread along his body's limbs, bones, and 4 orifices, as if they were going to directly burn into his internal organs and flesh. A cold voice reached Liu Hao's ears at this moment. I know there is a personal enmity between you and this kid, but it is enough to burn him like this. If you do it again, don't blame me for punishing you. Hearing the teacher's voice, Liu Hao could only sigh in his heart. Originally, he wanted to use the flames of the red light to burn Panda seriously, leaving behind an incurable wound, but now it seems that he may not have such a chance. He could only wave his hand, falling from the air to the ground, and at the same time extinguish the blood-red flames on Pender's body. Panda, who fell on the ground, looked at Liu Hao with resentment in his eyes, but he didn't speak. Because it is clear in his heart that he is not Liu Hao's opponent now. Liu Hao didn't even look at Panda, who was lying on the ground, but ran forward again. Since he didn't get the soul ring, the amount of soul power in Liu Hao's body is not much, and he can't activate the red for a long time. Lamp rings fly in the air, and it's only a distance of 6 meters. For Liu Hao, he can still finish the run. At most, he can use his gamma power halfway to restore his physical strength. The length of the first circle is 1 kilometer, which is basically not difficult for most children with soul power. As long as the soul power circulates in the body, their physical strength has almost recovered. But by the 10th lap, some people began to slowly fall behind. Most of them were puffy nobles, and judging from the decorations and clothing on their bodies, they should be some relatively low-level nobles. As for Liu Hao, who still didn't have a heartbeat or breath and ran forward slowly, but even so he was still the leader of the first echelon. Seeing Liu Hao's flat running speed, several people who followed Liu Hao couldn't help sighing in their hearts. Still great. Time passed quickly. When Liu Hao ran halfway, a lot of sweat leaked from his forehead, and at the same time, the original few people who followed Liu Hao, now there is no one, only he has been running ahead. Even now, Liu Hao has never used his soul power, and has been using his physical strength to run forward. The female teacher standing next to the playground also stood up from her seat and looked at Liu Hao with frowning eyes. He could feel that Liu Hao's physical strength was fading rapidly, and even his heart began to beat crazily, at least exceeding 170 beats per minute. If it continued like this, Liu Hao might just pass out on the spot. But at this moment, a dark green light flashed in his eyes, and the gamma divine power circulated in Liu Hao's body, instantly restoring his physical strength for him, and those dark wounds on his body also recovered. Running for a long time will put a lot of pressure on people's knees and muscles, especially for children like Liu Hao who are only 6 years old and have not undergone very strict and scientific training. If it wasn't for that female teacher who would immediately receive treatment when her body was about to reach its limit, these dozens of children on the track and field would probably be so exhausted that they would foam at the mouth. 40th lap, 50th lap, 60th lap. When the moonlight in the sky projected onto the track and field, Liu Hao had finally finished his run. The distance of 6 meters was even longer than the distance run by a marathon on the Earth. Looking back, most of the people were so tired that they collapsed on the track and field, and even the distance that many people ran was less than 1/10 of the distance that Liu Hao ran. And that female teacher's eyes seemed to be flickering, staring at Liu Hao. It's really interesting. Whenever you run to the point of being exhausted, a force will suddenly emerge in your body to quickly restore your physical strength and injuries. It seems that there must be some secrets in your body. When Liu Hao and the others returned to the dormitory, it was already 12 o'clock in the evening. At this time, Tiger was still awake in bed and was still asking questions when Liu Hao and the others came back. But now Liu Hao and the other 6 were extremely tired. They just briefly talked about the situation on the track and field, and each of them washed up casually before falling asleep. I heard that the freshman coming this time is not easy, David. There are 3 grades in Jiadincheng Junior College, and most of the 3rd graders are Soul Masters or Great Soul Masters. And this David is the most powerful person in Ding and other classes, a level 32 Great Soul Master. What do you mean, Jackson? In front of David was a nobleman wearing a silver robe, the corners of his mouth raised slightly, and then he bent down to look at David in front of him. Among this year's freshmen, 7 people directly attacked people from our noble academy and even injured one of the students. David raised his head and looked at Jackson in front of him without any emotional fluctuations on his face. What do you want me to do? Jackson smiled slightly, his eyes narrowed, and a killing intent flashed in his eyes. The reason why you Ding and other classes can live and study safely in the junior college is because you have made an agreement with us. And it is because of this agreement that you are qualified to study here, and now, those who are not honest freshmen broke this tradition. Don't you know what this means? David, this is provoking your and our authority. Rules are rules. You are not allowed to be provoked. You know what to do, right? At this moment, David's icy expression was slightly thawed. You want me to do it to them? Jackson smiled. My purpose is very simple, to make those 7 little devils abide by the rules. I don't care what kind of means you use to achieve this goal, but if you really want to use hands-on methods, I have a very good idea. Good method. David raised his head, closed his eyes slightly, and looked at Jackson in front of him. Tell me. Hehe. After 1 month, all freshmen will need to undergo actual combat training. At that time, you can let 7 of them and your brother have a 7-on-7 decisive battle. In this battle, be careful, teach them a lesson. Let them know that they need to abide by the rules when they come to Armor City Junior Academy. After a while, David nodded slightly. At this time, Jackson also chuckled and then turned his head to leave, but when he walked to the door, he paused again. Yes, there is one more thing. You are really a very good dog, David. If it weren't for your existence, people from the 2 noble classes A and B would probably still need people from the 2 classes C and D. Don't worry. I promise you things we will definitely do. After saying this, Jackson laughed out loud and walked out of the room. Only David was left sitting on the seat alone, his fists clenched so tightly that he could even see the bones inside. The first thing to do after waking up in the morning was the opening ceremony. The headmaster on the high platform kept talking non-stop, while Liu Hao and others were listening all the time below, and their faces were drowsy. I can't wait to take a pair of stinky socks and directly gag the principal's mouth. After another 2 hours, this refreshing speech finally came to an end. Everyone was exhausted as if they had run a marathon 10 times, and even those teachers couldn't stand it anymore. Assigning classes is also a particularly boring thing. The 7 people in Liu Hao's dormitory are all assigned to class 39 of the Ding class. There are more than 39 people in class 70. It is said that there are 42 classes in the entire D class, with hundreds of people. But among these 42 classes, only the top 10 classes have their own head teachers, and all other classes are managed by those 10 head teachers. That is to say, those other classes are completely regarded as part-time students here. No one cares what they are doing here. It's just that there is a news that actual combat training will be required 1 month later, which is actually the monthly exam 1 month later. When I came to class 39, there was a lot of people in the class, all of them were boys, not even a single girl. After finding a few seats at random, Sozia frowned and patted her golden curly hair with his hands after sitting down. Really, the smell here is really bad. Indeed, in this classroom, it seems that no one has cleaned it at all and the smell of dust is extremely thick. Never mind these things now. I thought we came to the junior college and had a very good teacher to teach us, but it seems like it's impossible to think about it now. The only good thing is that some of us can go to other classes. Listen in. Although we don't need to spend any tuition fees here, there will be a practical assessment in a month, and I don't want to get kicked out of the school if the score in that practical assessment is too low. Leaning on the table, Tiger glanced at the surrounding people and said. The people around were also nodding at this time, but it made Liu Hao feel a little more headache. Up to now, he didn't even have a soul ring, and it seemed that there was no teacher in the academy to arrange for someone to lead him. Let them go to the forest to hunt soul beasts to obtain soul rings. The more important thing now is us. Many of them have reached the full level of level 10 and need to go to the forest to hunt and kill soul beasts, but there is no teacher to take us there. What should we do? At this moment, Liu Hao also asked. Next to Lin Wei, Gao Fei, and Li Sun and others, they are also at the full level of level 10, and it is time to get the soul ring. At this time, Sosha said, it's very easy to obtain a soul ring. As long as you apply to the dean in the academy, the teacher will take you to the Stardew Forest to hunt and kill soul beasts. But if you want to obtain a more high-quality soul ring, I am afraid I still need to pay a little gold soul coin. Liu Hao and the others nodded, thinking in their hearts when they would go to the forest to hunt soul beasts. At the time when the class was still having lively discussions and conversations as usual to bring the relationship closer, a tall and burly man came out from the outside. Looking carefully, that man's face was still childish, and even the fluff on his mouth hadn't grown. But it was hard to hide the coldness in his eyes. Where is the person in dormitory number 19? The person's voice was extremely low, like a polar bear roaring on a glacier. Liu Hao and the others frowned slightly. This person was obviously not a freshman who had arrived, but a senior student in a junior college. Could it be the people called by some of their noble children? It's possible. If you can't beat them, call them elders. We are the people in the number 19 dormitory. Sitting on the seat, Tiger's face was still a little pale. After all, he bled a lot last night, but he stood up straight away and raised his hand and said, You are the people in the number 19 dormitory, and I am David. You should have heard of my name, or all the people in the D-class have heard of my name. Everyone in class 39 was talking very enthusiastically, but when the people here heard the name David, they suddenly shut up and stopped talking, as quiet as a cicada. Sensing the change in the atmosphere in the classroom, David smiled calmly on his cold face. Even Tiger frowned at this time. "What are you doing here for us?" Walking in front of David, Tiger, who is 1 meter tall, is just a child in front of him. "Did you beat up 3 nobles yesterday, and you didn't come to clean up when you woke up this morning, is it right or not?" David's voice was extremely soft, but it sounded like the roar of a big bear from its mouth. Tiger looked up at David in front of him and snorted coldly and said with a little pride, "That's right, what do you want?" At this time, David's eyes narrowed slightly, and everyone in the classroom felt a very heavy meaning, like a beast about to erupt. "What do I want? You broke the rules I made, you know that." At this moment, Liu Hao and others also stood up, walked to Tiger's side, and looked up at David in front of them. The rules you set are to let people from Ding and other classes clean up for them and then be bullied by them." At this time, Liu Hao suddenly interrupted, and David turned to look at Liu Hao next to him. "It was you who burned Panda seriously on the track and field. To be honest, your martial spirit is indeed very powerful, and you are born with full soul power, but you should never have attacked nobles. So now I am here to inform you of one thing: no one can challenge the rules I set. After 1 month, you freshmen need to take a practical assessment. If you and my subordinates win 7v7, what happened yesterday can be written off. If you lose, you'd better be honest. Really go and admit my mistake. The 7 people in dormitory know." 19 all looked at David in front of them, but at this time Liu Hao said directly, "Okay, but before that I need to add a rule, that is, if we can win, in the future, all the D-class people will not need to clean up, and the hygiene of the class and dormitory must be done by ourselves clean." David's eyes narrowed slightly, a trace of murderous intent flashed in his eyes. David took a deep look at Liu Hao but did not speak, then turned his head and left the classroom directly, neither agreeing to Liu Hao's request nor rejecting his request. What does it mean? But Liu Hao didn't catch up to ask. After all, such compulsion is a bit too low. A month later, there will be a duel with David. I must obtain the spirit ring as quickly as possible. I will go to the dean today. Liu Hao looked back at his companions behind him and said, those people also nodded solemnly. But in the entire classroom there was still no sound, until after a while a classmate walked up to several people. "Everyone, there is one thing I don't know whether to say or not to say." Several people turned their heads to look at the classmate. The classmate said after a while, "Actually, the reason why we are qualified to study here is really thanks to David and the director of teaching. Originally, non-nobles and descendants of non-soul hall were not allowed to study here in the spirit hall. Later, it was because of David. I made a deal with the nobles of classes A and B, that is, let us clean up here before we are eligible to come to Jayadun City Academy to study, and you have broken this rule now. Which is likely to make the nobles putting pressure on the dean and those other teachers again." But at this time, before Tiger and Liu Hao could speak, Suosia, who had been frowning among them, snorted coldly. "What do you know? Do you think the reason why we are able to study here is because of that coward named David, and even rely on the dean who only knows and muddles? In fact, the reason why we are qualified to study here is entirely it is because the Pope needs us here. Without the permission of the Pope, it is impossible for some of us to come here to study, so this is the rule. And the so-called truths you know are completely rumors." That classmate's face was also very bad after being refuted, and he could only say a sentence in his mouth. "Wait a month from now when you're forced to drop out and you'll know why." After saying this, he turned his head and left. I thought I was someone who dared to go against David. It's really bah. In the classroom, some students who were less than 6 years old took a sip in front of Liu Hao and others. "You." Jian Ziran, who was a little irritable, said directly. Liu Hao next to him immediately grabbed him. "Arguing is useless now. Among the few of us, only Tiger, Suosia, Gao Fei, and others have the first soul ring. I still need to get my own soul ring. They will know in the future." Standing by the side, Suosia, who had a flat face, also nodded, and at the same time brushed her golden curly hair carelessly. The office of the teaching director, Si Hongbo, is at the end of the teaching building where Liu Hao and the others are located. At a glance, it is a huge villa, and there is even a garden outside. Walking into the office, it is better to say that it is a huge living room than an office. In this living room, there is a coffee table with a length of nearly 10 meters, and various precious flowers are placed on it. Looking inside through the gap between the flowers on the coffee table, Si Hongbo's office is located at the end of the corridor. Knock on the office door. Si Hongbo said something inside and let Liu Hao go in. Dean, my soul power level has reached level 10 now, so I just want to ask, can I ask a teacher to take me to the Stardew Forest to hunt and kill soul beasts? Si Hongbo, the teaching director who was reading a book, raised his head. He is a middle-aged man who is less than 35 years old. Although his hair is silver-white, there are no wrinkles on his face. When seeing Liu Hao, there was always a smile on the corner of his mouth. Yes, there are 3 more teachers who are free now. If you want, I can arrange for one of them to take you to the Stardew Forest tomorrow. Liu Hao nodded quickly, thanked him and prepared to leave the office, but at this time Si Hongbo stopped Liu Hao. Did you have a bet with David? Although there was some doubt in his tone, his eyes were extremely determined. Liu Hao hadn't reached the door yet, so he turned his head to look at the dean and nodded. Are you sure of winning? As for which 7 David will arrange to fight with Liu Hao, and the other 7 Liu Hao is actually not very clear in his heart. But he is not afraid because with his strength, not to mention that he can wear 7 to 7. But in the fastest, it is not a problem to beat 2 or 3 within the time. I think I'm still sure. But Si Hongbo still smiled slightly. David will send his younger brother and a few brothers who grew up with him to fight with you. You must know that his younger brother and those brothers are not weak in strength. If you say that the potential of Wuhan is not as good as you, but if you want to cooperate, you are far stronger than the 7 of you. After all, no matter how strong you are, it is impossible to defeat 7 of you alone. At this time, Liu Hao frowned slightly. Could it be that the dean is going to help Liu Hao win this battle? Otherwise, why would he say such a thing to Liu Hao? I do not understand what you mean. At this time, the smile on Si Hongbo's face did not diminish. I hope you can win this battle, because the competition in the academy is getting lower and lower. In such a dangerous world, if my students don't know how to fight, how can we guarantee the martial spirit in the future? The prosperity and strength of the temple. So I want to ask you, if you want to win the battle, how do you need me to help you? Speaking of this, Liu Hao's eyes brightened. Indeed, as his research on soul masters has deepened, Liu Hao has developed several potions that can enhance the strength of soul masters. Too low to dare to take out these precious potions. But if there is the platform of the director of teaching, Si Hongbo, not only can he win the battle a month later, he can even sell these potions and get a lot of original quality and gold soul coins. So at this time, Liu Hao answered immediately. I do need your help. Brother, don't worry, they are just a few freshmen. I have been in the academy for more than half a year. Not only is it infinitely close to level 20, but I am also extremely proficient in the use of my soul skills. The 7 of us cooperated extremely tacitly, and I can assure you that the battle will be over within 3 minutes. David's younger brother David was in his dormitory, patted his chest, and said to his elder brother. He did have the confidence to say this, because each of the 7 of them has at least level 15 or above in strength, and in Liu Hao's team, Tiger, the highest level, is now only level 12, and the others are also there, all hovering around level 10. Let's talk about the cooperation between Wuhan, David's younger brother, and the 7 of them. 2 of them defend, 2 control, and 3 attack. It is a typical extremely violent combination. And Liu Hao and the others didn't have a supporter or a controller on their side. They were all aggressive martial spirits, and if they rushed up in a short time, they could indeed cause some trouble. But Liu Hao's own soul power is still relatively thin, and it is impossible to explode for a long time, which is why David's younger brother is so confident. I'm not worried that you guys will fail in a month, but I'm worried about Liu Hao among the 7 of them. That kid's flame seems to be extremely strange. It can even ignite the soul power in the human body. I'm afraid of that kid. It will directly burn you severely and then inflict indelible damage on you, destroying your foundation. His younger brother still smiled at this time. What's so scary about this? I guess this kid will go to Stardew Forest tomorrow or the day after tomorrow to hunt down soul beasts and obtain soul rings, and then find a way in the forest. After finishing speaking, David's younger brother touched his neck with his thumb, meaning to kill Liu Hao directly in the statement, and David's eyes immediately flashed a chill and looked at his younger brother after a while. Yes, but we have to find a way to hold that teacher back. As long as you agree, big brother, those nobles have retainers who can be sent out, just tell them. David nodded at this moment. Day 2. When Liu Hao went to see Hongbo's office again, he found a tall and burly teacher standing in his office. That teacher had a beard all over his face, and his face was covered with thick flesh, making him look extremely difficult to mess with. There is even a long scar over the left eye. The voice of speaking is also humming. Austin will trouble you this time. Liu Hao is an extremely talented student. I hope you can find a very suitable spirit ring for him." The teacher named Austin nodded, then turned his head and looked at Liu Hao, who was about as tall as his thigh. An evil spirit appeared in front of Liu Hao's eyes in an instant. I am afraid that the teacher named Austin in front of him should be very powerful. Follow me. After speaking, he left the office straight away, and didn't tell Liu Hao what he should pay attention to when going to the Stardew Forest, and how strong his own strength is. Seeing the back of Austin leaving, Liu Hao could only give a wry smile but quickly followed. Outside the garden of the dean's office, a pair of eyes saw Liu Hao and Austin leaving from a distance. Very good. This time the team is led by Austin. His character is too impatient. We can completely lure Austin away. When the time comes, we can just kill the target directly. Under the 10-meter-high trees in the Stardew Forest, the dappled sun's light and shadow shine on the ground through the gaps in the leaves, and two people walking on the fallen leaves made a crunching sound. At the same time, the breeze blowing from the gap in the woods in the distance swept away the heat from his body, but the buzzing of mosquitoes in his ears still made people feel disturbed. Austin, who was leading the way, seemed to be very familiar with everything in front of him. The mottled light and shadow shone on his body, covering a huge black shadow in front of Liu Hao's eyes. It's like a wall is pushing forward. What does your spirit look like? Which type of spirit ring do you want to obtain? The name of my martial spirit is the Red Lantern Ring. It should be regarded as a flame elemental martial spirit. It can release a flame called the Red Lantern Flame on the surface of the body. This kind of flame has a very strong burning ability and comes with it has a very high temperature and can even directly cause an explosion. Austin, who was leading the way, didn't make unnecessary movements, but just broke the weeds and bushes in front of him. If that's the case, then I should find a flame-type soul beast for you. It's not necessary, because Liu Hao already had an idea in his heart. In fact, the Wuhan red light ring in Liu Hao's hand came from an organization in the Green Lantern of DC Comics. Red Lantern Corps. In the comics of Green Lantern, there are a total of 9 kinds of light rings. Each ring has different abilities, but they all have the common ability to carry out concrete shaping. Even the red light ring that represents anger and hatred has the same ability, but because most people in the Red Lantern Corps are filled with anger and hatred, it is difficult to accurately use their own concrete shape. Therefore, in the external and comic performances, most of the owners of the red light ring are just mages who throw fireballs. In fact, the red light ring can be used to visualize and shape energy. That is to say, red light energy can be directly used to construct various items and even life. For example, red light energy can be used to build mechs and guns, and red light energy can even be used to condense various animals. But the most powerful ability used to make animals is the orange light ring. But it does not mean that Liu Hao's Wuhan red light ring cannot achieve the same ability through evolution. So Liu Hao felt that his first soul ring should be to develop the ability of the martial soul itself, that is, the ability of concrete shaping. I want to hunt and kill the magic apes that are at least 400 years old. Austin, who was leading the way, hummed. Because the magical ape has an extremely strange ability, he can construct illusory illusions in the real world, but the illusions he creates do not have any abilities. Generally speaking, only soul masters of the spiritual department will hunt and kill the magical ape. In addition, magic apes are generally easy to understand and are rarely seen in the forest. It is quite difficult to find those magic apes. Your martial soul doesn't match the magic ape's ability. If you forcibly absorb the magic ape's soul ring, it will seriously interfere with your own soul power. There needs to be a certain match between the soul ring and the martial soul. For example, the martial soul red light ring in Liu Hao's hand should be regarded as a flame-type martial soul. If you try to absorb the ice and snow spirit ring, it will cause great interference to the Wuhan red light ring, and it is even very likely that the absorption will not be successful. Don't worry, Teacher Austin, I believe that my soul ring is suitable for the magic ape with the same type of ability. Austin wasn't talking, but in his heart he still felt that Liu Hao was too overbearing. Originally, his own red light ring flame ability was extremely good. And now he had to find a magic ape's soul ring. After he failed to absorb it, he would take him to find a flame-type soul ring. At this moment, Austin could only sigh in his heart. The two continued to walk in the jungle. But at this moment, there was a rustling sound in my ear. The two immediately looked in the direction of the voice. I saw a black-skinned wild boar the size of a small house suddenly rushing out of the jungle not far away. Standing in front of Liu Hao, the muscles of Austin's whole body tensed up instantly, like springs compressed together. Scarlet sickle. He only heard Austin growl, and a 2-meter-long blood-red sickle appeared in his hand in an instant. Stand behind me. At this time, Austin's voice was low, and he spoke to Liu Hao behind him like a beast roaring. This is a 300-year-old soul beast heavy armored wild boar. Don't look at him wrapped in black fur, but in fact he has 2 layers of bones. In addition to the endoskeleton that supports the internal organs and muscles, the surface of the body there is also a layer of exoskeleton, which is very strong. Plus, this kind of spirit beast has extremely strong reproductive ability, and it is the source of most defense-type spirit rings. Although Liu Hao was relatively short in stature, he was agile and quickly ran behind Austin. In the distance, the heavily armored wild boar rushing out of the bushes also saw the two of them. This huge soul beast weighing nearly 2 tons spit out 2 streams of white air from its nostrils, and its red eyes were firmly locked on Austin's body. There was only a bang, and the huge soul beast started instantly, just like a heavy truck crashing towards Austin. At this time, Austin, holding the scarlet sickle with both hands, went in the direction of the heavily armored wild boar without retreating and killed it. Remember, when dealing with the enemy, never choose to retreat, only forward. Because your enemy will not give up attacking because you turn your back to him. I saw Austin jumping high on the spot, holding the new red sickle with both hands, and slashing down in the direction of the heavily armored wild boar from top to bottom. Soul Skill Scarlet Moon Slash. A deep purple soul ring appeared on Austin's body, and at the same time blood began to shine on his scarlet sickle, and the red light flowed like fresh blood. The red light condensed into a half moon and appeared in the sky. The heavily armored wild boar below roared loudly, opened its big mouth and wanted to jump up and bite Austin. But it's too late to say. There was only a flash of red light, and the sickle in Austin's hand instantly crossed the sky like a red line passing through the darkness. Whisper. The huge monster weighing several tons was split into 2 in an instant. Blood flowed from the body of the heavily armored wild boar, leaving a lot of blood on the grass and dirt like exploding fireworks. At the same time, a pale yellow soul ring floated out from the corpse. The age of this wild boar should be around 300 to 400 years. What a pity. Originally, the spirit ring of this wild boar could be used by other soul masters. Looking at the pale yellow soul ring, Austin sighed. At the same time, he pulled out a dagger from his waist, walked up to the heavily armored wild boar, and cut off about 10 caddies of flesh from the root of the thigh. We still need to live in the forest for about half a month before we have a chance to find the magical ape you're looking for. Let's go now. Looking at the corpse of the fallen soul beast, Liu Hao nodded solemnly. Now he has finally entered such a magnificent world as the Duoluo continent. And half an hour after Liu Hao and Austin left, a group of people suddenly came to the place where they just killed the soul beast. One of them walked up to the corpse and knelt down. He touched the blood on the ground with his fingers, then put it on his nose and smelled it slightly. It's been less than half an hour since they left, so hurry up and chase after them. But be careful about Austin. Although his martial spirit has had a great impact on his spirit, once he falls into madness, there may still be some strange things. Easy to deal with. At this time, everyone behind them also nodded. But although Austin's lunatic is really powerful and difficult to deal with when he goes crazy, can there be more than 10 people here who can't beat him? So you can relax. In order to get rid of those nobles Liu Hao, he really spared no effort, even sent more than 10 people over. Although it seems that the strength of these 10 people alone may not be as strong as Austin. But adding up to a dozen can indeed solve Austin. Austin, who was leading the way ahead, passed through a bush and heard a rumbling sound from a distance, and then pricked up his ears to listen carefully to the sound, which turned out to be the sound of a waterfall falling on the water. There should be a small river in front. Let's repair it first. It is very difficult to find the magic ape in the vast forest. After all, the magic ape can construct illusions. Only ghosts know where he will hide. We must first find the food that the magic ape likes to eat, such as crispy fruit, red-tailed sunflower snake, etc., and then find a way to attract the magic ape. Liu Hao also knew that it would be difficult to find the magic ape, so he nodded. Then the two of them walked towards the direction from which the voice came. Although the waterfall sounded not far away, when the two of them walked through the bushes and grass to reach the direction of the waterfall, the sun had only a little afterglow shining on the waterfall. At first glance, it looks like a yellow curtain hanging from the cliff to the ground, and the golden light is reflected to the eyes along the water droplets, which seems to be a dreamlike fairyland. Austin didn't show too much expression because of the beautiful scenery in front of him. He walked to the small river and prepared a series of things such as tents. I will keep watch tonight, so you should have a good rest first. Tomorrow we still need to search the outskirts of the forest. At night, Liu Hao only heard the buzzing of mosquitoes. It made it difficult for him to fall asleep, and outside the tent, Austin closed his eyes and dozed off by the fire. Suddenly his eyes opened immediately, and a bright red light flashed in front of his eyes. "Someone is coming," Austin murmured in his mouth. There was a chattering sound coming from the pitch-black jungle. In fact, in this vast jungle, night is the time for spirit beasts to move about. It is not surprising that some soul beasts came around Liu Hao and Austin's camp, but if there are more than a dozen soul beasts, it is very abnormal. So Austin decided to drive out all the soul beasts around the camp first. However, Liu Hao, who was lying in the tent, was also startled by the deep words from Austin's mouth. At this time, just poking his head out of the tent, he saw that Austin had rushed into the dark jungle. "Mr. Austin, you will fall for such an obvious plan to divert the tiger away from the mountain." Seeing the back of Austin leaving, Liu Hao wanted to call him back loudly. But as expected, a cloud of mist appeared in front of his eyes. Obviously, this was not the movement made by the soul beast. A sinister voice appeared above the tent. It seemed to be right next to Liu Hao's neck. "Kid, die for me." A gust of cold air appeared from Liu Hao's neck in an instant, as if a cold blade was about to cut off his neck directly. Just in the blink of an eye, Liu Hao's muscles all over his body suddenly swelled. "It's indeed a good plan for you to lure Austin away, a plan that allows me to unleash my full strength." In the white cloud, a dark green muscular monster with a height of 3 meters appeared in front of the killer who wanted to kill Liu Hao. The killer was not very tall and was extremely thin. He was wearing a thick black robe, but if he looked carefully, he could still find that the killer was already possessed by a martial soul. At the same time, his body was wrapped in white clouds, and his face could not be seen clearly. Cloud Killer's reaction speed was extremely fast. When he was about to cut off Liu Hao's neck, he suddenly discovered that Liu Hao's body rapidly swelled and turned into a dark green monster. He was also taken aback and quickly jumped to the next tree trunk. At the same time, if you look carefully, besides Killer Cloud, there are 3 other killers around the entire camp. One of the killers held a golden spear in both hands, and the other killer held a blue shield in his left hand. The last killer grew black horns from his head, just like the Tauren in World of Warcraft. "What kind of monster are you?" Among the 4 killers, Killer Yunwu said to Liu Hao in surprise. The golden gun killer among the 4 said with a sneer, "What kind of monster is this kid? Let's rush up and kill him directly." After speaking, he saw the golden spear killer holding his golden spear with both hands and immediately rushed towards Liu Hao. It's like Xin Zhao at level 1 going to fight against the barbarian king at level 30. Boom, the green fist punched down and the ground suddenly shook. The dirt floor under his feet was instantly cracked by the huge force. Middle. Even Liu Hao punched his head in the cavity. The other 3 people were all horrified when they saw such a cruel side. "Damn it, what the hell is going on? How did that kid become like this?" At this moment, Killer Cloud Mist lying on the tree trunk said in surprise. But Liu Hao didn't wait for these 3 people to react and rushed forward immediately. The Tauren killer and the shield killer saw Liu Hao rushing towards the 2 of them, gritted their teeth and didn't retreat. Instead, they moved towards Liu Hao's direction to push back. As Liu Hao's human form becomes more powerful, Liu Hao's Hulk body naturally becomes very powerful. After Liu Hao's transformation in the past, Hulk's strength was only about 40 tons. As his anger became stronger, it took a relatively long time. But now Liu Hao transformed into Hulk has about 100 tons of power. Such a terrifying power, he can even compete head-on with Soul Emperors above level 60. Even if that Soul Emperor is not of the power type, it is impossible to have a head-to-head confrontation with Liu Hao. Bull Clash, Shield Dash. The Tauren killer and Shield killer immediately released their soul skills and collided with Liu Hao. But when they heard the bang, the 2 sides immediately faced each other. But in front of Liu Hao's 100-ton huge force, those 2 people didn't even have time to scream, and they were directly thrown into the air. Even the air produced a terrifying sonic boom due to Liu Hao's huge strength, and the powerful shock wave shook the surrounding trees with rustling noises. Even lying not far away, the cloud killer on the tree trunk was almost knocked down by this shock wave. As for the 2 killers who were sent flying, their bones creaked and they were smashed to pieces by this huge force in an instant. A few mouthfuls of blood spit out from the mouth, and there was no sound. Cloud Killer, who was lying on the tree trunk, swallowed a mouthful of saliva. He didn't expect to come out to perform the task this time. He originally thought that it would be easy to deal with a child under the age of 6. But now it looked like the little kid was taking care of them with ease. Killer Cloud Mist still wanted to beg for mercy, but Liu Hao had already heard Austin's footsteps coming back in the distance. He rushed directly into the air and punched him down. Boom. The head of Cloud Mist Killer was blown off. After killing these 4 killers, Liu Hao also obtained some original quality. After all, the Soul Master system is the most important existence in Dual continent. After every Soul Master dies, it will have a certain impact on the Dual continent, and the extremely subtle fluctuations in the world caused by such an impact will provide Liu Hao with the original quality. Prime quality increased by 12. It is estimated that it will take tens of seconds for Austin to run around the camp. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Liu Hao hastily cleaned up all the corpses. Then, around the camp, he used the red light ring in his hand to release a large group of flames. Sure enough, in less than half a minute, Austin rushed out of the flames. His eyes were full of murderous intent. But when he saw Liu Hao in the middle of the flames, still releasing the flames of the red light, he breathed a sigh of relief. I didn't expect there to be a group of evil soul masters in this forest. It seems that you started the fire, and the fire frightened them away temporarily. There are a lot of those people, probably more than 10 well. I just repelled them and didn't kill them. I'm afraid I will attack us in the future should I go back to the academy first. But Liu Hao just shook his head because he knew the strength of those people and he had no way to pose a threat to himself. It's not necessary. After those people are repulsed by us once, I'm afraid they will think of a more comprehensive plan next time they want to attack us, but it takes a lot of time to think of such a plan. If the ape finds it, it can leave immediately. Seeing that Liu Hao was still so stubborn, Austin didn't persuade him anymore. After all, everyone is responsible for the decisions they make. Austin also sighed in his heart. Although you are sure to find the magic ape in half a month, your martial soul and the magic ape don't match at all, and you will have to spend several days to find the flame-type soul beast. But Austin didn't force Liu Hao to do what he wanted. After all, in Jiadincheng Junior College, students are qualified to be responsible for their own future. The fire burned beside this creek for about an hour and then slowly extinguished. As for the next few hours and nights, those killers never came here again. I'm afraid they have already received the news of the death of the 4 Cloud Mist Killers, and they have some doubts in their hearts. Could it be that besides the teacher Austin, besides Liu Hao, there is another teacher hidden in the dark, and only this can explain why the 4 killers are dead? The twilight of early morning in the distance shone over the waterfall, and in the mist, a rainbow spanned the banks of the river. Austin and Liu Hao washed up briefly and then walked downstream of the river. The red-tailed sunflower snake is a kind of red sunflower snake hidden in the fallen leaves. It is not a kind of soul beast, but its meat is extremely delicious and sweet. It is one of the few sunflower snakes that can be eaten raw, and the red-tailed sunflower snake, the meat of the magic ape, is a kind of hallucinogen, which has an unstoppable charm. Austin, who was leading the way, was talking to Liu Hao about the characteristics of the magical ape, while using a small wooden stick to lift the rotten leaves on the ground. Every time those things on the fallen leaves are lifted, they will be carefully observed to see if there is a red-tailed sunflower snake. The length of a red-tailed sunflower snake is about 1 meter to 2 meters, and the weight is not heavy, only 10 dozens of catties. Similar to other sunflower snakes, the red-tailed sunflower snake is also a dormant predator snake. Generally speaking, it will not leave the area where it stays. Methods such as scaring the grass and scaring the snake will have no effect on the red-tailed sunflower snake. For the next few days, under the leadership of Austin, Liu Hao searched for traces of the red-tailed snake in the fallen leaves of the bushes in the jungle. But because this kind of snake is too rare, after searching for several days, I didn't find the sunflower snake. Instead, I found several snake sloughs. In the past few days, he also encountered several powerful soul beasts, but Austin did not kill them but repelled them. This day, Liu Hao wiped the dirt off his face, took a wooden stick, and kept rummaging among the surrounding fallen leaves, but suddenly found a red, trembling streak in a fallen leaf. Tail. There are silver and black spots on this tail, which are very eye-catching. The red-tailed sunflower snake was found here. The two found a piece of lawn, which was very rare in the dense forest. After killing the red-tailed sunflower snake in the middle of the lawn, they put it on the fire. Put the red-tailed sunflower snake on the flame to emit a more intense aroma. Such an aroma is basically difficult for the magical ape to resist. We just need to wait here. Austin sat by the fire, turning the skewer of red-tailed sunflower snake in his hand, while Liu Hao, who was sitting next to him, looked at the skewer with drooling face. This kind of aroma does not put any spices. It is enough to make people salivate. It's no wonder that the magic ape is so fascinated by the red-tailed sunflower snake. Coming, Austin, who was sitting on the ground, said softly. At this time, Liu Hao raised his head to look, and the originally white sky instantly changed to another color. Purple flowing waves slowly flowed from a distance, as if there was a long purple river flowing in the air. The ability of magic apes can create virtual illusions in the real world, making it difficult to distinguish between real and fake. Generally speaking, magic apes will cause the illusion of light and shadow in the surrounding environment. This purple celestial phenomenon above our heads should be a kind of aurora. Austin beside the fire had already stood up, already holding his martial soul scarlet sickle in his hand. As the purple streamer in the sky got closer and closer, what came with the purple streamer turned out to be an established army. Looking more closely, it turned out to be the core flying wing cavalry of the Heaven Dew Empire. It seems that this magical ape has seen the appearance of flying wing cavalry on a certain battlefield, otherwise it would not have been in the virtual phantom it constructed. Appeared among. Austin, who was standing next to him, sneered. "Stay here, don't let that monkey take away the red-tailed adder, otherwise it will be too difficult to find that monkey again." The middle finger of Liu Hao's right hand was shining red, and he nodded calmly. Austin turned his head to look at Liu Hao and smiled slightly. In fact, in his mind, he really wanted this red-tailed sunflower snake to be taken away. In this case, he could let Liu Hao hunt down a flame-type soul beast, but Austin is not a teacher who likes to force students. Since Liu Hao is willing to use the magic ape spirit ring, then Austin will not necessarily force Liu Hao to make the decision to obtain the flame-type spirit beast spirit ring. Amidst the diffuse purple light mist, Austin rushed in with a scarlet sickle in one hand, as if Austin could find the magic ape in the darkness and light mist. Liu Hao next to the fire waved his hand, and a mass of scarlet flames enveloped the entire fire, waiting for the arrival of the magic ape. "Ha ha ha ha," a voice full of ridicule suddenly appeared in Liu Hao's ear. Turning his head to look, there was a young man Liu Hao didn't know standing outside the flame. That young man was wearing luxurious clothes, but his eyes were full of contempt, and he was always staring at Liu Hao with a mocking expression. However, Liu Hao is also a person with a deep city, and of course he knows in his heart that the young man in front of him is actually an illusion created by the magic ape. Swish. Suddenly a gust of wind blew across Liu Hao's cheek, and a sharp arrow flashed across Liu Hao's cheek. The arrow of the sharp arrow drew a bloodstain on his face. It turned out to be true. Liu Hao touched the wound on his face, the blood flowed out slowly, but the bleeding stopped soon. At the same time, following the way the sharp arrow was shot, there was a humanoid purple ape with a height of 3 meters, looking at him with a wicked smile. Mi's giant bow, the sharp arrow shot from that huge bow just happened to brush Liu Hao's cheek. If Liu Hao's dodge ability was not strong enough, the sharp arrow shot just now would have blown his head off. Looking at the ape smiling wickedly, Liu Hao narrowed his eyes slightly, because in his heart, another possibility immediately came to mind. That purple ape is most likely not a real magic ape, although the magic ape is a kind of purple humanoid with a height of 3 meters and an extremely strong soul beast. But you must know that the magic ape can create a virtual illusion in the real world. That is to say, the ape with a bow and arrow can actually be any ape. After all, magic apes can be made into illusions. Moreover, the IQ of the magic ape is extremely high, and it can even be regarded as the one with the highest IQ among all spirit beasts. It can be compared with normal humans in their teens, and can even clearly recognize the self in the mirror and the self in the real world. Is different. At this time, Liu Hao narrowed his eyes slightly, looking at the purple ape in the distance. I was estimating the distance in my heart. All I saw was that Liu Hao turned his hand around suddenly, and a red flame appeared in his hand, and then he lifted the flame into the air, constantly adjusting the angle. He was going to throw the flame directly in the direction of the purple ape in the distance. The purple ape stood there with a weird smile on his face, but suddenly, a red fire ball fell from the sky in an instant. With a bang, it exploded immediately under the feet of the ape. Before that ape could even react, its left leg was directly blown off. When Liu Hao took a closer look, he found that that ape was really not a magical ape. It is a Kingzong ape, one of the types of apes that can be controlled by magic apes. I didn't expect the magic ape to be so smart. At this time, a louder roar came from Liu Hao's ear again. Looking carefully, a King Kong with a height of 50 meters and a tall building like a tall building came over. Could it be that the magic ape can also control King Kong? At this time, Liu Hao's entire right arm was wrapped in scarlet flames, and from a distance, it seemed that the entire right arm had been burned by the flames. Now Liu Hao is not sure how strong the magic ape's ability to control the mind and the illusion of reality is. If that King Kong really exists, I'm afraid that Austin's all-out fighting will only be able to take him with him. Liu Hao fled from here. If Liu Hao can turn into Hulk, there is a chance to fight King Kong with all his strength. But if Hulk's anger can grow to the level of King Kong, I am afraid this battle will need to last for several hours. At that time, Liu Hao's Hulk cards will be completely exposed, and the devil will know how Wu Hundian will treat him. At the moment when Liu Hao was wondering whether that King Kong was an illusion, a very crisp sound of glass shattering suddenly came from his ear. Everything in front of him, the purple streamer, the diffuse light mist, the burning flame, and the huge King Kong standing on the other side of the sky, all disappeared in an instant. Everything just now was just reality constructed by illusion, except for the ape whose leg was blown off by Liu Hao with flames. In the distance, Austin carried the corpse of an ape in his hand and walked in front of Liu Hao. That ape had purple and red hair on its body. Outline it. On the body of this magical ape there is a lavender halo floating. Unexpectedly, this magical ape is actually a 1,000-year-old soul beast. It's really a pity this magical ape's lifespan is too high. You can't absorb his spirit ring. But Liu Hao's eyes narrowed slightly, because his physical fitness was beyond Austin's imagination, and as the Hulk, how could it be possible that he couldn't even absorb the soul ring of a magic ape? Don't worry, with my physical fitness, I can absorb this spirit ring. After saying this sentence, Liu Hao walked directly in front of the purple soul ring, waved his hand, and prepared to directly absorb this soul ring. At this time, Austin frowned deeply. Once the forced absorption fails, the power carried in this soul ring will instantly cause serious and irreparable injuries to Liu Hao's body. Although Austin respects Liu Hao's choices all the time, but now he still feels that Liu Hao is too presumptuous. The purple halo is slowly flickering, as if breathing, changing from dark purple to lavender, and then from lavender to dark purple again. Liu Hao's palm was placed above the purple halo, and suddenly, the purple soul ring released an extremely intense light, forcing people to raise their hands to block it in front of their eyes. The light shined into the eyeballs from the gaps in the fingers, and Austin saw the red light on the middle finger of Liu Hao's right hand, and the ring was continuously absorbing the power from the purple halo. At the same time, he seemed to vaguely see Liu Hao's eyes, which had changed from black to dark green, and there seemed to be dark green veins slowly surging on his face. But this change only lasted for a short time. The purple halo disappeared in an instant, and even the light was just a flash. When Austin looked at Liu Hao again, Liu Hao's eyes were slightly closed at this time, and there was a purple soul ring floating beside his body. In just a few seconds, it was successfully absorbed directly. The huge soul power carried by the soul ring did not put much pressure on Liu Hao's body, but Liu Hao's level has only been raised from level 10 to level 11. This is because Liu Hao has never obtained a soul ring, so his own soul power has been compressed. Even compared to other soul masters, Liu Hao's soul power is extremely pure and even has a tendency to atomize. And now even if he absorbed a 1,000-year purple soul ring, he would only be upgraded from level 10 to level 11. What is the skill provided by this spirit ring? Austin couldn't hide the horror in his heart. Concrete shaping. Using my red light flames, I can construct various shapes. A small bird slowly floated out of the flames, flying to Liu Hao's fingertips like a phoenix reborn from the ashes. It turned out to be a living entity constructed with the flames of a red lamp. What an amazing soul skill. It took another 2 or 3 days before Austin and Liu Hao walked out of the forest. Needless to say, the journey back and what happened in between. When Liu Hao returned to the dormitory, he found that all his brothers had bruised noses and swollen faces. What's going on here? Did David sneak attack you? Gao Fei endured the pain on his face, holding ice cubes, rubbing them non-stop, and at the same time said some angrily. Then what's the reason? That kid David and his brother did it to us. Now there are only 7 days before the start of the contest. Although we have no fractures on our bodies, we are still bruised and purple. If this continues, I'm afraid. Among the 6 people, Tiger was a little angry and smashed the ice on his face to the ground. TNND at worst, let's fight to the death with them. I don't believe it anymore, they dare to fight with us. The others all shook their heads. It's not worth it at all. And teacher Sabina also said that the injuries on our faces can be recovered in a few days, so they didn't give us any treatment. Looking at it now, I'm afraid those people have already done it. Well prepared, I even suspect that they will come and beat us up every day. Soja was arranging her golden hair very carefully, and at the same time there was a rare trace of anger in her eyes. Liu Hao frowned slightly, not expecting that the injuries on their bodies were too minor to be treated. It seems that David and the others have already thought about it. At this time, a glimmer of inspiration suddenly appeared in Liu Hao's mind. When he was in the Holy Soul Village, he and Tang San collaborated to produce a lot of various potions, among which was the Accelerated Soul Master's own soul power, potions of recovery and potions of physical recovery. If those medicines can be made again, not only can these people in Dormitory 19 quickly recover their bodies, and even their soul power can increase to a certain extent. So Liu Hao slapped the table hard, only to hear a slap, and the people sitting on the bed around were also startled. Among them, Li Sun, who was sitting on the upper bunk, even jumped off the upper bunk directly. "What the hell is going on with you, kid? You're suddenly startled." Liu Hao said, "I've figured out a way. Come here first and I'll tell you about my plan." The remaining 6 people were a little suspicious, but they still stretched their faces in front of Liu Hao, wanting to hear what Liu Hao's plan was. "Brother, don't worry, we have already planned. From now on, we will rush to the front of those 7 boys every day and beat them up, but the hands are not very serious, just beat them until they turn blue. That's all. After 7 days, if those people can display % of their strength, they can already be regarded as determined." David, who was sitting next to him, showed a rare smile on his face, and at the same time took out a jade box from his desk and put it in front of his younger brother. "Take it, these are sent by those nobles. It can suppress the bloodthirsty symptoms in your body. You must be careful not to fall into madness, otherwise the teachers will not let you go." David's younger brother took the jade box rather casually. "What's the big deal? How can it be necessary for me to be crazy to deal with them?" The subordinate standing next to David also laughed. After all, if Liu Hao and the others were counted apart from Liu Hao, they were really not as good as them. David waved his hand at this moment. "The nobleman sent me news that the boy named Liu Hao is not dead. That is to say, the killers they sent out did not kill Liu Hao, and when he came back there was not even a trace of wound on his body. No, we all know that Mr. Austin's martial spirit is a scarlet sickle. Once he sees blood, it will affect his spirit, and he may even go crazy, but Liu Hao is still not injured. His kid's strength may not be underestimated. Watch for." But at this moment, a person walked in from outside the house. David squinted his eyes and looked through the gaps in the crowd. The person who walked over was Jackson. There was a vague smile on the corner of Jackson's mouth. "David, you are right. That kid named Liu Hao is indeed very lucky. Because when Mr. Austin and that kid Liu Hao entered the Stardew Forest, they met the title dew of our spirit hall inside. Luo, those of my subordinates didn't dare to do anything to title Duo Luo, so they chose to leave directly, but they had to guard against Liu Hao. After all, the flames released by his martial soul were indeed extremely strange. Take it." After speaking, Jackson took out 7 light blue clothes as thin as silk from behind him. This is a fire-resistant suit made of the skin membrane of a deep-sea magic fish, which can cause extremely high resistance to flames. An ordinary flame of 1 or 2,000 degrees Celsius can't burn through the fire-resistant suit at all. So even if the fire suit released by Liu Hao, the temperature of the fissure fluid coming out is extremely high, which is useless. The people around were all blinded by the 7 pieces of fire protection suits they took over from Jackson. Tiger and his 7 boys are definitely dead. Time passed quickly, and 7 days passed in the blink of an eye. During these 7 days, David and the others really kept their promises, and they were attacking Liu Hao and the others every day. However, Liu Hao's resistance was also extremely fierce. He burned several of David's subordinates with flames, and even had a large area of flesh on his back, leaving scars that could not be recovered. It was also like this that made David's subordinates stop attacking Liu Hao and the others until the final decisive battle came. The news that Liu Hao was going to have a 7v7 battle with David's younger brother, David, quickly spread throughout the academy. And on this day, the ring was already full of people, and the referee standing in the middle turned to look at the 7 people on the left and right sides of him. "Are you ready?" The 14 people nodded repeatedly and looked at each other with angry eyes. After making sure that everyone is ready, the teacher standing in the middle raised his arms high. "Battle begin." As soon as the words fell, a pair of wings suddenly appeared on the back of the teacher. He slapped hard and rushed straight into the sky, and then floated about 20 meters away from the arena. He folded his hands on his chest and lowered his head to observe the battle below. Immediately, 2 teammates ran out from Dai Hui's side. One of his teammates was 10 points short and fat, and at the same time he was carrying a heavy snail shell on his back. It turned into a spherical shape. Snail rolling. In addition to the snail, another person ran out of it. That person was covered with long hair and had a sharp horn growing out of his nose, but he wore thick glasses on the bridge of his nose. Rhino Dash. These two people should be the two defensive soul masters in Dai Huade's team. At the same time, two people were found from the team. Those two people turned out to be a pair of twins at a glance. The two waved their hands, and a blue flower appeared in the blue-clothed hand standing on the left. A red flower appeared in the hand of the red dress on the right. Speed increase, power boost. The blue clothes flicked the blue flower in his hand vigorously, and a touch of blue brilliance fell from the sky and landed on Dai Huade and others. The one in the red clothes also flicked the red flower, and the red brilliance flowed slowly, washing over the bodies of Dai Huade and others. On the side of Liu Hao and the others, the one standing in the middle was actually not Tiger but Soja. At this time, Soja waved his hand, and a ray of white and golden light descended on him. Those people sitting in the auditorium all looked at Sia with wide eyes. A pair of pure white wings suddenly spread out behind Soja, like an angel under the golden light. Golden Ring Swan Possession, Gift of Holy Light. Sia gently shook her palm in the air, and the golden holy light fell on Liu Hao and the others like raindrops. Everyone just feels that their body seems to be % stronger. I didn't expect you to have such a method. Brothers, come with me. Tiger looked up at Soja floating in the midair and laughed, and then the golden lion rushed forward directly. On the other side, Li Sun and Lin Wei also summoned their martial souls. Blue Sky Eagle possessed, Thunder Leopard possessed. The cyan and blue rays of light intertwined, and the two of them rushed forward like lightning. In addition, Giant Ziran, who was standing next to Liu Hao, laughed loudly. Ha 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 ha, it's a good time to come, shining double swords. A pair of blue-gold twin knives shining with a strange light appeared in Giant Ziran's hands, and he rushed forward immediately holding the pair of shining twin knives. Boom! Tiger and Lin Wei took the lead and directly blocked the snail and rhino on the opposite side. Tiger's strength was extremely huge, but compared with the owner of the rhino martial soul, it still paled in comparison. The moment the two sides confronted each other, Tiger was hit by the enemy and stepped back 2 or 3 steps. Good boy. The rhinoceros hummed, and at the same time raised its own rhinoceros horn and flicked it vigorously. The sharp rhinoceros horn streaked through the air, bringing a series of hissing sounds. At the same time, Tiger's speed was also very fast. He pushed his toes hard and dodged his body backwards, avoiding the puncture of the sharp rhino horn in a dangerous manner. Soul skill, Golden Lion Roar. With enough distance already, Tiger opened his mouth wide and a huge sound wave rushed out of his mouth. There was only a humming sound, and the rhino couldn't help but took 2 or 3 steps backwards. Bloodthirsty Bear possessed. At this time, Dai Huade said loudly, and a red and black half-bear appeared on the ring. The battle has reached a fever pitch. Sandstorm Belly Snake possessed. Turning the fire stick. A woman next to Dai Huade suddenly roared in a low voice. Pale yellow scales grew on her body, and at the same time, 5 sharp poisonous thorns popped out from her fingers. It turned out to be half human and half snake. The other person had a grim face. He was a male, holding a red long stick wrapped in flames in his hand, and the two immediately rushed towards Tiger and the others. The snail rolls and rolls. The target of that snail was Liu Hao and Gao Fei standing behind, so don't care about it at all. Tiger and others rushed forward. If you want to attack the back row, did you ask me? Soul skill, Thunder Claw. Lin Wei let out a roar, and in his left hand flashed a blue lightning spark, and from top to bottom there was a crackling sound in the air. Suddenly, like a flash of lightning, it grabbed the snail's shell fiercely. Only a crackling sound was heard again. Blue lightning spread across the snail's body, and a low whining sound came from inside the snail's shell. The snail that was shrunk in the shell unexpectedly escaped from the inside, staring fixedly at Lin Wei standing in front of him. It's a really good method. It turns out that this snail has some mucus on its back shell, and this mucus can promote the rapid rolling of logistics, but it is not anti-electricity. Once attacked by lightning, it is very likely to enter a state of paralysis, so one attack by Lin Wei knocked the snail out of its defensive state. However, on the other side of the battlefield, Giant Ziran descended from the sky holding a pair of shining knives, and the golden light flickered in the twin knives, turning into 2 flying blades. Go to me. The target of the attack was obviously Dai Huade standing among the 7 people, but Dai Huade's face did not change at all, but the person next to him holding a fire stick rushed forward immediately. Wind stick's turn. Holding the revolving fire stick with both hands and turning it vigorously, a huge group of flames burst out from the side in an instant, turning into a wall of flames. 2 golden flying blades collided with the flame wall, blasting out a very large hole, and at the same time the roaring sound was heard endlessly on the ring. Looking at giant Zirin around the fire stick, he snorted coldly and rushed forward with his martial soul in one hand. The flames around the fire stick became more surging. The snake girl on the other side smiled lowly. Her body was as fast as lightning, like a viper diving in the sand in the desert, incredibly fast. Hidden sand, poison claw. A voice suddenly appeared in Li Sun's ear. Li Sun's speed was the fastest among the crowd, and his target was the 2 auxiliary soul masters among the 7 members of Dai Huid. But he didn't expect that the snake girl's speed was comparable to his, and she appeared in his ears in an instant. But Li Sun's speed was also faster, and his body turned back halfway and jumped out 2 or 3 meters. Taking a closer look, the snake girl stared fixedly at Li Sun. At this moment, Li Sun was gasping for breath. A snake dares to attack Qing Kongying. It's really reckless. With a curse in his mouth, Li Sun immediately rushed forward, and at the same time his hands had changed into the shape of eagle claws. Even if you are an eagle, so what? Are there still few eagles killed by me with snake claws? Now all of Dai Huid's subordinates have rushed out, and Gao Fei, who was standing next to Liu Hao, also laughed. Then I'll go and get rid of those 2 assistant system soul masters. I'll leave it to you, Liu Hao. Dai Huid. After speaking, a light flashed in Gao Fei's hand, and a triangle boomerang appeared in his hand. Go, triple ejection. The triangle boomerang flew in the air and changed from 1 to 3, and the targets of 3 of them were the 3 people standing behind Dai Huid's team. Dai Huid, who has become half human, half bear, always has a faint murderous look in his eyes. Watching the triangular boomerang flying towards him, there was a faint hissing sound as it tore through the air, snorted coldly. You're courting death, bloodthirsty bear claws. Snapped, boom. The huge force exploded the air in an instant, forming a hole in the air the size of a person. And the flying triangle was blown away by the terrifying shock wave before it even got close to the 3 of them. It seems that if you want to beat those 2 auxiliary system soul masters to lose their auxiliary ability, I'm afraid you have to directly defeat Dai Huid. With a faint red light in Liu Hao's hand, he began to fly into the air and said to Gao Fei, "Then I will assist Tiger and the others to deal with the others." Liu Hao nodded silently. At the same time, a ball of flame appeared in his hands, and there was no need to reveal that he possessed the ability of concrete shaping. David's elder brother, David, who was next to the auditorium, frowned. Why didn't those 7 people have any injuries at all? And it seemed that their spirit power level had also made great progress. Although his heart is full of doubts, he also knows that as long as he has the fire protection suit, Liu Hao, who has the most lethal ability among Liu Hao's 7 people, will not have much influence on his younger brother and them. Liu Hao's body quickly crossed from the side of the inner platform to the sky above Dai Huid, and a group of scarlet flames fell from the sky like a meteorite. Everyone in the auditorium next to the arena had already found out how terrifying Liu Hao's flames were. When they saw that Dai Huid didn't dodge at all, everyone opened their eyes. But at this time, Dai Huid opened his big mouth with a sneering smile and did not make any defenses, allowing the flames to fall on him. Boom. The flames of the red light exploded immediately on Dai Huid's chest, and the red light instantly enveloped Dai Huid's whole body. Looking carefully, he seemed to have become a popular fried chicken. But amidst the flames, Dai Huid's eyes were fixed on Liu Hao, who was in midair. Come down for me. Dai Huid, who was inside the flames, didn't seem to have suffered any injuries at all. With his legs, he jumped nearly 10 meters high, picked up his huge bear claws, and smashed down hard. Liu Hao couldn't dodge in time, he could only raise his hands to block in front of him. Boom! Under this claw, Liu Hao fell to the ground from midair in an instant. There was 0 distance contact between the body and the hard arena floor. Boom! But Liu Hao's reaction speed is also extremely fast. At the same time his body hit the ground, he jumped up from the ground with force from his waist and abdomen. At this time, Dai Huid also just came from a high altitude. The huge bear paw hit the ground again, the hard rock was smashed with several cracks. It's really fast to hide. Dai Huid opened his ferocious bear mouth and said something coldly, but Liu Hao didn't answer. Looking carefully, Dai Huid was actually wearing thin light blue clothes. I didn't expect you to be wearing a fireproof suit. I've known it for a long time, your flames are very powerful, how could you not be on guard? Dai Huid didn't hide anything, he said it directly and even took his bear's paw and patted his chest very proudly. Concrete shape, revolver. A red flaming pistol appeared in Liu Hao's right hand. Originally, according to Liu Hao's idea, he was unwilling to use this method. After all, if he did so, he would expose more of his whole cards, but now it's better to get rid of Dai Huid quickly. So at this time, Liu Hao raised the revolver in his hand. None of the people watching the battle or in the arena had seen what is this strange thing in Liu Hao's hands. Could it be a new hidden weapon created by Liu Hao? Tiger and the others thought that before the battle started, Liu Hao had already made some hidden weapons for them, saying that they could use them when the battle situation was extremely tense. And now seeing the revolver in Liu Hao's hand, everyone thought the same in their hearts. Only a snap was heard. The revolver fired immediately, and a pure bullet condensed from the flames of the red light was fired in the direction of Dayward. The speed of the bullet is several times faster than Dai Hui's reaction ability. All I saw was the revolver in Liu Hao's hand, a red light flashed, and a flower of blood burst out from the flowered chest standing opposite Liu Hao. David, who was standing under the ring, stood up with a whoosh. Liu Hao. How dare you do anything to my brother? David, who was standing under the ring, stared angrily, but Liu Hao didn't take care of Wade at all, and then another bullet hit Dai Hui's shoulder. With a bang, it pierced through his shoulder in an instant, and at the same time, the flames of the red light began to burn rapidly from the inside to the outside. If you don't surrender, my flames will burn you alive. Dai Hui, who was knocked to the ground, fixed his eyes on Liu Hao, but he was still unwilling to surrender. And the other teammate of Dai Hui, who has been pulled, can only look at Dai Hui anxiously at this time. When you are fighting against me, you dare to be distracted. When Tiger saw the rhinoceros in front of him, he dared to turn his head to look at Dai Hui behind him. He raised his arm high and slammed it down like a lion's palm. The huge force directly hit the rhino's face. Snapped. With this slap, the rhino staggered and his combat strength was a little unstable. At the same time, Tiger rushed forward quickly, grabbed the rhino horn with his left hand and smashed down hard. Boom. The rhino's face came into intimate contact with the solid ground of the ring. All of a sudden, the nose and mouth were full of blood, and the rhinoceros was hit violently this time, and its eyes glistened. David, who was standing on the edge of the ring, saw that the flames on his younger brother's body were getting bigger and bigger. If this continues, he might be burned to death. He slapped the edge of the ring vigorously and said loudly, "We surrender." The speed at which the battle ended and the suddenness of the situation made everyone unexpected. The entire battle only lasted for a few minutes before it ended in a hurry. Among them, the terrifying dominance displayed by Liu Hao made everyone look sideways. This Liu Hao's martial spirit is probably too powerful, and what is that strange hidden weapon that he conjured up in his hand? It is so fast that it can even penetrate Hui's shoulder. It's really strange. According to Liu Hao's talent, he should be able to go directly to the first-class class. Why was he assigned to the D-class class? That's right, if his talent and ability are so powerful. And Jiang Qingsu, who had been watching the battle at the edge of the ring, also saw the battle that Liu Hao resolved in one fell swoop. Although she didn't think that Liu Hao would be defeated in her heart, she didn't expect that the battle would be won so quickly. It made me worry about you for nothing. Since the battle of these few people, you have been standing here watching the battle, especially staring at that Liu Hao. Are you familiar with Liu Hao? A stern voice came from Jiang Qingsu's ear, and she immediately turned her face away. Standing next to her was an extremely handsome boy with a smile on his lips all the time. Young Master Wei. Jiang Qingsu immediately whispered, but this man named Wei Gongzi just waved his hand indifferently. Just call me Wei Ran, we are classmates after all. Jiang Qingsu nodded with some fear. In their class, the young master named Wei Ran in front of him was not a character to be trifled with. He injured the teacher on the first day of school. Although he used a soul tool, it is enough to show how powerful he is. So far, the school has not given any punishment measures, and directly fired that teacher. Liu Hao and I came from the same village, both from Holy Soul Village. I heard that he was going to compete with Dai Hui, so I came over to have a look. Wei Ran nodded knowingly and then turned his attention to the ring again. The battle on the arena was over, and the teacher who had the ability to heal immediately stepped forward and healed everyone's injuries. And David, who was standing below the ring, stared at Liu Hao with murderous eyes. But at this time, he didn't speak, but left the ring with his younger brother. The audience around David didn't dare to speak, as if the air was frozen. It seems that this time we really and completely pissed David off. While patting the dust in his hands, Tiger walked to Liu Hao's side and said, "What's so scary about that? Soldiers come to block, water comes to stockpile soil." Xiu Xia slowly flew to the side of several people, and some of them indifferently patted the air in front of their noses with their hands, as if there was some unpleasant smell. Wei Ran next to Jiang Qingsu narrowed his eyes slightly and looked at Xiu Xia among the seven. "It's really interesting. I didn't expect that even you were assigned to the D-class class. Is the struggle in your family really so fierce? Let's leave first." Wei Ran whispered to Jiang Qingsu next to him. Looking at Wei Ran beside him, Jiang Qingsu actually felt a little fear in his heart, then glanced at Liu Hao on the ring, turned his face and followed behind Wei Ran. The battle ended in the dean's office, and the result was told to Dean Si Hongbo from the beginning. I didn't expect it to end so quickly. It seems that the martial soul of this student Liu Hao is far beyond our imagination. When you entered the forest with him, how much Austin did his martial soul show? Austin, who was sitting opposite Si Hongbo, raised his head slightly to look at the dean opposite him. Haven't I already said it many times? That kid only showed his ability to release flames, but his first soul skill was extremely interesting. It was a soul ring obtained from the body of a magic ape, and it was a 1,000-year-old purple soul ring. The name of the skill is concrete shaping. It is definitely a very powerful skill. Having said that, there was a rare trace of jealousy on Austin's face. You said if we send Liu Hao to the Pope for training, is it feasible? Austin's eyes widened in surprise at this time. Not everyone has the qualifications to become the Pope's disciple. If Liu Hao really becomes the Pope's disciple, it means that he is the heir apparent of the entire Spirit Hall. Once the Pope dies in the future, Liu Hao may become the new Pope of Wuhandian. Is it really possible? Austin looked at Si Hongbo in front of him with some doubts. But Si Hongbo smiled slightly and opened the drawer next to him and took out a glass bottle from inside. Inside the glass bottle was a tube of red blood-like liquid emitting a faint blue-silver light. Do you know what this is? An ordinary potion. Austin replied, this is not an ordinary potion. This potion has no side effects. It can promote the Soul Master's upgrade and absorption of soul power. That is to say, it can improve the Soul Master's cultivation base. Apart from some side effects, almost it is a perfect potion. Si Hongbo looked at the bottle of blood-like liquid in his hand with admiration. You don't want to tell me that this drug was developed by Liu Hao, do you? Si Hongbo nodded. Can I try to see how strong the effect is? Put the potion in Austin's hand. Fortunately, this kid has already developed more than a dozen bottles, and it doesn't matter if you drink one. Looking at the bottle of red potion in his hand, Austin gulped it all down. Hiss tilde so spicy. This kid likes to eat spicy drinks. Now calm down and absorb the soul power in the environment, and you will find that the absorption speed of the soul power will become stronger. Austin immediately followed suit, closing his eyes, only feeling that the speed of his soul power began to run rapidly, and even the elements in the surrounding environment began to be absorbed by him. After a while, Austin opened his eyes excitedly. This kind of potion actually has an effect on us. Although it is only about 3% stronger, if it continues to be developed like this, it may be able to affect people of 70 or 80 levels. The person sitting opposite nodded. The Pope already knew about this matter, but I haven't issued a precise order to me yet, but I guess the Pope will definitely not let Liu Hao go. I thought that the most powerful kid was him. The martial soul in my hand, I didn't expect that the most powerful thing is his brain, damn it, he is only about 6 years old. The two people present all thought of Liu Hao, who was less than a double-digit age. After 10 years, no one knew what kind of achievements Liu Hao could make. It seems that the two of us need to have a good talk with Liu Hao now, Austin said while watching Si Hongbo from his seat, but Si Hongbo waved his hand. We need to wait for a while to discuss this matter. We must not let the news of Liu Hao's ability to refine medicine spread to other people's ears. Only you and I know about this matter. Remember, you must never tell third person. Austin nodded solemnly, and then the two exchanged a few words. Liu Hao and the others who returned to the dormitory were still extremely excited. They did not expect that this decisive battle would win the final victory. There was a knock on the door outside the room. Jian Ziyuan immediately turned over and sat up, opened the door and saw that it was David standing outside. At this moment, David's face was gloomy, as if water was about to drip. There are still several people standing behind him. Could it be that they came here to raise a question? What are you doing here? Looking at David, Jian Ziyuan said directly, let me talk to you about the promise. At this time, David pushed Jian Ziyuan hard and walked directly into the dormitory. Hey tilde, you are really rude. After being pushed away, Jian Ziyuan complained a little, and the people who followed David also entered the dormitory. Going straight to an empty stool, David's eyes scanned the 7 people in the dormitory, and finally his eyes stopped on Liu Hao's face. The duel made you victorious. Although I hate you very much, what I promised is what I promised. From now on, you don't have to clean up because I will arrange other people to help you clean it up. Clean. After saying this sentence, David stood up directly from his seat, ready to leave directly. But at this time, Liu Hao said, if this is the arrangement, then this is not a transaction between us. Originally, David had already wanted to leave, but now he looked sideways. What deal? Do you really want those nobles in Class A and Class B to honestly clean up by themselves? Don't even think about it. Lin Wei next to him raised his hand. We have already won the duel, so we don't need to cause any more trouble. I think we don't need to clean up, it's already good. At this time, Liu Hao sneered. All the people in the D class need to clean up, but ours has to be cleaned by others. What do you think our classmates think of us? Lin Wei and the others were stunned at this moment. After all, they were still young at this time, and they hadn't thought of such a deep situation. But now that Liu Hao reminded them of this sentence, everyone present knew the danger of this matter. As the old saying goes, if you don't worry about the few, you don't worry about the unevenness. Others are honestly cleaning. Why can the 7 of them do nothing? Then the 7 of them can really be counted in the academy. It was everyone shouting and beating. I still need to have a duel with you. Once I win the battle, all the people in the D class will no longer clean up for the other 3 classes. The other 3 classes need to clean up by themselves. What do? Don't do it. In the resplendent main hall of the Wuhan Hall, the faint burning of the Qinghui stone released a bright light, illuminating the entire hall brightly. Right in front of the main hall is a huge throne with a height of nearly 5 meters. But at this time, there is no one under the throne. Only Pope Bibaidong is lazily leaning on the throne. Holding a small bottle of potion in the Pope's hand, at this moment Bibaidong was shaking lightly, and the liquid in the potion in his hand bubbled up a few bubbles. There seems to be a galaxy flowing inside. It's really interesting. I didn't expect that the pharmacist of Shanghun village, which caused such a big battle in the whole Duluo continent, is just a 6-year-old kid. Who would have thought of that? In fact, Liu Hao had already thought about the way he needed to appear in front of Bibaidong, and after much deliberation, he decided to let Si Hongbo do this. Although there is no guarantee that Si Hongbo will definitely tell Bibaidong the news that Liu Hao is a pharmacist, but in this case, this very precious information can indeed be controlled within a certain range. And now the potion made by Liu Hao appeared in Bibaidong's hands. Come on, a middle-aged man in golden armor came out from outside the main hall. This person turned out to be the Holy Dragon Duluo of the Wuhan Hall, Pope. Holy Dragon Duluo knelt on one knee and said in a loud and steady voice. Bibaidong on the throne was still as lazy as ever. With a slight lift of her finger, a piece of paper the size of a postcard suddenly appeared in her hand. Take this piece of paper and go to Armor City Junior College. I want you to bring me one of the students and send it to the Island of Death. Holy Dragon Duluo, who was kneeling below, looked calm. The paper slowly floated in front of him, and he stretched out his hands to catch the paper in midair. Obey the Pope, there is no change in the sound. Go, I'm a little tired. Have you heard? Those 7 freshmen, including a guy named Liu Hao, actually wanted to fight David one-on-one. Why do you need to know that David has a strength of level 32? What is the difference between this and courting death? I heard that it was because of the cleaning of Ding and other classes. Originally, David had promised that those 7 people would not need to clean up, and even their cleaning would be done by other people. But those 7 people were unwilling to live or die, and then they had to talk to each other again. David will have a duel. Once they win, then there is no need to clean up, and all the people in Class D will no longer clean up. Wow, this is a good thing. Once it is really successful, people in Class D will have more time to practice and study. That's right. Although the 7 little devils were so arrogant when they first came to school, I have to say that they are much stronger than some people in terms of being human. From now on, sir, I declare to support the 7 of them. Who do you think you are? You haven't cleaned up the rubbish on the street. The gambling battle between Liu Hao and David was quickly spread throughout the Junior Academy of Armored City. Although the people in Ding and other classes were very excited, the people in the other 3 classes were not in the same mood. All right. Because once Liu Hao really wins, they will have no one to clean up for them at that time. Do they really need to clean the toilet by themselves? Although such a possibility is very low, what if I saw a ghost? When all the people thought that they still need to get up every morning to clean up, and even need to honestly do all kinds of sundries, the people in those 3 classes felt extremely uncomfortable. Who is that Liu Hao? He dared to take such a big breath. You must give that kid a good lesson. You really don't know the rules. Do you think we don't want to do anything to that kid? This agreement has attracted the attention of the dean from the very beginning. Now the dean has let go, and no one is allowed to disturb Liu Hao and David before the duel begins. Once someone dares to do this, pack up your things and go home. Damn, this is a bit too unfair to us. It's just to let those untouchables clean for us. Aren't they even willing to do this kind of thing? I see the one who cleaned our dormitory untouchable. He's quick. That's right, I also think they're worthless all their lives. People like them are born to clean the toilets for us. It's impossible for us to do chores honestly. Although it is said that the duel between Liu Hao and David caused a lot of noise in the entire junior college, but Liu Hao really didn't take this matter to his heart. After all, although David's strength has already reached level 32, that is to say, he has 3 soul abilities. However, Liu Hao's first soul skill, concrete shaping, is equivalent to having countless soul skills. The only thing that makes Liu Hao worry is that if David chooses to fight for a long time, it will not be very good for Liu Hao's own soul power reserves. After all, David's level is nearly 20 levels higher than Liu Hao's, and the amount of soul power is naturally many times higher. So for Liu Hao, the most important thing is to make a quick decision. Outside Jiadun City, Holy Dragon Duoluo had already flown over the junior academy, fall from the sky, walked to the garden in front of the dean's office. This kid Si Hongbo didn't expect to be so comfortable when he came to the junior college to be the dean. Looking at the beautiful scenery around him, Xinglong Duoluo sighed in his heart. Unexpectedly, Lord Saint Dragon Duoluo, you will come over. I am extremely sorry for not sending someone out to greet you. Si Hongbo immediately walked from his office to the garden, lowered his head and said respectfully. Xinglong Duoluo waved his hand indifferently. You must be aware of the purpose of my coming here. I want to take away one of the students from the junior college, and the name is Liu Hao. Si Hongbo was not surprised at all. After all, he was the one who submitted all the news and content about Liu Hao. I understand. How much do you know about this Liu Hao? Holy Dragon Duoluo walked up to Si Hongbo and asked. It seems that the two are very familiar. Liu Hao is a very special student. His talent can be directly entered into Class A, but I arranged him into Class D, and he didn't put up too much resistance. On the contrary, in the last class, life was more contented, and there was even a very interesting resistance. How do you say that? Xinglong Duoluo asked with some doubts. Si Hongbo, who was leading the way, explained. On the first day this student entered the school, he had a conflict with 3 nobles, and even one of his companions injured one of the 3 nobles, and later even had a fight with the nominal boss of the class such as Ding. The conflict between David and David was a betting fight. The content of the betting was that they didn't want to clean up honestly, and they didn't want others to do the cleaning, so Liu Hao and David heard that they wanted to have a real match. One contest. Oh, I didn't expect this kid who was only 6 years old to have such courage. The two of them had already walked into the office. Si Hongbo gave Xinglong Duoluo a cup of tea, stood in front of Xinglong Duoluo and continued. This brat is indeed very courageous, and what is commendable is that he is extremely smart. He knows exactly what he is doing, and he knows in his heart who he should get help from. When the duel between him and David was spread at the time, everyone in the entire D class was supporting him, and even the other 3 classes were not so hostile to him, although there were still some complaints. Holy Dragon Duoluo, who was sitting on the sofa, nodded while holding the tea in both hands. At first, I was still thinking about whether to take that kid away now, but now it seems that I still need to watch this good show of the duel. You will not be disappointed. In front of Xinglong Duoluo, the director of teaching, Si Hongbo bowed slightly and said. In Liu Hao's dormitory, although Liu Hao was not in a hurry at all, his companions were much more anxious than he showed. I saw Tiger walking in the room as if he wanted to trample the floor. Why do you act like you're not in a hurry at all? You must know that you are going to duel with David. You only chose to have such a duel with him because of the convulsions. What is the difference between this and courting death? Liu Hao, who was sitting by the bed, was still flipping through the books in his hands without hurrying. The remaining 5 people were also looking at Liu Hao with worried eyes. What's the need to be anxious? It's just soldiers coming to block, water coming to hoard it. And no matter how anxious you are, it won't help. The duel will come as usual. You don't need to worry. I will definitely win. Even Soja, who sat beside her and acted quite calmly, frowned and said, You must not underestimate David. I know that your hidden weapon is extremely powerful. It can even punch through the chest of David's younger brother, David. But you must know that David's martial spirit is a steel-armored bear. Strong defensive power, your hidden weapon probably won't cause much damage to it. Liu Hao, who was lying on the bed, smiled slightly and handed over the book in his hand. Could it be that in your eyes, I can only rely on those hidden weapons to deal with David? The eyes of the people around also showed helplessness. But seeing Liu Hao's confident appearance, everyone could only sigh, hoping that in the decisive battle, Liu Hao would not be beaten too badly by David. Time passed quickly, and it was time for a decisive battle with David. In the auditorium, Xinglong Duoluo was already sitting on the ground with Si Hongbo, his eyes narrowed slightly, and he looked at the two standing on the ring. I'm very sorry because I have some business at home this morning, so I didn't update until now. The two people standing on the ring looked at each other with extremely calm eyes, but David's heart was like a suppressed volcano that was about to erupt. As the whistle for the start of the battle blew, the body of David standing opposite Liu Hao was wrapped in silver-white steel wool. The body swelled rapidly, and the muscles bulged under the clothes at a high speed and instantly turned into a half-man, half-bear posture. At the same time, silver-white steel armor grew on the shoulders, arms, chest, back, and thighs. Today you are dead. After the martial soul possessed him, David's personality seemed to have changed, becoming more violent and irritable. And Liu Hao, who was standing opposite, didn't dare to push himself too hard. With a wave of his hand, he flew to a height of tens of meters under the power of the red light ring, and lowered his head to look down at David, who was standing on the ring. Xinglong Duoluo, who was sitting above the auditorium, looked at Liu Hao, who was flying in midair, and the corners of his mouth rose slightly. I didn't expect his martial soul to be so useful, and it can be given the ability to fly when it is more than 10 levels. Si Hongbo, who was sitting beside him, nodded. Looking at Liu Hao flying in midair, a sneer appeared on the corner of David's mouth. Your kid's martial soul is indeed very powerful and has comprehensive abilities, but flying in the air like a living target is really too stupid. Soul skill, the steel bear roars. Liu Hao, who was flying in the air, looked down. David, who was above the ring, opened his mouth wide, and a huge sound wave spread towards Liu Hao. The speed of the sound propagation was extremely fast. Before Liu Hao could react, the sound wave hit his body. As if being hit hard with a sledgehammer, his body was trembling non-stop at this moment. Even the internal organs seemed to have been severely punched several times, and a trace of blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. Originally, according to Liu Hao's idea, he used guns to attack continuously in the air, but the range of David's sonic attack exceeded Liu Hao's imagination. He flew to a distance of tens of meters, and David's attack could still touch her. It seems that they can only find a way to get rid of David with the fastest speed. And the nobles who were watching the battle at the edge of the ring saw the trace of blood on the corner of Liu Hao's mouth, and there was a trace of sneer in their eyes. Although Liu Hao's talent is indeed very strong, he is too arrogant. If he and David are at the same level, David will definitely not be his opponent, but now he is just a small character with more than 10 levels. The people around are also laughing. On the other side of the spectator seats, Tiger and the others clenched their fists and stared at Liu Hao floating in midair. At this time, Liu Hao had not yet fallen from the sky. Check the blood on the corner of your mouth. Concrete shaping, assault rifle. With a flash of red light, an assault rifle appeared in Liu Hao's hand. David, who was standing on the ground, naturally knew that Liu Hao seemed to be able to use his own martial soul to make various hidden weapons. The moment he saw the assault rifle in Liu Hao's hand, he opened his hands immediately and a white light surged on his body surface. Soul skill, unbreakable steel armor. The white light is like a shield, tightly fitting on the surface of David's body. At the moment when the skill was used, only a series of tinkling sounds were heard. The red bullets hit David's body like raindrops, so that David could only raise his hands to block his eyes, and barely observed Liu Hao flying high in the sky from the gap of the bullets. But Liu Hao was like a petrel in a storm, gliding and skimming at high speed in the air, shooting around David at high speed. But in just a few seconds, David was hit by hundreds of bullets all over his body, and what made David even more uncomfortable was that when those bullets hit his body, red flames would also envelop his whole body. At the same time, his soul power will be consumed more quickly due to the burning of the red flame. I can't go on like this, otherwise my soul power will be exhausted by that kid, so I have to find a way to deal with that kid. Soul skill. The steel bear roars. Grasping a gap in Liu Hao's flight, David immediately opened his huge bear's mouth. Terrifying sound waves vibrated in the air in a fan shape, looking from a distance. It was like ripples appearing in the air one after another. Do you think I didn't guard against you? The propagation of sound waves is the propagation of vibrating air molecules in the air. As long as Liu Hao can create a vacuum environment in front of him, the propagation of sound waves can be immediately blocked. Concrete shaping, aspirator. A strangely shaped shovel-shaped device suddenly appeared in Liu Hao's hands, and the surrounding air was instantly absorbed by the output of the shovel-shaped device, and even within a few seconds, a gust of wind was formed above the ring. And the moment the sound wave was about to attack, the aspirator stopped working, but a vacuum was formed within a few meters of Liu Hao's body surface. The moment the sound wave touched the vacuum, it disappeared immediately. The people watching the battle below the ring originally thought that David's attack would knock Liu Hao down from the air, but they didn't expect that Liu Hao would suddenly create the hidden weapon, and then the sound wave disappeared like a punctured blister. Cheating. That kid Liu Hao is definitely cheating. Outside the ring, David's younger brother David said loudly and couldn't help but pat the back of the seat in front of him hard, but the person sitting in front dared not speak out like a boat shaking in a storm. Quiet. It is naturally impossible for Si Hongbo to interrupt this battle at this time. Although he does not know what the strange device created by Liu Hao is, as long as a discerning person can see it, it is absolutely impossible. Cheating. Dai Huate was directly reprimanded by the teaching director. Although he was angry in his heart, he sat down obediently, but looking at Liu Hao's eyes, there was even more resentment and resentment. David, who was fighting on the ring, saw his attack disappear in an instant, and was actually a little dazed, not knowing what happened. At this time, a crackling sound was heard, and the assault rifle in Liu Hao's hand was activated again, and the continuous bullets hit David's steel armor like a torrential rain. Only the tinkling sound was heard. The sound of steel hitting. At the same time, the red flames like blood began to slowly engulf the entire arena. It looked as if the entire arena was ignited by bright red flames, and David was like a piece of meat standing in the flames and grilling. At this time, David was gritting his teeth to support him. The soul power on his body is being consumed at a rapid rate due to the effect that the red light flame can burn incombustible objects. David, who was in the sea of flames, looked up at Liu Hao, who was flying in the air with flames hanging in the air, gritted his teeth. The anger in his heart could not be concealed, but he couldn't attack Liu Hao no matter what. In fact, those spectators around the arena were also extremely shocked at this time. Unexpectedly, from the beginning of the battle, although Liu Hao was slightly injured by David's attack, he quickly gained the upper hand on the battlefield in just a few seconds, and then suppressed David until now. Even looking at the current situation, David is not optimistic. I am afraid that if he burns like this for a few more minutes, all the steel armor on David will be burned and his body will also be severely burned. I surrender. A depressing voice came from inside the sea of flames, and the audience standing outside the ring hadn't heard it clearly yet. So David in the sea of fire said loudly again, I surrender. Everyone could feel the anger in his heart. The spectators who were watching the battle did not expect this battle to be so anticlimactic. From the beginning to the end of the battle, Liu Hao was always besieging David to fight. Could it be that a martial soul with the ability to fly has such a terrifying oppressive ability? This is the question on everyone's mind. After all, in this duel, the martial soul ability Liu Hao displayed was really terrifying. Not only Liu Hao's soul skills can change his raging flames into any form, he can even fly into the sky with his own body. This actually has a great deterrent effect on most soul masters. After all, before level 50, soul masters generally cannot fly. Moreover, most soul masters don't have the means of long-range attack at the initial stage. Liu Hao's martial soul does have an extremely powerful oppressive ability. Let's go, there was no suspense from the beginning of this battle. After all, that kid Liu Hao's martial soul ability is too perverted. I really can't think of what kind of weakness that kid's martial soul has. Set fire to ice and water. Si Hongbo at the bottom of the ring didn't seem to be surprised at all and said to the holy dragon Duoluo next to him. No wonder the Pope sent Liu Hao to the Island of Death. What an amazing talent if he becomes a titled Duoluo, how powerful he would be. Si Hongbo next to him heard Xinglong Duoluo muttering to himself, and his heart skipped a beat. WTF. Sending Liu Hao to the Island of Death, the Pope is not joking. Is the Island of Death a place where a child as young as 6 years old can go? Master Xinglong Duoluo is not joking. His Majesty the Pope wants to send Liu Hao to the Island of Death. At this time, Si Hongbo didn't care about the current situation and asked Holy Dragon Duoluo with a face full of astonishment. However, Holy Dragon Duoluo frowned slightly, and a great coercion descended on Si Hongbo. Don't talk about His Majesty the Pope lightly. But what Si Hongbo said about Death Island had already reached the ears of other people. The children of the nobles who were watching the battle showed ecstasy on their faces at this moment. Is there really a god in this world? He really did what he wanted and sent that kid Liu Hao to the Island of Death. When Liu Hao returned to the dormitory, the atmosphere was extremely dignified and he had some doubts in his heart. What type of situation is this? Could it be that those nobles came to Tage and the others again? But I have already won the battle with David. Those people shouldn't be so unwise, right? After pushing the door and entering, Suosia, Tiger, and the rest of the people all set their sights on Liu Hao. Liu Hao, tell us honestly. Have you ever had very serious conflicts or even hatred with the higher-ups of Wuhandian? How do you say this? No, I'm just an ordinary soul master from Holy Soul Village and the high level of Wuhan Temple. I haven't had any contact, let alone any hatred. What's going on? Is it such a serious expression? Among them, Sozia frowned and said, "You know what? This time you are really in disaster. Don't scare me that a catastrophe is imminent. Is there anyone in this vast junior academy who wants to kill me?" Liu Hao didn't take it seriously, and in addition to defeating David in the ring, even though he was stable by nature, he was a little smug at this time. He went straight to his bed and lay down on it. "It doesn't matter what catastrophe is imminent, I'm not afraid, young master." Seeing Liu Hao like this, the 6 people around frowned. Among them, Suosia even patted Liu Hao's thigh angrily. "You better have a regular shape." This time, a top expert came from the headquarters of Wuhandian. "I heard that his purpose is to take you to the Island of Death. Do you know how dangerous the Island of Death is?" You can tell how dangerous it is just by hearing this name, and Liu Hao is not a fool, so he pouted his lips and asked, "How dangerous?" Seeing Liu Hao's indifferent appearance, the 6 people in the dormitory seemed to hate iron and steel. Death Island is one of the 3 top institutions of higher learning controlled by the entire Wuhandian. You should have heard of the other 2, the Magma Academy located in the southern volcanic group, and the Iceberg Academy located in the extreme north. Then there is the Island of Death in the Sea of Death. I've indeed heard of it. Liu Hao, who was sitting on the bed, shrugged his shoulders indifferently. But what's the problem with this? Isn't it a good thing to be able to go to the Advanced Academy earlier? At this moment, Suosia sneered disdainfully. It is indeed a good thing to go to the Magma Academy and the Frost Academy. But the average strength of the disciples recruited by those 2 academies must reach level 40 or higher. But the most special of the 3 academies is the Island of Death in this college. It is a college. It is better to say that it is a huge prison. Any soul master who angered Wuhandian will be imprisoned in the Island of Death. And at the same time, Wuhandian will also put some students from the academy on the Island of Death for training. Because the effect of training in it is extremely, that's why outsiders think that Death Island actually belongs to one of the high-level colleges of Wuhandian. But what they don't know is that the Island of Death is a prison that has never changed. Only 1 out of 10 students who enter it can really survive, and there is no so-called strength and age requirements to enter it. So I just asked you, have you messed with the higher-ups of Wuhandian? After hearing Sozia's explanation, Liu Hao felt a little confused. Thinking carefully about the few years since I came to Duluo continent, most of the time was spent in Holy Soul Village, and I never had any positive contact or conflict with Wuhan Temple. And old Jack is just an ordinary village chief in Holy Soul Village. He doesn't even have soul power, let alone had conflicts with the Wuhan Temple. The only person who was thinking about it was Tang San's father, Tang Hao. Could it be that Tang Hao, that son of a bitch, said that Liu Hao had something to do with him and then angered Wuhandian? After thinking about it carefully, there might be such a possibility. After all, Tang Hao is not a person with a good temper. And shameless enough. I think about it carefully, and I still feel that I have never provoked Wuhandian in the past, so do you think there will be a turning point for this matter? When the children around heard Liu Hao's question, they could only smile wryly and shook their heads. I heard that this order was directly issued by the Pope. If the Pope hadn't ordered you to leave the Death Island of the Spirit Hall, no one would want to release you. The people around could only sigh at this time, but Liu Hao felt in his heart that this might be an opportunity. Since the Island of Death is a huge prison, it proves that very few people from Wuhandian go to monitor the prison floating on the sea. So for Liu Hao, he can completely transform that Island of Death into his own laboratory. After all, Liu Hao's first soul skill of Wuhan is concrete shaping, which can be directly shaped for various experimental equipment. And as long as you find a place to hide there, basically no one will take care of it. After much deliberation, it is still a good place to go to the Island of Death. So at this time, Liu Hao smiled slightly and said, "Since we are destined to go to the Island of Death, why are we so sad? Anyway, it is me who is going to the Island of Death, not you. Don't think so much, just hoard." Seeing Liu Hao's cheerful appearance, the 6 people could only smile wryly. When you actually go to the Island of Death, you will know why there is such a name. In the dean's office, Si Hongbo still didn't understand why Liu Hao was sent to the Island of Death. "Lord Holy Dragon Duluo, can you please contact His Majesty the Pope? I must ask her about this in person." In fact, Holy Dragon Duluo was also extremely puzzled. although there were some rumors from outsiders that Death Island was one of the 3 high-level colleges of Wuhandian. But for high-level Wuhan Hall like them, they all know in their hearts that the Island of Death is just a huge prison, just to cultivate the students' actual combat ability. And sometimes the Island of Death is open for students to fight and fight inside. But children as young as 6 years old are rarely put directly into the Island of Death. After all, although there are a large number of soul beasts in the Island of Death, the average lifespan of the soul beasts is more than 3,000 years. Even if Liu Hao wants to obtain the second soul ring, a second-level soul master can absorb the soul of more than 20 years. Huan has never existed before, so Saint Dragon Duoluo is extremely puzzled. Actually, I am also very puzzled. Let's ask His Majesty the reason for such an arrangement. Although compared to other titled Duoluo, Xinglong Duoluo's character is relatively indifferent to the world, but he is still more attentive to the development of Wuhandian. So I'll go back to the headquarters of the Spirit Hall first. You and I will take Liu Hao to the headquarters of the Hall of Spirits. If His Majesty still wants to send Liu Hao to the Island of Death, then I have nothing to do. The Dean of Teaching, Si Hongbo, nodded solemnly. In his heart, he had a faint intuition that the Pope would not give up on this decision. It's day 2. The news of Liu Hao's victory did not become the hot search headlines in the entire Armored City Junior Academy. What really made all the news popular was that Liu Hao might go to the Island of Death. News about Death Island also flowed out from Class A student Wei Ran. Do you know how to leave the Island of Death? In Jiang Qingsu's heart, he was very worried about Liu Hao. Although Liu Hao hadn't come to see her in the past few days, all the money Jiang Qingsu spent on meals was given to her by Liu Hao. So facing Liu Hao in my heart is also extremely concerned. If you want to leave the Island of Death, there is only one way, and that is to get the approval of the Wuhan Temple. And then you can sail away from the Island of Death, or take the initiative to go to the Island of Death. Get permission from the Island of Death, or you can go there, a hell of a place to go. Hearing what Wei Ran said, Jiang Qingsu showed more worry on his face, but there was a hint of joy in Wei Ran's eyes. He was also a nobleman, so he naturally hated Liu Hao from the bottom of his heart. And now that Liu Hao is going to be sent to that ghostly place of Death Island, he is naturally very happy. Don't worry, Liu Hao's talent is so strong, even if he is sent to the Island of Death, he can come out alive and become even stronger. Jiang Qingsu next to him could only nod with a worried face. After all, she has no ability to change this matter now. 3 days later, Holy Dragon Duoluo returned to the headquarters of the Spirit Hall, and behind Holy Dragon Duoluo were Si Hongbo and Liu Hao. Looking at the huge and resplendent palace in front of them, the jaw-dropping embossed decorations, and a huge corridor nearly 300 meters long, as well as powerful soul masters standing at both ends of the corridor. It is enough to imagine how powerful the Wuhan Temple is. No wonder it can suppress the 2 great empires of the Duoluo continent by itself. After entering, don't look up at His Majesty the Pope, don't ask any questions, just stand below. Si Hongbo whispered in Liu Hao's ear, and then the two walked into the hall under the leadership of Xinglong Duoluo. The hall was still as empty as when Holy Dragon Duoluo had just left. Only Pope Bibai Dong was lazily leaning on the throne. But everyone understands that no matter how lazy the Pope is, he still possesses the power of heaven and earth. Your Majesty, I have brought Liu Hao here. Bibai Dong raised her eyes slightly and looked at Liu Hao, who was kneeling on one knee under the throne, with the corners of his mouth slightly raised. Why don't you just send it to Death Island and bring it here? Holy Dragon Duoluo, who knelt down on one knee, immediately explained to Pope Bibai Dong. His Majesty Liu Hao's talent and ability are very important to us. Wouldn't it be too dangerous to put him on the Island of Death? Although what Holy Dragon Duoluo said was extremely tactful, Pope Bibai Dong's eyes were still narrowed, and a murderous intent flashed in those long and narrow eyes. But this killing intent disappeared quickly, and he leaned lazily on the throne. Zhenshu slowly raised his head to look down at the Holy Dragon Duoluo. What you said is indeed correct, but there is a premise that Liu Hao's existence cannot be known by others, because his strength is too weak. But if he is hidden in the Island of Death, even everyone knows that he is on Death Island, so what? Can there be a more dangerous environment in this world than Death Island? Hearing Pope Bibai Dong's explanation, Holy Dragon Duoluo nodded quickly. After all, he spent a lot of courage to ask the Pope this time. There are ranks among soul masters, even the highest ranked title Duoluo. The strength of some title Duoluo is probably not much different from those very powerful soul masters of the 70 or 80 levels, but some title Duoluo can kill several soul masters of the same level by themselves. He was talking about the Pope Bibai Dong in front of him. Now that you have understood, take Liu Hao down. I have already prepared a good place for him on the island of death. Don't worry, I won't let him go in a few years, dead." Hearing what Pope Bibidong said, Saint Dragon Duluo was also relieved. After all, Liu Hao was still very important in his heart. If that's the case, then the subject will leave. After saying this sentence, Xinglong Duluo got up and left. Seeing the back of Holy Dragon Duluo leaving, Bibidong narrowed her eyes slightly. Looking at the Pope, in fact, Liu Hao's heart was always full of doubts. He couldn't figure out why a talented woman like Bibidong would like a frustrated man like Yu Xiaogeng. Yu Xiaogeng's character is not only complaining about others all day long, but also just a summarizer who only understands theory and technology, and he doesn't know how to please a person, even when he is talking and facing an opponent stronger than himself, also always on top. I don't know why Bibidong fell in love with Yu Xiaogeng, but Liu Hao has nothing to do with the setting. After the three of them left the palace, the excitement on Xinglong Duluo's face never disappeared. I don't know what this titled Duluo is excited about, but Liu Hao and Si Hongbo dare not ask. They can only bury their doubts in their hearts. But Liu Hao has been arranging his plan to go to the island of death at this time. During these 3 days, Liu Hao had already inquired about the specific situation of Death Island from Xinglong Duluo and Si Hongbo. Dead Island covers an extremely wide area, which is roughly equivalent to 1/3 of Australia. In such a vast area, it is divided into rainforest, desert, and plateau. There are 3 ports in the east, west, and north of the entire island of death. But a very tight line of defense has been set up on these 3 ports to prevent the prisoners inside the island of death from escaping from the death. On the edge of the entire island of death, except for the 3 ports, there are towering icebergs, and it is extremely difficult to cross the island of death. Not to mention that there are still a large number of soul beasts living around the iceberg, and some soul masters have even seen the existence of some 10,000-year soul beasts in Bingshuang. As for whether it is true or not, it is impossible to verify. After all, the number of people who have seen 10,000-year spirit beasts and survived is too small. In addition to the geographical environment of Death Island, there are actually 3 towns organized by local prisoners in Death Island. These towns are controlled by the most powerful soul master organizations in the Island of Death. Even these evil soul masters who were imprisoned in the Island of Death will form certain rules and order in a certain situation, even if such a rule and order are based on bloody barbarism. Among the 3 towns, there is only 1 town near the eastern port, which allows the students of Wuhandian to enter, and the other 2 towns will immediately attack as soon as they see the students of Wuhandian. And Bibidong prepared a very complete laboratory for Liu Hao in the northern port town. Liu Hao was even allowed to capture some evil soul masters on the Island of Death as experimental products. This news was told by Xinglong Duluo when Liu Hao and the others were about to take a boat to the Island of Death. Ships are sailing on the sea, and the turbulent black vortex in the distance is like a black hole, trying to swallow all the ships. Accompanying Liu Hao is a group of more than 40 Wuhandian disciples from the other 2 high-level academies. This group of people wears blue background and gold-trimmed costumes, and golden threads are woven into the back, in the shape of an iceberg. It seems that what this group of people should wear is the school uniform they will wear every day. When these people saw the Holy Dragon Duluo beside Liu Hao, they didn't dare to come forward to say hello. After all, as disciples of the Wuhan Palace, they knew every titled Duluo in the Wuhan Palace very well. Naturally, he also knew the Holy Dragon Duluo among them. The waves beat against the side of the boat, and the evening light from a distance changed from light yellow to lavender from the sky. Under the afterglow of the waves, these lights became more colorful. At the same time, when the water droplets are flying in the sky, due to the refraction of light, a rainbow seems to appear at the end of the setting sun. Such a refreshing scene made many people secretly admire in their hearts. But in the distance, everyone found that the blue sea gradually became black, and a long line of blue and black intersections appeared below the ship. We have already entered the Sea of Death. Everyone must be careful not to fall into the seawater, because there are a large number of marine spirit beasts under the seawater. Only the devil knows how many terrifying soul beasts there are there. The crew members on the observation deck lowered their heads and said loudly to the many Wuhandian students on the deck. Among them, several Wuhandian students seemed to come to the Sea of Death frequently and immediately told the students around him, "Everyone, don't worry too much." Although there are many powerful soul beasts in the Sea of Death, most of them have never seen a human ship, and they would not choose to attack under normal circumstances. And in our there is still a titled Duluo on the boat. so you just need to stand firm on the boat." The students heard it, and he felt relieved when he said this and put his beating heart in his stomach, rumbling. A huge thunder suddenly reached the ears of these people present, and the sky in the distance was originally slightly yellow, but suddenly a large black cloud floated in. In the huge black cloud, if you look carefully, it seems that there is a white lightning tearing the black cloud, but it is swallowed by the black cloud again. At this time, the lookout, who had a calm face, suddenly said loudly, "No. The storm is coming, everyone. Quickly tie up the objects on the splint with ropes. Hurry up and land the sails." Everyone, the students, quickly left the deck, returned to the cabin, and then tied themselves to the bed with ropes. "Do not hurry up." Seeing the dark cloud in the distance, all the faces on the splint changed, and some students who had never been to the sea could only use their soul power to recover themselves so as not to get seasick. More people were on the deck, unsteadily putting down various wooden barrels and sails on the deck, while Liu Hao followed behind the crowd and entered the room. Compared to other students from Bingshan Academy, Liu Hao was much luckier because he lived in the same room as titled Duoluo Xinglong. When several people entered the room, less than 10 minutes later, that huge dark cloud had already descended on the top of the ship. Catcha catcha. There was the sound of thunder and lightning tearing the sky, and the faces of the people in the cabin became even paler. In the face of such a great force of nature, even a soul master with extraordinary abilities felt small at this moment. Like ants. Only Xinglong Duoluo put his hands on his waist and raised his head to look at the dark clouds in the sky. As long as he wanted to, he could tear the dark clouds in the sky to pieces at any time. But the reason why he was unwilling to do so was because there was a huge and powerful soul beast in that dark cloud. This dark cloud is a natural disaster created by that soul beast. Swallowing Kunlong. The sky-swallowing Kunlong is a huge dragon-shaped soul beast of the ichthyosaur genus. According to legend, its size can even reach a distance of several thousand meters, like a moving mountain range. When the sky-swallowing Kunlong flies in the sky, the surrounding clouds will gather on his body, forming a huge cloud layer, and with the surge of the sky-swallowing Kunlong's own soul power, the cloud layer will gradually absorb the surrounding water and become a huge cloud layer. The sedimentary cloud finally set off a terrible storm on the sea. Moreover, when the sky-tuning Kunlong becomes an adult, it will be a soul beast for tens of thousands of years. If you want to defeat an adult sky-tuning Kunlong, relying on the strength of the holy dragon Duoluo, you may only be able to drive it away. It's really strange that I come to my house every year. Why did I meet the sky-tuning Kunlong when I went out to sea this time? It's really unlucky. I only hope that this sky-tuning Kunlong just passes by here and doesn't stay here often for hunting and hunting. Compared with other 10,000-year soul beasts. The IQ of Tunshin Kunlong is actually not that high, and because of the huge size of Tunshin Kunlong, they need to eat and hunt for a long time, so Tunshin Kunlong is often seen dragons fly from one sea area to another with dark clouds. This is because their food intake is too large. Usually they need to change their hunting grounds to ensure enough food. Rumble, boom, boom, the sound of the thunderstorm was endless, and a drop of rain fell on Xinglong Duoluo's face, touching it lightly. In the black clouds, there seemed to be a pair of golden eyes. Like the light shining through the dark clouds looking at Xinglong Duoluo, those were the eyes of the sky-swallowing Kunlong. Although compared to other 10,000-year soul beasts, sky-swallowing Kunlong's intelligence is very low, but it does not mean that he cannot judge who is strong and who is weak. Although the sky-swallowing Kunlong can now have a duel with Holy Dragon Duoluo and may even defeat Holy Dragon Duoluo, but its purpose of coming to this sea is to hunt and prey, not to fight. So when he saw Xinglong Duoluo under the clouds, he didn't choose to do it, but drove the dark clouds away from the top of the ship. It's just that Xinglong Duoluo's eyes were fixed on the big dark cloud that left, and he couldn't imagine what it would be like for a mountain range to fly in the air and then control the dark cloud. It wasn't until the dark cloud completely disappeared on the other side of the sky that Xinglong Duoluo, who was standing on the deck, breathed a sigh of relief. Because once it is fought, I am afraid that the ship under his feet will be turned into powder in an instant, and no one has the ability to survive except himself. In addition, this is the Sea of Death, and anyone who falls into the sea people are very likely to be preyed by soul beasts under the Sea of Death. Fighting against the sky-swallowing Kunlong is definitely not a wise choice. With the departure of the dark clouds, this Sea of Death gradually fell into calm again. Nothing happened in the next few days, and Liu Hao gradually adapted to the life on the sea, often using his martial soul condensed lure fishing rod to fish at sea. He even caught a 1,000-year-old soul beast once, But someone said that the meat quality of the 1,000-year-old soul beast is really good. Even if it is eaten raw, it is smooth and sweet in the mouth, just like eating meat ice cream. It wasn't until half a month later that everyone passed through the black waters of the Sea of Death and came to a piece of blue sea. From a distance, a series of islands appeared in front of everyone like stars in the sky. Those islands are connected together, like a pearl jade belt slowly extending past until the end of the field of vision. That's the Stars Islands. Humans in ancient times, when they crossed the Sea of Death for the first time, they would see the Stars Islands. There are also a large number of soul beasts living on them, and there are even ancient aborigines, but because of the fresh water was very scarce, so some powerful civilizations and cities didn't develop. Standing next to Liu Hao, Xinglong Duluo pointed to the series of islands in the distance and explained to Liu Hao next to him. Liu Hao nodded while looking at the islands in the distance. When the ship passed the islands of stars, it didn't choose to stop. This was because the captain of the ship's own soul beast was called the Green Plate Sea Turtle, and it had a very powerful soul skill that was seawater purification. There is no shortage of edible fresh water on the ship using this soul skill, and there are even more than 10 tons of fresh water evolved every time the soul skill is used. When the ship passed the 33rd island of the Star Archipelago, there was another blue sea in the distance, and the surging waves beat against the side of the ship. Many students thought that passing through the archipelago this time might land on the island and take a look at the culture and beautiful scenery on it. But I didn't expect that I just passed by the archipelago, which made many people feel very regretful. Life on the sea is very boring. Besides practicing, all Liu Hao has to do every day is fishing, playing chess, playing cards, chatting, and bragging. Compared with those other students, whose life experience is only cultivated in school, Liu Hao, who has several lifetimes of life experience, has more observation horizons and many stories to tell them. Originally, these students just thought that Liu Hao was just a 6-year-old kid, but when chatting with Liu Hao soon, they were attracted by the stories Liu Hao fabricated out of thin air. One of the stories is called Fighting the Sky, and the other is called Star Transformation, and a series of stories let them feast their ears in the boring life of a ship. Until another week later, a small island suddenly appeared in the distance of the ship, but this was just the one seen from a long distance away. The watchman standing on the observation deck said loudly at this time, "Everyone. In front of us is the island of death, and our destination is almost here." Liu Hao, who was fishing at first, immediately put away the fishing rod in his hand, stood up and looked into the distance. The small island slowly grew bigger in front of his eyes and soon occupied the entire field of vision. Compared with other lush islands in the sea, the edges of that huge island are all covered by purple crystal-like walls. All around the island of death are huge iceberg walls formed by the condensation of thousands of years of black ice. The height of those frosty walls is at least 4,000 to 5,000 meters. There are a large number of soul beasts living around the ice. Soul masters above level 5,000 need to pay a huge price if they want to cross over. The entire island of death is extremely dangerous. Not only the soul beasts living in the island of death, but also those imprisoned in the island of death prisoner. It seems that the purple crystal-like mountain should be the so-called profound ice that has been kept for thousands of years, and it seems that the entire island of death is equivalent to the basin for raising goo. It is impossible to imagine that all the most evil soul masters are all imprisoned on the island of death. What kind of monsters will be cultivated? When the ship arrived at the island of death, it was already 3 days after seeing the wall of the island of death, and everyone came to the northernmost port of the island of death. At a glance, the port in the north is actually not that big, probably only the size of a town of a few thousand people, but the average person in the port is around level 30. Even Liu Hao heard that there is a titled Duluo stationed on the island of death all year round. On the horse platform at the northern port, more than a dozen people have already been waiting, and those people are filled with a chilling atmosphere. It seems that the entire island of death and the 3 ports need to bear a lot of pressure. On the edge of the port town, a city wall tens of meters high was piled up with purple-black ice. If you look carefully, you can even find different luster reflecting behind the purple-black ice like crystals. It seems that the arrival of the ship has aroused the extreme excitement of those evil soul masters in the island of death, and they are even madly attacking the port town. Most of the evil soul masters who can be imprisoned on the island of death are not sinful to death, and most of them are only around level 40 to level 50. After all, the more powerful evil soul masters have either was recruited, or was directly killed by Wuhandian and several other powerful forces. Dozens of students walked down from the plywood, looking at everything in the surrounding northern port town with great interest. A soul saint above level 70 stepped out from the crowd. The soul saint came to Xinglong Duluo, lowered his head slightly and said, "Holy Dragon Duluo, thank you very much for bringing all the students here." Looking at the soul saint Saint Dragon Duluo in front of him, he waved his hands indifferently. "Deng Yi, I'll leave these people to you, including this kid." At this time, Xinglong Duluo pushed Liu Hao beside him to the soul saint Deng Yi. Looking at Liu Hao, who is only 6 years old, the soul saint Deng Yi frowned. "Sacred Dragon Duluo, you are conducting trials on the Island of Death, but you have never let a soul master who is not yet level 30 come here. This is really too dangerous." Xinglong Duluo winked at these people in front of him, signaling them to retreat first. Those people immediately waved to the surrounding people and left from the port pier. "Have you received a message from His Majesty the Pope asking you to build an empty but strong house in the small port town?" Deng Yi looked at Xinglong Duluo and nodded. In fact, he was also a little puzzled in his heart. His Majesty the Pope suddenly contacted him with painstaking efforts and then gave the order to build an extremely strong house. What is the purpose of this? Although Deng Yi couldn't figure it out, he absolutely had to follow the orders given by the Pope, so he immediately built a huge house. "The owner of that house is the brat in front of me. His name is Liu Hao. Your task is very simple. Assist him with all your strength and let him conduct experiments here." Looking down at Liu Hao in front of him, Deng Yi couldn't see any difference in Liu Hao. Could it be that the kid in front of him is the Pope's illegitimate son? Impossible in this world. Who can be worthy of the Pope? Could it be that the kid in front of him is a disciple of the Pope? Deng Yi was thinking wildly in his heart, but he didn't idle his hands and immediately came to Liu Hao's side and patted him on the shoulder. "Don't worry, Holy Dragon Duluo, I will definitely help Liu Hao well." Holy Dragon Duluo nodded but added, "When Liu Hao stays here, don't think too much about other things. You must know how much resources our temple spends on the Island of Death every year, and this kid can make the Island of Death a real paradise. As long as you help him well, the benefits you will get will definitely exceed your imagination." At this moment, Deng Yi lowered his head, looked at Liu Hao beside him, and couldn't understand why this kid could have such a high status in the heart of Xinglong Duluo. But Liu Hao did not speak all the time. His eyes were always looking at the surrounding port town, and at the same time there was a faint rumbling sound coming from his ears. "Let's go to the laboratory first." Liu Hao finally spoke at this moment. On the Island of Death, there are a total of 3 small towns formed by the evil soul masters themselves, because there are a large number of powerful soul beasts on the Island of Death. Therefore, the evil soul masters actually have a very difficult life. They only dare to grow some food on the edge of the iceberg on the Island of Death, using the melted snow water from the mysterious ice of 10,000 Zai, and sometimes hunt some weaker 1,000-year-old souls. Beast. It is also because these evil soul masters live on the edge of the iceberg all year round, so they have the opportunity to see the arrival of ships outside the island. "Olga, there's a new ship in the northern port town, don't you know about it?" In Emerald Town, one of the 3 towns of evil soul masters, the atmosphere in the hall was a bit oppressive. An evil soul master sitting across the table raised his head and said to Olga, who was like a beast opposite him, "Jeffel, you came here and said this to me. Do you want me to send someone to attack the northern port town?" Olga looks like a tyrannosaur in human form, but don't ignore the light of wisdom in his eyes. To be able to establish a certain order in a ghostly place like the Island of the Dead, and to have a small town of your own, in addition to having strong strength, brains are also essential. Jeffrey, who was sitting opposite, smiled lightly. "We have been imprisoned here for more than 20 years. Every 6 months, a ship will dock in the port, and a large number of evil soul masters will be driven to the wilderness. Most of them will killed by spirit beasts. Only a small number of people have the opportunity to join our ranks. But the ship that arrived this time is completely different. The people transported in the ship this time are the offal of the Wuhan Temple. I think you know the purpose of their coming here, that is, to kill us for training. Then that ship will definitely be docked in the port for at least a month. During this month, do you think we won't find a chance to board that ship and leave this ghost place?" After Jeffel finished speaking, a gleam of light flashed in Olga's red eyes, as if she was weighing in her heart whether to cooperate with the guy in front of her. "Do you have any plans, Jeffrey? I can't believe that you, an old fox, came to me and didn't think of a perfect plan in your heart. Tell me about your plan. I'm wondering if I want to cooperate with you." Jeffrey stood up from his seat with a slight smile and walked to the window next to the hall. The sun shone on Jeffrey's face, which was white and black at the same time, and gently brushed his black hair at the temples. We can pretend to be those Wuhandian students, then enter the port town and finally kill all the bastards in the port, and then drive the boat to leave the island of death. Olga smiled disdainfully. You used the same method decades ago, didn't you still get recognized by that bastard Deng Yi? Then he even broke one of your legs. If it weren't for your 3 brothers who tried their best to protect you, I'm afraid this old fox died in the port a long time ago. Hearing what Olga said, Jeffrey clenched his fist in an instant, and a murderous look appeared on his face. But Olga laughed even louder now. At this time, the clenched fist in Jeffrey's hand was slowly relaxed, his head was lowered, and he laughed. You are right, Olga, although this plan of mine sounds very simple, even a little stupid, and in the practice decades ago. It cost me a lot the price, but this time it is completely different because my soul skills can not only change our appearance, but also extract the memory of the enemy we killed. In this case, even that bastard Deng, you would not be able to find out that we are the same as the original. What's the difference between the guy we killed? At this time, the pupils in Olga's eyes shrank instantly, like the tip of a needle. Bellamy did it for you. Olga's voice was extremely deep, and the Bellamy he was talking about was the mayor of the 3rd town, and she was also the most powerful of the 3 of them. Jeffrey nodded silently and at the same time touched the jet black hair on his head, but when he looked carefully, there was some whitening at the root of the hair. It seems that you really paid a huge price. If that's the case, why not fight with you? On the 2nd day, most of the people in the town woke up at 6 or 7 o'clock in the morning. In fact, compared to living on the mainland, the island of death is a port town, and the people living here are very comfortable. After all, as long as you put aside the dangers outside the city walls and the evil soul masters who want to kill them, it is actually good to live here. However, since a large number of students from the Frost Academy came to the Island of Death for trials yesterday, the morning breeze has not dissipated, and those students are already preparing various materials to enter the Island of Death. However, Liu Hao was a little luckier than them. After all, the purpose of coming to the Island of Death was to do experiments, not to fight with evil soul masters. The laboratory covers an area of about 10 mu. It is divided into 2 upper floors and a basement below, but the inside is extremely empty without any tools. Following Liu Hao in was a level 50 soul master named Molten. This soul master's martial soul was called Void Shield, which could release a huge shield and possessed extremely terrifying defensive capabilities. It is said that it can even block the full blow of Tidal Duoluo, but I don't know if it's true or not. Compared with Deng Yi, Molten is obese and only about 1 meter tall. He often squints his eyes and looks extremely kind. When seeing Liu Hao, he always smiled. You can tell us everything you want to experiment with. There is nothing else in this island of death, but there are still many kinds of elixir, even if you want some evil soul masters. Liu Hao nodded, but the most important thing now is to forge some tools and then capture those evil soul masters for experiments. After leaving the small town, there was a huge jungle in front of him. Aerial vines growing from the tree trunks hung on the ground, and at the same time, there was the sound of buzzing insects. The students of Iceberg Academy have long been used to all this. 4 of them form a team, and they are divided into more than 4 teams to enter the interior of the jungle. The purpose of coming to the Island of Death is not to hunt down the evil soul masters, but to find a way to survive the hunting of the evil soul masters for half a month to 20 days. The name of the leader of the first team is Lester, and the other 3 are classmates who are very close friends with him. Don't be so nervous, Lester. Although those evil soul masters are very cruel and tyrannical, they live in such a ghostly place as the Island of Death all year round, and there is not much food for them to eat. You have already regressed. You are so nervous. Once you meet them, you may have a chance of failure. A tall classmate next to him said, but Lester kept frowning tightly. I don't know why, but I always feel that there is something strange here. In the past, there was always a smell of fallen leaves at the foot of the jungle, but this time I never smelled these smells. As if, before he finished speaking, a voice came from the forest. It's as if you've stepped onto a spider's web. The 4 people were startled suddenly and immediately looked in the direction of the voice. A man with a mask on his face, a tattered white robe, and long black hair standing in the distance. When the 4 people saw the masked man, their hearts were instantly chilled. Damn it, how could it be so unlucky to meet one of the mayors of the 3 towns? Jeffrey the treacherous fox. Jeffrey was as light as a swallow and slowly jumped in front of the 4 people. There is always a coldness in the eyes without a trace of emotion. Wuhundian is indeed the most powerful force in the entire Duluo continent. Even some of its disciples are comparable to us. But fortunately, I never thought of overthrowing Wuhundian. I just want to start from this one. The island is leaving. Seeing Jeffrey Lester forcibly suppressing the fear in his heart, he said loudly, "Jeffel, what do you want to do here?" Looking at the four fearful people in front of him, Jeffrey smiled coldly. No matter how you count these four people, they are indeed geniuses, but because they have stayed in the academy all year round compared to Jeffrey, these four people's ability to fight is really too weak. In addition, Jeffrey didn't come here alone this time. Dong dong dong. The sound of heavy footsteps reached the ears of the four people like an earthquake, and they immediately turned their heads away. A man with a height of 3 meters and a Tyrannosaurus Rex appeared in the mottled light and shadow of the jungle. Things just want to escape. Olga the evil Tyrannosaurus, how could the two of you cooperate? Lester said in surprise, but at this time another voice reached the ears of the four of them. I'm among them. Among the small towns at the northern port, the four of Lester returned to the town at noon. This made the residents of the small town a little puzzled, and several students who hadn't left stepped forward. What's going on? You came back less than half a day after Lester went out. Lester smiled but didn't answer. The students around him also knew that Lester didn't like to talk, so I set my sights on the other three companions. Tell us, Kelson, what happened in the forest. The four of you ran back in a hurry. Couldn't you be afraid? Ha ha ha. But in Lester's eyes there was a murderous look. Moulton considers himself a well-informed person. He once served as the president of the student union at the Magma Academy for a period of time, so he is extremely talented and powerful. But seeing the flame dancing in Liu Hao's finger, he lightly burned all the surrounding sand into transparent glass like crystal. At the same time, the surrounding ore also turned into a liquid under the bright red flames like blood. And then Liu Hao waved his hand and used his own flame to create a blast furnace out of thin air. The ores mined from the Island of Death were quickly turned into molten iron in the flaming towers. At the same time, the fingers in Liu Hao's hand danced rapidly in the air, as if in front of him was an empty piano. Under the control of the flame, the molten iron collided in the air, turning into various alloys and parts that Moulton could not understand at all. At this time, Liu Hao's eyes were always glowing with dark green light, and using his martial soul so intensively put a lot of pressure on Liu Hao's soul power. If it weren't for the fact that Liu Hao could continuously transform his own anger into gamma power, and then use the gamma power to transform it into soul power, only in this way could he use it at a high intensity for several hours. And now, all the scientific tools that Liu Hao wants to use in a short time have finally been created. The originally empty two-story building has long been filled with those scientific tools. Moulton, who was standing beside him, was so surprised that he couldn't close his mouth. But he heard Liu Hao, who was next to him, whispering some strange words. What kind of computer? Galaxy computer, artificial intelligence AI, even what kind of particle collider, and so on. What he said was really incomprehensible. Liu Hao, who entered the state of a scientist, instantly aroused his endless desire for knowledge. At this time, he actually wore a pair of glasses on his eyes. This pair of glasses is Liu Hao's second martial soul, glasses of truth. During this period of time, Liu Hao's own essence accumulation is relatively small, and if he wants to evolve the truth glasses to the second stage, he may still need thousands of points of essence. Moulton, who was standing next to him, looked at Liu Hao with an embarrassed expression. But at this moment, Liu Hao suddenly turned his head, and there seemed to be something shining in the pair of eyes below his eyes. Just like a doctor seeing a patient, Moulton only felt creepy looking at Liu Hao's eyes. Liu Hao, what are you doing looking at me like that? Just say what you want. At this time, Liu Hao smiled slightly, but it looked like a butcher was smiling at the meat on the chopping board. Moulton wants your help with something. What's the matter? Moulton, a fat man weighing more than 300 kilograms, leaned directly on the table next to him in fear and looked at Liu Hao, a brat in front of him, in horror. It's very simple for you to help. Stand on that metal platform and follow my order to release your martial spirit. Is that all I need to do? At this moment, Moulton looked at Liu Hao suspiciously. He couldn't believe that Liu Hao spent so much money to produce so many tools just now, just to let him stand on the platform and release the martial spirit. Moulton looked at Liu Hao suspiciously, but decided to walk up to the steel platform honestly. This steel platform is actually not that big. On the edge of the steel platform, there is a cylindrical cover made of glass. When Moulton walked in, the glass cover placed above his head immediately shrouded, and there seemed to be some dots of light on these glass covers. Moulton, release your martial spirit now. The red light in Liu Hao's hand flashed and a small computer appeared in his hand. The red light of the computer flashed twice and a human voice came out. "It's ready, Dr. Banner." Hearing a human voice coming out of that small red box, Morton was startled and wanted to speak. But at this time, Liu Hao was too lazy to explain to Moulton, so he directly raised his hand to interrupt the fat man. "Summon your martial soul." Moulton's martial spirit is called the Shield of Nothingness. It is a translucent hollow sphere. This hollow sphere can become larger or smaller. When it becomes larger, its defense ability will be weakened, but its defense range will be increased. When it becomes smaller, its defense ability will be enhanced, but its defense range will be reduced. It is a very comprehensive martial spirit that can be attacked and defended. The moment Moulton summoned the martial soul, the computer in Liu Hao's hand immediately started beeping. At this time, Morton was still in a daze, not knowing what happened. But there was always a smile on the corner of Liu Hao's mouth. Looking at the string of numbers that appeared on the computer, he smiled even more enthusiastically. "Okay, my judgment is indeed correct. Martial spirit is the materialized product of one's own consciousness and soul power, and is affected by one's own spiritual will and physical bloodline. If the inheritance of the same family is the same if it is a martial soul, then its offspring may also be the same martial soul." Liu Hao said it so simply that even Moulton could understand it, but there were many doubts in his heart, and he wanted to speak out those doubts, but he didn't know what words to use. He can only stand on the glass shield, swinging his hands and feet like a drunk person. "Come out quickly." Liu Hao didn't bother Moulton and let Moulton walk out of the inspection device. At this time, Moulton's face was full of excitement because he had basically figured out what Liu Hao was doing. "You are not studying the essence of martial soul, soul power, and soul ring." Liu Hao lowered his head and looked at the computer in his hand called Zhou Ba. The prototype of this computer was jointly built by Liu Hao, Captain Fantastic, and Dr. Doom, Smart Jarvis. But there is a very big advantage. The artificial intelligence in this computer can learn independently and evolve at a high speed. When Liu Hao still took the identity of Bruce Banner, this artificial intelligence, Zhou Ba, had been learning from the three of them for about several years. Even Captain Marvel Richards laments that Friday already has 1/10 of his intelligence. Now that Liu Hao has the assistance of this artificial intelligence in his hand, he can basically judge the external manifestation of the martial soul and conduct conjecture and research on the variation of the martial soul. Although Liu Hao never answered, Moulton looked at the computer in Liu Hao's hand very curiously. The graphics on the red computer kept changing in Liu Hao's hands, just like playing Tetris. "This little box in your hand is really interesting, can you show me it?" The dark green color in Liu Hao's eyes flickered, and once again a computer emerged from his hand, but upon closer inspection it turned out to be a switch. "Play this first." He put the switch in Moulton's hand. Of course, Moulton didn't know what the thing in his hand was, but seeing Liu Hao playing with the computer so happily, his heart was very itchy. So I immediately took this switch from Liu Hao's hand. Moulton on one side is playing games on the switch, while Liu Hao on the other side is constantly experimenting with the computer in his hand. With the high-speed operation of the data, Liu Hao's brows became more and more deeply frowned, and several huge computer databases began to appear beside him. Outside the laboratory, a day had passed, and the afterglow of the setting sun and the translucent moonlight began to appear before the eyes. Under the dim sunlight, the purple iceberg showed a three-layered shape. At this time, there were more than 10 people standing outside the laboratory, and all of those more than 10 people were students of Bingshan College who came here with Liu Hao. But those people's originally slightly immature faces were full of ferocious, murderous looks. "I've already inquired in the town. This house is called a laboratory. There is a child with an extraordinary status. He was even sent here by a titled Duoluo himself, and after being sent here more under the protection of that fat man, he entered this laboratory and has never come out until now, and no one has even delivered food and drinking water here." "What do you want to say, Jeffrey?" a hoarse voice said. "If we can catch that kid in the laboratory with this, maybe we have the opportunity to use this kid's identity to open that big ship and leave the island of death directly. You must know that there are stars outside the island of death. The islands are in the direction of the star islands towards the mainland. But there is an endless sea of death without sea charts and astrological charts. It is impossible to leave here. Even if you escape from the island of death, you are destined to die in the sea." Everyone around nodded, but at this time the hoarse voice said, "Jeffel, your strategy is indeed good, and your current judgment is also correct. But the problem is that with us, We don't have a chance to give that child intact under the protection of that fat man in Molten. Bring it out, and more importantly, I heard that the child's strength is not weak, at least much stronger than some of us old, weak, sick, and disabled. But Jeffrey laughed. It's very simple to bring that child out. It's nothing more than internal and external cooperation. That kid wants to capture a soul master as an experimental product. If that's the case, let's find an excuse to go in or let someone go in, and then we will go in and let him go in. Hold that big fat man Molten inside, and the rest of the people can attack that kid from the outside. This plan is not bad, the hoarse voice said after pondering for a moment in his heart. The existence of Wuhan is the combination of one's own spiritual will and soul power, and is also affected by one's own blood, just like most of the offspring of farmers are agricultural tools. But all this may change. After all, Wuhan is likely to mutate. Martial souls are generally formed when human beings are around 6 years old, because during this period of time, most human beings gradually mature in mind, and the combination of their own spiritual will and soul power has also stabilized. If at this time the soul power of the soul master is used to stimulate one's own martial soul, it will immediately appear, just like Schrödinger's cat collapsed from a chaotic state to an absolute state. That is to say, if you want to mutate the martial soul, you must do it before a human being is 6 years old. This is the conclusion Liu Hao has reached so far. But one thing that surprised Liu Hao even more is why a soul beast over 10 years old can transform itself into a human being and even awaken its own martial soul. Why do soul beasts have no martial soul? What is the relationship between the soul ring and the martial soul? More questions appeared in Liu Hao's mind, but what he felt was not difficulty, but excitement, the excitement of exploring the truth of this world. Original quality plus 500. As Liu Hao began to get in touch with the essence of the martial spirit in this world, the truth and rules of this world were also continuously transmitting its essence to Liu Hao. Taking a deep breath, Liu Hao became calmer. When it came to Duoluo Continent Part 2, the protagonist Liu Hao possessed the Three Lives martial soul. He also possesses the Ice Jade Emperor Scorpion and a martial soul whose life is the soul. The second martial soul and the third martial soul are not carried and awakened by Liu Hao himself. Among them, the Bingbai Emperor Scorpion is the protagonist Liu Hao, who went to the ancient glacier under the leadership of Tianmeng Isken Zhizhai and found a soul beast that was about to die. The soul beast took the initiative to put its soul into Liu Hao's body, forming. The third martial soul was equipped by the author for Liu Hao. Let's not talk about this martial soul for now. If the facts are really like what Liu Hao experienced, it means that the birth of Wuhan is very likely to be influenced by the spirit beast itself. It is even very possible that if a human soul is willing, it can also take the initiative to become a soul master's martial soul. But the premise is that the human being has very strong strength. This kind of thing can only pass a side test, not a direct experiment, because the resources and cost required are too great. After all, the number of soul beasts with millions of years on the Duoluo continent is extremely rare of. And now Liu Hao's strength is not enough to deal with the million-year-old soul beast. But he can manually cultivate one by himself, because the most important thing about a million-year-old soul beast is that the upper limit of its soul power is very high, just like Liu Hao's wisdom soul ring Skydream Iceworm. Although it needs to consume a lot of resources, Liu Hao has gradually begun to get in touch with the essence of this worldly soul power. In the world of Duoluo continent, soul power is the most essential rule. It constitutes almost everything in this world. It is the mystery of movement and stillness between molecules. It is the breath of thunder and anger, and it is the gray and white interlaced with light and darkness. That is to say, speaking in a scientific way, the soul power itself is a quantum entanglement state, and only when the soul power is absorbed and used will it truly show its form. But in the natural environment, soul power is everywhere, and it does not follow the characteristic that high soul power will flow to low soul power. So to check the basic form of soul power, you must get a particle collider. However, since the world of Duoluo continent has strong and weak interactions inside the atoms, it will also be affected by soul force, even if it is to extract a hydrogen atom from it through water molecules, and then extract it from the hydrogen atom. It is very difficult to get a neutron in an atom. Due to the existence of the entangled state of soul power, it is very possible to directly transform neutrons into electrons and atoms. This rule is far more complicated than the real world. But once Liu Hao studies clearly the essence and transformation of soul power in this world, It is equivalent to using nuclear fusion to create huge soul power devices in an instant, not to mention million-year-old soul beasts and 1 million-year-old soul beasts. He can create even soul beasts. In the laboratory, Liu Hao kept thinking about starting to use his Colossus shaping ability to create huge supercomputers one after another, and Liu Hao even took out the undeveloped quantum computer. Quantum computer is a conjecture proposed by Mr. Fantastic Mr. Richards when he graduated from undergraduate in 1992. Mr. Fantastic at that time may not know that his conjecture is actually correct. Around 2000, Bruce Banner and Reed Richards developed a quantum computer. But compared to normal computers, quantum computers can only be more powerful in terms of calculations and can be regarded as a computer that complements ordinary computers. But now Liu Hao just needs a more powerful computer with greater computing power to calculate data for himself. At this time, Liu Hao's face was continuously transforming the gamma power in his body in order to make his soul power bigger, and some green lines began to appear on his face. These dark green lines were like tattoos. It spread continuously along Liu Hao's blood vessels. Moulton, who was sitting next to him, only noticed that the aura exuded by Liu Hao was getting bigger, especially the soul power in Liu Hao's body seemed to become extremely violent and terrifying. Damn it, where did this monster appear? It's so terrifying. Once Liu Hao explodes with all his strength, he might be able to smash my nothingness shield. It was still more fun to play the switch in his hand. After glancing at Liu Hao Moulton next to him, he once again focused on the game in front of him. Dong dong dong, there was a short but heavy knock on the door outside the laboratory, and someone was knocking on the door outside. Moulton put down the game console in his hand with a headache, mumbling in his mouth. Who is it? Didn't you say you don't eat now? Open the door, and there are several students of Bingshan Academy standing outside. There were flattering and timid smiles on the faces of those students, very immature. What are you doing here? Seeing these juniors, Morton said directly without losing his temper. Those students said slightly flatteringly. I heard that Liu Hao is doing experiments here, and we want to buy some medicine from him. I heard that Liu Hao is a very powerful pharmacist. It is not clear whether Liu Hao is the pharmacist Moulton, but Moulton knows in his heart that the pharmacist is probably the most inconspicuous one among Liu Hao's many identities. Looking at the students of Iceberg Academy in front of him, Moulton frowned slightly but still chose to ask for them. Stay here, I'll go in and ask. Several students nodded. Then Moulton closed the door again with a bang, and among the few people who saw Moulton leaving, the tall student narrowed his eyes slightly. Don't worry, Olga. As long as we go in, that fat man can deal with him directly. Jeffrey, who was among them, said, and Olga, who stood in the middle and was the tallest, nodded. After about half a minute, the door opened again, and Moulton stood behind the door, looking at the students in front of him. Liu Hao has already agreed, you come in with me now. Originally, Jeffrey's plan was that they would help Liu Hao do experiments, and then find a way to hold Moulton down, and the rest of them would directly attack the laboratory and capture Liu Hao. But they thought about it, and decided to use the excuse of buying potions to enter the laboratory. Anyway, their purpose is to enter the laboratory, and they don't care what method they use. Entering the laboratory, Jeffrey, Olga, and several others were stunned by the sight in front of them. All kinds of strange and streamlined tools appeared in front of their eyes. When they saw these tools, they could only feel shock and surprise in their bodies and minds, and they had a strange and harmonious aesthetic feeling. These scientific tools and all kinds of strange devices on them made them feel shocked. At this time, Jeffrey felt a little bit drummed in his heart. He originally thought that Liu Hao was just a pharmacist. After all, Liu Hao personally told the students of Bingshan College on the boat. But now it seems that Liu Hao just revealed one of his many identities, and it seems to be the most inconspicuous one. If Liu Hao is captured, will he directly attract a titled duo? Jeffrey's heart was beating a little. After all of them together couldn't hurt even a hair of the titled duo, even though the Holy Dragon duo in the northern port town had already left for the other two towns. I heard that they are going to switch defenses on the Island of Death. But with the titled duo's moving speed, he can travel all over the island in just 10 minutes. Once the Holy Dragon duo is brought over, they don't know how they died. So now Jeffrey, Olga, and others feel that riding a tiger is difficult. Olga, who was next to Jeffrey, winked at the treacherous fox next to her, meaning what should we do now? At this time, Jeffrey gritted his teeth, looked at Olga, and nodded. Liu Hao is right there. Tell me here what potion you want to buy, and I'll pass it on to you. Moulton received it from the students around him. At this time, several people including Jeffrey and Olga looked at each other and then nodded. He casually placed some of the refined potions on the wooden shelf next to him. At this moment, Liu Hao suddenly noticed some unusual soul power in the laboratory. All the camera sensing devices in the entire laboratory are condensed using Liu Hao's own martial soul red light ring, which has a very strong perception of different soul powers. These soul powers are extremely strange. Who is it? At this time, Liu Hao stood up from the laboratory, ready to go out. Boom! Suddenly there was a huge explosion, and a translucent protective cover covered Liu Hao's body. Damn it! It turned out to be Jeffrey the Cunning Fox. I didn't expect you to be able to deceive the mayor, Morton said loudly while protecting Liu Hao with his own martial soul. However, because the larger the area covered by his martial soul, the weaker his defensive power, it seems that he cannot withstand the enemy's attack for a long time. Molten, you fat man, go to hell with me. A humanoid Tyrannosaurus opened its ferocious mouth and roared loudly at Molten. This humanoid Tyrannosaurus has blue skin as a base, coupled with red scar-like patterns. It is extremely ferocious and terrifying. The soul power on his body was burning red like a flame. But Molten has dealt with evil soul masters all year round, so he naturally knows how to deal with a group of lunatics like them. Due to the influence of their own martial souls, evil soul masters are particularly unstable in their mental state. For example, Olga's martial soul is a bloodthirsty dinosaur, which can make Olga have extremely powerful strength and regeneration ability, but it is extremely belligerent and may even enter a state of madness. So at this moment, Olga was using her hands and feet as if she was going crazy. She didn't even use her soul skills and kept hitting the translucent protective cover with her body. Rumble, boom, boom. But the treacherous fox Jeffrey standing next to him also turned into a half-human, half-fox form. There is a moon-shaped golden imprint on the forehead of Jeffrey's half-beast form, and the name of the martial spirit is Golden Moon Fox. He can change his own breath and appearance, cooperate with his soul skills, and read his memory, and he can transform himself into the form of any person. But once the memory is used to read, it will merge with other people's souls, and it may even be schizophrenic. So don't look at the current Jeffrey as the tallest and calmest in the world among several people, but in fact, no one knows how many personalities there are in Jeffrey's soul. Phantom enchantment. A purple halo appeared beside Jeffrey, and Molten, who had been frowning tightly and tried his best to defend himself, suddenly paused. Into the phantom. And the protective cover on Liu Hao, who was protected inside the transparent protective cover, also disappeared in an instant. Olga stared fixedly at Liu Hao with her scarlet eyes, as if she wanted to rush over and tear Liu Hao apart right now. But at this time, Jeffrey immediately said to Olga, "Now is not the time to kill this kid. We still need to let this kid help us escape from the island of death." Olga spewed 2 streams of white air from her nostrils, obviously trying her best to suppress her bloodthirsty desire. After a while, a hoarse voice came from Olga's mouth. "I'm going to eat this guy raw immediately after boarding the boat. I really don't know where you evil soul masters got the confidence to think that the fat man Molten is protecting me." A cold and slightly immature voice reached the ears of several people. Unexpectedly, it was Liu Hao who spoke. Roar, a big green muscular man appeared in front of everyone. "What the hell is this? It's even bigger than me." The half-human, half-dinosaur Olga said in surprise. Boom. Before he could react, the huge Hulk fist hit his abdomen directly. Olga was directly thrown into the air. Boom, the body hit the scientific tools, instantly shattering those precious tools. But this attack also angered Olga. I saw the red light on his body flashing more and more. Ang tilde. Roaring like a wild beast that has fallen into madness, he stood up from the debris and rushed forward. Seeing Olga Liu Hao rushing over, a sneer appeared on the corner of his mouth. Mental spike. An invisible spike attacked Liu Hao's soul at this moment. Hum tilde tilde. An invisible hum echoed in the brain. A drop of nosebleed flowed out of Liu Hao's nose. Hulk has an extremely terrifying physical fitness, but his own soul defense is extremely weak. Fortunately, Liu Hao's regenerative ability is very strong. Even if the soul is damaged, it will heal quickly at this time. This is the horror of Gamma Divine Power, a gift from the Creator and a curse. But this attack also caused Liu Hao's body to pause slightly. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Olga quickly counterattacked, rushed over like a beast, threw Liu Hao to the ground, opened her bloody mouth and bit Liu Hao's shoulder fiercely. Pain strikes. Liu Hao, who was a little dazed at first, quickly reacted. "Damn, you dare to touch me." Big hands like iron hoops grabbed Olga's shoulders and huge power was released instantly. There was only a bang and Olga's 2 arms were broken. What? Pain rushed into Olga's brain like a tidal wave. But Liu Hao bounced Olga, who was overwhelmed by him, far away with his waist and abdomen. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Liu Hao rushed forward and pressed Olga under him. Pick up a fist that is bigger than a sandbag. Bang bang. Continuous fists hit Olga's face like raindrops. Each punch was like a shell fired by the top tank, and the ground was smashed by such a huge force. Not far away, Jeffrey and the others were so surprised by the scene in front of them that they fell down on the spot. After knocking Olga out of the spirit-possessed state, Liu Hao also stood up from this guy, and then turned around to look at the more than 10 people behind him. The red light ring on the middle finger of the right hand flashed in the air, and a dozen chains were formed in an instant, binding those people in place. I just wanted to find some experimental products, but I didn't expect you guys to come here. Looking at these evil soul masters, Liu Hao said with a smile on his face. The comatose Morton also woke up slowly at this time, and saw that more than 10 people who had originally attacked the laboratory had been bound by the chains condensed by Liu Hao's martial soul and imprisoned in the red cell. Touching the back of his head, he was a little confused. Could it be that the title Duoluo came and got rid of these people? Although Moulton was puzzled, it seemed that Liu Hao had nothing to do, but why did those people have red steel-like devices sealed on their mouths? And looked at Liu Hao with extreme fear in his eyes, as if he had encountered something terrible. About these evil soul masters attacking the laboratory, Liu Hao simply explained it to Deng Yi. In fact, Deng Yi thought it was Morton who got rid of those evil soul masters. Hao said a few times to apologize. Then he talked about the things that Liu Hao needed. For the next few days, Liu Hao stayed in the laboratory, and supplies were transported from various parts of the Island of Death to the northern port town. In fact, the entire Island of Death is extremely rich in products, plus there are resources transported from the Star Islands. It is enough for Liu Hao to use alone. Coupled with Liu Hao's own first soul ability, Concrete Shape, it can basically meet the conditions Liu Hao needs for scientific experiments at this stage. 3 days later, in addition to resting at night, Liu Hao will also practice his own cultivation. The absorption and cultivation of soul power carried out by Liu Hao is based on Tang San's practice of Chunyu Kung Fu. Compared with the bottom demon world with martial arts as the core, Duoluo continent is different. Although there is a system of martial souls and soul rings, which can cause even greater damage, there are still some flaws in the flexible use of energy and exquisite good fortune. A long time ago, Liu Hao had already reformed according to the exercises that Tang San cultivated, and what he had cultivated was the method he cultivated. The difficulty of this thing is actually not that big, it just needs to have enough understanding of the human body. Possessing the terrifying self-healing ability of Gamma Divine Power, Liu Hao can use his soul power to study various internal organs in his body and his own meridians. As a result, it only took him a few months to research a soul power absorption technique that suits him. This kind of thing was too simple for Liu Hao, and he didn't tell Tang San. On this day, Liu Hao's own strength has finally reached level 20, and now he needs to obtain the second soul ring. Soul rings are obtained by hunting soul beasts, but soul beasts can become the martial soul of a soul master if they wish, so whether the soul ring is the martial soul of a soul beast. This is a conjecture in Liu Hao's mind. Just now he needs to obtain the second soul ring. He can use the opportunity of obtaining the second soul ring to study why the soul beast does not have a martial soul. After finding Morton, who was playing a game, Liu Hao said straight to the point. My current strength has reached the 20th level of a soul master. I need to go to the wild to hunt soul beasts to obtain a second soul ring. Can you help me? At this time, Moulton had already fallen into The Legend of Zelda, Breath of the Wild, and all his attention had been attracted by the game. Hearing what Liu Hao said, he put down the switch in his hands helplessly. Okay, but I need to take this game console away. Shaking the game console in his hand, Moulton said. Liu Hao wanted to leave the northern port town. He just talked to Deng Yi, and Deng Yi didn't express much. After all, Liu Hao's purpose here is to conduct experiments, and in the past few days, Liu Hao has indeed produced a lot of potions. Since Liu Hao understood the essence of soul power, making potions can be said to be at his fingertips. After all, soul power belongs to a complex state of existence. Using the characteristics of the essence of soul power, Liu Hao can customize various potions. Whether it is a medicine for physical healing, a medicine for enhancing one's own soul power, or even a medicine for short-term bursts, it can be made. It was precisely because of this that Deng Yi valued Liu Hao even more. So this time Liu Hao was going to go out. In addition to being accompanied by Moulton, Deng Yi also sent out 8 members of the small town defense team to follow behind Liu Hao. The captain named Wang Hu is an unsmiling, serious middle-aged man with a Chinese character face. He is about 1 meter tall. When Wang Hu saw Liu Hao, he nodded to him but didn't speak. A group of 10 people quickly prepared all the supplies. It usually takes more than half a month to find a suitable soul beast before going to the Island of Death to hunt the soul beast. The internal area of the Island of Death is about 1/3 of that of Australia. The terrain is very complicated, with rainforests, swamps, deserts, and plateaus. The types of spirit beasts living here are also slightly different from those on the mainland. Difference. Just like there are many marsupials in Australia, the species that live on the Island of Death are also very different from those on the mainland, and many species are even not seen on the mainland at all. It is a strange soul beast that has survived since ancient times. Aside from the novel Liu Hao and the derived comics and animations, Liu Hao is actually a very vast and shocking world. After the 10 people left the town, they walked through the fields outside the town and entered the jungle. Entering the jungle, Wang Hu, a serious person, talked a little more. After entering the forest, you'd better be careful because there are many highly poisonous soul beasts in the forest. Although the lifespan of those soul beasts is only 100 or 200 years, the toxicity is very terrifying. There were once a team member accidentally entered the forest and was stung by a scorpion on the ankle and finally had to remove the bone above the ankle, otherwise the whole leg would rot. What Wang Hu said was very plain, but it was impossible for the people around him not to listen. The mottled light and shadow in the jungle make it difficult to see the road ahead. The visibility is estimated to be only more than 20 meters, plus the lush and huge forest and the aerial roots hanging down from the top of the head. No one knows how many soul beasts live here. The 10 people walked slowly in the jungle, scraping the leaves with their bodies, and there was a rustling sound. At this time, Wang Hu, who was leading the way, stopped suddenly, raised his hands, and clenched his fists tightly between his palms. Everyone stopped immediately. Moulton, who was standing in the second position, immediately touched it and asked in Wang Hu's ear, "What's matter?" Wang Hu frowned slightly, turned around and said to Moulton, "There is a two-headed snake of thunder and fire entangled in front, and I estimate that its age should reach more than 3,000 years. Those of us rushing over, I am afraid that we will fight with that one. The two-headed snake of thunder and fire is coming, and a fierce battle is completely uneconomical." But at this moment, Wang Hu suddenly turned his attention to Liu Hao, who was in the middle of the crowd. "Your martial soul can release powerful flames. If you can absorb the soul ring of the thunder and fire double-headed serpent, it's okay. If this is the case, then we can attack the thunder and fire two-headed serpent now." Liu Hao looked at Wang Hu and shook his head. The purpose of his coming here is to investigate the relationship between the soul beast and the soul ring. To investigate such a relationship, the soul beast must be captured alive. A 3,000-year-old soul beast, the strength is too strong. Just catch a soul beast with an age of less than 100 years and then conduct an investigation. Let's go around. Liu Hao raised his head and said to Wang Hu calmly. Wang Hu nodded to Liu Hao. Now Liu Hao hasn't decided what kind of soul ring he should get, whether to directly enhance the power of the flames of his red light ring, or to develop other characteristics of the red light ring again. The red light ring is one of the most powerful rings among the 7 lantern core, but because each ring has different characteristics, the green light ring, which represents a strong will, can use the energy of the green light to shape items. The red light ring, which represents hatred, can release powerful red light flames, and the orange light ring, which represents greed, can re-realize the enemy killed by the holder. Such a materialized energy puppet is called Orange Light Ghost. But in fact, all the rings are made with the same template. The reason why they show different abilities is that the emotional energy gathered in the rings is different, and the lamp beasts belonging to the medium are also different. If Liu Hao is willing, he can even let the red light ring in his hand have all the abilities of the 9 kinds of light rings, including the powerful white light ring and black light ring. But for Liu Hao, there is no need to worry too much now. He has enough time to think about what kind of soul ring he really needs. Now that he had decided not to provoke the thunder and fire two-headed snake, Wang Hu led his team to detour for a long distance and went around within the range of the thunder and fire two-headed snake. When everyone was passing by the territory of the Liu double-headed snake, there was a giant python with a length of nearly 20 meters in the middle of the bushes in the distance, with 2 heads, red and blue, and the red head was between the eyebrows. A mass of burning flames and some electric sparks flickering between the eyebrows of the blue head. The body length of the whole snake reaches more than 20 meters. The color of the whole body is composed of purple scales, and some black and red patterns are matched. Of demons and ghosts. At the same time, the eyes of the thunder and fire double-headed snake are amber, and the open vertical pupils represent the mystery in the rainforest. I don't know if this powerful soul beast saw them or not. After passing through the territory of the thunder and fire double-headed snake, everyone headed forward to the entire town again. The forest area in front of them was not particularly large, especially under the leadership of Wang Hu. They only walked less than 8 in an hour. He passed through the forest. When I came to a large grassland, I raised my eyes and saw that the sun above my head was about to set on the sea, shining on the purple ice that had lasted for thousands of years, showing a strange dusky yellow that changed from light blue to deep purple. At the same time, there are strands of light shining on the water drops on the grassland and beside the meandering river, as if the colors like thousands of feathers are sprinkled in the air. Looking at the dewdrops on the flowers and plants on the prairie, it seems that there has been a heavy rain just now. In a very faraway place, there is a rainbow across the northwest and southeast coasts of the Island of Death, bringing this strange and ghostly island to life, shrouded in it. It's almost time for the sun to go down, and it's not too far from the creek in front of us. Let's hurry there now, just in time to camp there. Wang Hu is very familiar with everything around him. After all, he often comes here, so he immediately said to his teammates. The teammates also nodded, but still looked at everything around them excitedly, except for a few team members who had been to this grassland with Wang Hu last time. They were already familiar with all of this. The rest of the people, including Liu Hao, were all admiring the beautiful scenery here with all their hearts. After walking on the grassland for about half an hour, the sound of dripping water came from their ears. We've reached the place, let's put down the backpack. Wang Hu raised his hand and turned to his companion behind him. The number of spirit beasts on this grassland is very small. Except for some herbivorous spirit beasts who will come here to eat grass and drink water, there are very few spirit beasts coming here. So we are here tonight. Generally speaking, camping is safer. Unless there will be a pack of wolves hunting on a large scale, but generally speaking, we will not encounter such a thing. While arranging the tools for setting up the tent, Wang Hu put the flag out. Hearing Wang Hu finish speaking, Liu Hao's brows twitched suddenly, and he could only sigh in his heart not to encounter wolves on the grassland this time. So speaking of the wolf pack soul beasts individually, each one is actually not that powerful, and most of them have a lifespan of only about 500 years. 2,000 years. But once the wolves start hunting on a large scale for the winter, it is quite dangerous and terrifying. Crazy wolves will attack all creatures within their sight range. It even includes those soul beasts that are more powerful than the wolves, and then use the strategy of harassment and siege by the wolves, so that the soul beasts are exhausted and consume their own soul power, and then they will be killed by the wolves. Even a small team of humans is nothing in front of a powerful pack of wolves. In the past, when humans were still in the tribal era, wolves often slaughtered human tribes. It was only in the age of the Empire that the spirit beast wolves were slowly squeezed by humans to the northern ice fields. But even now, the threat of wolves to humans living in the north has never disappeared. So at this time, Liu Hao could only pray in his heart, hoping that he would not encounter wolves tonight. After setting up the tent, Wang Hu and Molten were the watchmen on the first night. Lying in the tent, listening to the slowly flowing river outside the tent, Liu Hao soon fell asleep. The silver moonlight shone through the purple icebergs, leaving a dreamlike light and shadow on the entire grassland, like strips of silk waving and spreading in the air, as if there were celestial maidens from heaven dancing. Wang Hu and Molten, who were leaning against the fire, whispered some more. The two have worked together all the year round and can be regarded as good friends. In addition, Molten's martial spirit is very good at defense, so the two often cooperate and come to the interior of the Island of Death to take risks together. Under the clear moonlight, the small camp was getting farther and farther away, and those evil soul masters from Heilang Town lying on the hillside had already seen the small camp on the grassland. There are actually more than 5,000 evil soul masters living on the Island of Death, each with an average strength of around 30 to 40 levels. If one's own talent and luck are sufficient, it is possible to hunt on the Island of Death. Kill a suitable soul beast to get a new soul ring and break through to level 50. Generally speaking, the evil soul masters on the Island of Death are powerful, and their number is larger than that in the Wuhan Hall in the three port towns. These evil soul masters and people from Wuhandian had dealt with each other on the Island of Death for decades, so they naturally knew where the people from Wuhandian in the port town liked to set up their camps. Are you ready? The voice was hoarse but a little cold. If Wang Hu was here, he would definitely be able to hear that it was the voice of Bellamy, the mayor of Heilang Town. Originally, Bellamy, Jeffrey, and others, the three of Olga, have entered the northern port. However, Jeffrey and Olga never came out after entering the laboratory. In order to prevent being discovered by Deng Yi, Bellamy could only choose to leave from the northern port again. But he didn't expect that the day he chose to leave happened to be the same day when Liu Hao had already reached level 20 and wanted to go to the interior of the Island of Death to hunt soul beasts. And Bellamy immediately discovered that Liu Hao, who was wrapped in the crowd, although he had never seen Liu Hao, but from what he heard in the town, he knew that the one in the laboratory was very important. The person is the kid in the team. Knowing this, Bellamy immediately called out all the evil soul masters who entered the northern port town and prepared to capture Liu Hao alive on the grassland. At night, the moonlight was bright and the stars in the sky disappeared. At this time, it was still difficult to attack the camp, but Bellamy couldn't wait long ago. The subordinate next to him said to Bellamy, "Boss, we are ready, but our number is less than 20 people. I am afraid that we will not be the opponent of those 10 people. That's why I asked you to go to the north to do that thing. Have you done it now?" Bellamy's voice was as hoarse as ever, as if a bottle of vitriol had been poured down his throat. All the subordinates around him nodded. After getting an accurate answer, the corners of Bellamy's ferocious mouth rose slightly, as if she wanted to wait for the people in the camp to be killed by the surging pack of wolves. Under the bright moonlight in the darkness in the distance, there seemed to be a few clusters of green will-o'-the-wisps flickering. Wang Hu and Moulton, who were talking, stood up from the fire. Wang Hu's eyes turned golden at some point, like the eyes of a fierce tiger. "There seems to be something in the dark, but it's far away, so I can't see it very clearly." Moulton, who is beside the Wang Hu team, said, "I'm going to wake everyone up." Wang Hu nodded. Everyone didn't say anything after getting up, and put all the things in the camp in their backpacks and organized them very skillfully. Among them, Wang Hu said at this time, "Big Head, you and a Qiang go to the front to check." Among the 10 people who walked out, one of them really had a big head. De Tu and a Qiang looked at Wang Hu and nodded. Flying blade foot knife, strong wind straw sandals. The martial soul was summoned by the two of them. The big head's martial soul was a flying blade foot sword, and the whole calf was wrapped by a sharp blade hanging upside down. When he ran quickly, the sharp blade on his feet could cut the ground. Another person, Ah Qiang's Wuhan, is Gaifengjin straw sandals. His calf has been wrapped in green light. He can't see what kind of shoes on his legs, but as Ah Qiang moves, it seems the surrounding air fell into stagnation. The two of them didn't say much, and immediately rushed forward, so fast that there was even a whistling sound in the air. After the two left, the rest of the people were not idle, and Wang Hu sent 2 more people to explore in another direction. But there are more and more green will-o'-the-wisps dancing in the darkness in the distance. Originally, Wang Hu and Morton only saw a few clumps, but now those green will-o'-the-wisps appeared in patches. There are so many green will-o'-the-wisps they can't be wolves. Liu Hao looked into the distance, and the truth glasses had been put on the bridge of his nose. With the help of the truth glasses, he could almost see the green ghost lights in the distance through the darkness. The expressions of the rest of the people changed when they heard what Liu Hao said. It was definitely not good news to encounter a large pack of wolves on such an empty grassland. The grassland was extremely empty, and the winding road in front of them, the depth of the creek is not even a man's calf, and the entire surrounding geographical terrain is defenseless. Even if it is the shortest forest from their current camp, it will take more than half an hour to run across. I'm afraid the daylily will be cold by then. Although the hearts of the people were a little depressed, they didn't have too much fear. After all, for Wang Hu and others, it was common to encounter wolves in the dark. Generally speaking, wolves would not take the initiative to attack human beings, because the Wolf King also knows that soul masters who directly attack human beings will not have any good fruit to eat. In addition, generally speaking, the number of humans that wolves can defeat is far less than the number of wolves themselves, and the resistance of humans can cause very fatal damage to wolves. Unless they have to, wolves will not choose to hunt humans, just drive humans away. So now everyone is only surprised by the number of wolves, but not too much panic. But Bellamy on the mountain peak in the distance revealed his sinister smile at this moment. "Is everything ready?" He turned his head and said to the subordinates next to him. His subordinate was a man with scars all over his face. There was a scar from the left eye that went through the bridge of the nose and cut to the right cheek. There was another scar from the right eye that also went through the bridge of the nose and cut to the left cheek. The 2 scars are in the shape of an X. Scarface said to Bellamy, It's already those wolves are addicted to perilla grass. As long as they light perilla grass on this grassland, the wolves will go mad and attack them. Of all living things, Bellamy's quiet eyes stared fixedly into the distance. It doesn't matter if the other people are dead, but we must get that little kid. Only that kid has the identity and can open the ship to go to the mainland. Scarface and the others all nodded. The green will-o'-the-wisps were still beating in the distance, but at some point on the grassland in the distance, layers of purple fireworks suddenly lit up, and a misty aroma came from the smoke. This kind of fragrance is extremely elegant. It is a kind of fragrance mixed with cucumber, gardenia, and rose. Such a faint fragrance spread to the noses of Liu Hao and others. But Wang Hu's expression suddenly changed. Not good. This is the smell of perilla grass after it is lit. Perilla grass has a hallucinogenic effect on most dog spirit beasts. Once the smoke of perilla grass inhales too much, dog spirit beasts will fall into the madness. This sentence has not been completely finished. The green will-o'-the-wisps on the mountain peaks in the distance suddenly let out a terrifying howl. Oh tilde tilde. When Dadu, Akyang and others saw the voice, their faces changed instantly, turning a little pale, but after all the two of them were scouts for many years, and they did not panic when they encountered this situation. Chaos. Instead, he chose to step back silently. But the wolves in the distance have fallen into madness under the control of the perilla grass's hallucinations, and the crazy wolves inside the wolf pack began to bite themselves. Even if the Wolf King kept howling, there was no way to control the crazy group. But there were more and more wolves rushing towards Liu Hao and the others. Dadu and Akyang immediately ran back. Their speed was several points faster than the wolves. Before the wolves arrived, they had already entered the camp. Put all your backpacks outside and form a wall. Molten releases your martial spirit now. Wang Hu immediately roared loudly at this moment, and all the people obeyed the order, forming a circle around the crowd with their backpacks. Then Molten waved his hand, and a translucent shield covered everyone. Generally speaking, the smoke of perilla grass will affect the wolves for about 3 to 6 hours. Once it exceeds 6 hours, the wolves will die of exhaustion because of the powerful hallucinogenic effect. Wang Hu said in a low tone to the players around him. Since canine beasts do not secrete sweat glands on the surface of their bodies, during high-intensity exercise, the temperature in their bodies will accumulate higher and higher. The temperature of the wolves will rise enough to kill himself, so generally under such circumstances, no matter how crazy the wolves are, they will let themselves rest for a while, and such a gap is when everyone can leave. Seeing the wolves getting closer and closer in the distance, Liu Hao frowned slightly, always feeling in his heart that the sudden appearance of the wolves and the smoke from the perilla grass was definitely not as simple as bad luck. After all, even if the grassland under their feet is the grassland of perilla grass, but a day ago, there was a heavy rain here, and the dewdrops on the grass hadn't completely dried, so how could it be possible to ignite a fire on the grassland? Big fire. Although Liu Hao was puzzled, this was not the time to say more about these things. Groups of green will-o'-the-wisps appeared from the darkness, and a group jumped out of the darkness. The spines on the shoulders grew thick black hair and the barbs punctured the fur. The shoulder height reached nearly 2 meters, giant wolf beast. Bone spur black wolf. Looking at the group of giant wolves one after another, Wang Hu said in surprise. Even Molten, who has always been stable, took a breath at this time. I didn't expect there to be such a large group of bone spur black wolves here. The wolf beast rushed to the front of the shield in an instant. Boom. The body was like a wolf tank running at a high speed and hit the protective cover, and there was a low roar. It will shatter. But after the violent trembling, the protective shield still stood firmly in place, but Molten's face became a little pale. Damn it, the speed and strength of the bone spur black wolf here are really too great. If this continues, I'm afraid my protective shield will be shattered. Wang Hu and the others next to him frowned deeply. Originally, using Molten's protective shield in his plan could delay it for at least 2 hours, but now it seems that being able to delay it for half an hour is already considered lucky. Boom boom boom. The pack of wolves crazily hit the protective cover continuously, and the translucent protective cover trembled under the moonlight, as if it might shatter anytime, anywhere. I can't go on like this anymore, Big Head Akyang. You take the second dragon, the 3 of you rush out first and lead away some of the surrounding wolves, and then I follow behind the wolves and chase them away. Kill them all. 3 people came out of the team, and the big head looked at Wang Hu and nodded his head, then turned his head and shouted at Akyang and Erlong who were behind him. Molten opened a small opening at the top of the protective formation, and the 3 jumped out from the top with a sudden jump on the spot, with a whistle in his mouth. Drop. A series of rapid and sharp whistles reached the ears of the wolves, and the hallucinated bone spur prison no longer cared so much. Hearing the sound, he immediately ran in the direction of the big three. Seeing that the wolves had been drawn away, Wang Hu immediately jumped out from the small opening at the top. At this time, his body was already wrapped in crimson flames, turning into a half-human, half-tiger form. Red Flame Tiger Possession. Seeing Wang Hu's departure from Molten, Liu Hao, and the rest of the people, their expressions were a little pale. After all, Wang Hu's attack ability is the strongest among these people present. Once Wang Hu left, those who attracted the wolves would probably start to attack. As the whistle got farther and farther away, he fell into a frenzied pack of wolves and began to chase the sound of the whistle, running in the direction of Dadu and the others, while Wang Hu followed closely behind, non-stop in the darkness. He stretched out his bloody tiger claws and killed those bony black wolves on the spot. But there are so many wolves, even if the wolves are already attracted by the whistle, it will take a long time to kill just to kill them. The remaining 7 people standing inside the defensive cover were all frowning. Liu Hao knew that the 3 of Wang Hu and the others had to leave because there must be an enemy wanting them to do so. But the problem was that the wolves would definitely not be able to bear the long attack. Choose the lesser of the two, and in the face of the crazy attack of the wolves, you can only find a way to lure the wolves away now. As for the danger you will encounter next, you can only see the tricks. The howling of the wolves seemed to gradually subside as the whistle sounded farther away, but the purple-red fireworks from afar had slowly shrouded the entire grassland. If it goes on like this, I'm afraid the entire grassland will become a mad wolf's den. But amidst the purple-red fireworks, a dazzling white suddenly appeared. A person covered in bright white light came out from the purple-red fireworks, and that person held a long-handled big knife in his hand. The white light was the big knife in his hand. The people from the town's defense team standing nearby saw the man holding a big knife in the distance, and the pupils in their eyes immediately shrank, as if they had been punched hard in the heart. "Bellamy," one of them even said with a trembling voice. Only Molten, who was standing next to Liu Hao, frowned, but the shield he released was as solid as a city wall as before. Bellamy is an evil soul master in the 3 small towns on the Island of Death. Among them, the mayor of Heilang Town is also the most powerful evil soul master among the 3 towns. It is the long-handled big knife he is holding now. Due to the influence of his own martial spirit, Bellamy has no way to absorb the spirit power from nature to enhance his own strength. He can only use the twisted light knife in his hand to hunt and kill humans. The despair, anger, jealousy, and other emotions in human emotions transform those emotions into their own soul power, so he is the most dangerous evil soul master in the Island of Death. The faces of the few people inside the protective cover were very solemn because they couldn't figure out why they met Bellamy here. You must know that Bellamy's Wave Town was built in the south of the Island of Death, but this is the north of the Island of Death. It is difficult to come here in a short time. Bellamy, holding the twisted light knife in his hand, didn't say much. Under the bright white light, he walked through the grass step by step to the front of the protective shield. At this time, under the intense white light, Liu Hao could see Bellamy's face clearly. It was a weird and distorted face. Bellamy's eyes were big and small. The big eyes were like light bulbs, which seemed to burst the entire eye sockets, and the small eyes were so small that there was only one white hole left. The point can only make the eyelids droop, barely appearing in the eye sockets. There were 3 deep wrinkles on Bellamy's forehead, as if they had been hit hard on the head with an axe. The corner of his mouth showed an incredible arc, showing a disgusting smile, and the corner of his mouth on the right kept pulling upwards, as if someone had pulled the corner of his mouth upwards with an iron hook. But the left corner of the mouth is desperately falling down, showing an upward slope from the left corner of the mouth to the right corner of the mouth. And when Bellamy spoke, he didn't show his front teeth and lower teeth, but directly showed the back molars on the right side of his face. Extremely weird and disgusting. "I came here just to catch someone." Bellamy's voice was extremely hoarse, and she said to the people inside the protective shield. He raised his skinny fingers and pointed to Liu Hao in the middle of the shield. No one thought there was any surprise. After all, Liu Hao was the most prestigious among them. As long as everyone knew the purpose of Bellamy's coming here, it must be Liu Hao. Don't even think about it, just draw out what you want to do. Molten frowned. "I'm not a member of Wuhundian." Seeing Molten, Bellamy showed a disdainful smile, but his eyes remained on Liu Hao as usual. The two looked at each other out of thin air, and both saw the killing intent in the other's eyes. With a flash of red light, a ball of fire appeared in Liu Hao's hands. Seeing that Liu Hao was about to make a move, the people around also took out their martial souls. But Liu Hao said something incredible at this time. Molten opened the protective cover, and I will deal with that guy myself. Molten didn't hesitate when he heard Liu Hao's order and actually opened a small opening at the top of the protective cover. Because he knows exactly how powerful Liu Hao's ability is, especially the ability to shape any tool anytime, anywhere. With this ability, even the twisted light knife in Bellamy's hand can kill very powerful enemies. But Liu Hao, in the face of Hao's ability to create almost everything, he can only drink his hatred on the spot. But those people around didn't know such an ability of Liu Hao, and when they heard what Liu Hao said, they all looked at Liu Hao in horror. He was going to remind Liu Hao not to go out, but with the ability of the red light ring to fly, Liu Hao left the range covered by the protective cover in an instant like a red flame. Seeing Liu Hao's departure, even Bellamy didn't expect it. But he reacted quickly. Soul skill, light slash. The moment she saw Liu Hao appearing in the sky, the lightsaber in Bellamy's hand was extended in an instant, and in the blink of an eye, it had been extended to a distance of tens of meters. The twisted lightsaber pierced the sky and slashed in the direction of Liu Hao. The bright light occupied all the sight in front of him, and the blade slashed down fiercely. Just in the blink of an eye, the red light ring in Liu Hao's hand flashed. A red translucent shield appeared on the surface of his body. When, the light knife collided with the red shield fiercely, as if using a whip to swing atop, and it was thrown dozens of meters away. The shield of Liu Hao's body also began to crumble. Hahaha tilde, I didn't expect that the martial soul in the hands of you, a brat, would be so interesting. If that's the case, then go to hell with me. A weird and hoarse voice with a hint of madness reached Liu Hao's ears, and Bellamy descended from the sky with a lightsaber in both hands. In the dark forest, a white light is constantly chasing the red dancing flames ahead. But in an instant, the red dancing flame stopped in place. Why don't you run away, kid? Bellamy flew to the front of Liu Hao like a swallow with her toes lightly, and the twisted light knife in her hand shone brightly as always. On the other hand, there was an unknown smile on the corner of Liu Hao's mouth. You shouldn't have come running after me, Bellamy, because it would be no different from courting death. Bellamy's only big eye barely shrank back, and a big green man appeared in front of his eyes, with such a tyrannical and terrifying aura that even Olga couldn't release it. What the hell are you? Bellamy gasped and said. But Hulk's power was extremely fierce, and he appeared in front of Bellamy's eyes in an instant. Soul skill, blood-red fury knife. The twisted light knife in his hand changed a color, turning into a violently burning red, and the red light knife collided with Hulk's fist in the blink of an eye. Boom! The shock wave ravaged the soil and ground under his feet, and several cracks appeared in an instant. At the same time, even the surrounding trees trembled under the terrifying shock wave. Boom! Another punch hit the light knife. Bellamy's body trembled violently, and his body was smashed into the mud like a nail. Boom! Immediately after another punch, only a bang was heard, and the shock wave was released again, and the cracks in the ground under his feet began to spread and crack layer by layer. Only a series of clicks were heard, and the ground began to collapse like a fragile pot helmet. Bellamy didn't expect Liu Hao's power to be so great. As Liu Hao used the gamma power in his body for a long time in the laboratory to control his power with anger, Liu Hao's power after transforming into Hulk started getting bigger and bigger. Even the Hulk in the movie can smash a building with one punch, not to mention that Liu Hao comes from the most powerful immortal Hulk universe among all multiverse Hulks. The power is unimaginable to ordinary people. Boom! The punch hit the ground again like a meteorite. And the terrifying shockwave almost turned the ground one by one, as if there were some terrifying creatures rising high under the ground. And the roots of the original trees began to be shaken to the ground by the shockwave superior. Under the huge shockwave, all the trees in front of him were broken in response. Yuck tilde, a mouthful of blood spat out from Bellamy's mouth. Under such terrifying power, even steel and iron bones would be reduced to powder, not to mention that Bellamy's physical defense is far less powerful than Hulk's. Under the shock wave, the internal organs in his body had already become eroded. Cough, 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 tilde, no wonder you ran out of the protective cover as if nothing had happened. I didn't expect you to be such a terrifying monster. Hahaha tilde, boom. Liu Hao was too lazy to talk to the enemy in front of him and directly smashed Bellamy's head with his punch. The battle time is very short. Many people think that Hulk is a unit that adds points to strength and physique. But in fact, except for the fact that Hulk has not added intelligence, all points are added to the body, including speed. The speed of the attack was so fast that even Bellamy didn't even have time to react, directly destroying all of Bellamy's defenses. Even the twisted light knife in his hand dissipated with the wind at this time. After getting rid of Bellamy, Liu Hao didn't feel much joy. After all, he was just an ordinary enemy. The body of the huge green hunk slowly shrunk and turned into an ordinary person's posture, but most of Liu Hao's clothes were destroyed due to the transformation. But fortunately, his underwear was protected by some inexplicable rules, and it has never been damaged. With a wave of Liu Hao's hand, the ability of the red light ring to shape objects constructed a set of clothes on his body. The body slowly flew to Molten's side. The battle is over. Liu Hao's voice was very calm, but it spread to the ears of those around Morton like Hong Zhang Dalu. They didn't expect that Liu Hao could really solve Bellamy. Only Molten looked normal. After all, Liu Hao can make switch. What else can Liu Hao not do? After returning to the protective formation, Liu Hao took out some clothes from his backpack and put them on without explaining too much what kind of means it used to get rid of Bellamy. The people around didn't dare to ask more questions. The purple-red fireworks in front of them seemed to dissipate slowly with the blowing of the wind. Those black wolves with bony spurs hidden in the darkness in the distance also slowly returned to a calm state, and most of the wolves were too physically exhausted, so they were unwilling to spend too much time here. After about half an hour, Wang Hu De Tu and Qiang Erlong finally returned to the camp. Several of them were already drenched in sweat, but apart from being tired, they should not have been injured. The few of them didn't say much, and returned to the protection politics, took out the cup from the backpack, gurgling. I poured myself several sips of water. The wolves on the grassland should all disappear. This matter should be done by the evil soul master. I have already extinguished all the burning perilla grass. Presumably in the next few years, the wolves' groups can no longer have such a large number. The morning sun once again fell on the ground, and the corpses of wolves in the distance spread to the distance like a series of small mounds, and there was no end in sight. I don't know how many bone-spur black wolves Wang Hu and the others hunted and killed at night. None of the 10 people in the team slept that night. After all, even including Liu Hao, they are all soul masters, so it's no big deal if they didn't sleep all night. These corpses on the edge of the grass will be cleaned up by other soul beasts soon. Liu Hao, now, have you thought about what kind of soul beasts you should find to use as your martial soul? If you can find a space-type soul beast, it would be great. Secondly, if you don't have a space-type soul beast, then you can find a soul beast that can make crystals. If you don't have the above two, then just find one with the strongest strength. A soul beast of the flame type. Hearing what Liu Hao said, Wang Hu nodded, but he didn't ask too many questions. Why did Liu Hao go to the soul beast of the space system? The reason why Liu Hao wanted to find a space-type soul beast was to awaken the ability of the Blue Lantern Ring. The Blue Lantern Ring can travel and teleport quickly in the universe, and he can use his ability to construct a huge space defense array or use the forces of space attack. The production methods of the rings of the 7 Lantern Core are the same, but because of the difference in the emotional power contained in them, the way of expression is different. However, the power of the spirit ring can be used to change such a difference in energy. If a space-type spirit beast can be found, then Liu Hao can quickly and frequently teleport like the Blue Lantern Ring. Whether it is running away or fighting head-on, it is very beneficial. There are indeed space-type soul beasts on the Island of Death, but it is extremely difficult to find them. Most of the space-type soul beasts are either extremely powerful or they are especially good at escaping. But this time you are lucky. Among our team, the little wolf's martial spirit can be locked and restrained in a large area. Out of the 10 people came out, the shortest soul master among them even had a little immature face. He looked only about 20 years old. This man's nickname is Little Wolf. He raised his hand and waved at Liu Hao. After all, the shock of how Liu Hao dealt with Bellamy last night still lingered in his heart. Liu Hao also nodded to Little Wolf. In the past few years on the Island of Death, we have indeed discovered space-type soul beasts, but the strength of that space-type soul beast should only be around 1,000 years old. Its name is Void Tanuki. This soul beast, its ability is very simple. It can swim quickly in the space. It is very difficult to find, but I am lucky to have a little hair of the void civet cat in my hand. The little wolf took out a hair entwined with black and white air currents from his pocket. That hair kept switching between illusion and reality, as if it had come alive and would disappear at any time. Martial Spirit Beast Trap. A small bottle appeared in the little wolf's hand, and what was contained in that bottle should be his spirit trap. Looking at the fur of the empty civet cat in his hand, Xiaoling nodded to Liu Hao and the rest of his teammates. and then led the way towards their right-hand side, not knowing where the destination was. Let's Go Little Wolf's ability can use his martial soul, even if it is thousands of miles away. He can track the enemy, so don't worry. Although the Void Civet Cat is very good at hiding, but under the Little Wolf's ability, it can only be caught by his trap. Looking at the small bottle on Xiaoling's body, Liu Hao sighed in his heart. The Wuhan Palace is indeed the most powerful group in the entire Duluo continent. If an ability like the Little Wolf's was placed elsewhere, he would only become an ordinary hunter or a killer, and he might not even receive any attention. That is to say, only by placing it in the Wuhan Hall can it release its own radiant light. It took them about half a day to cross the grassland, and their trousers were already wet by the water droplets on the grassland. After passing through the grassland, they saw a towering purple mountain in front of them. This is a piece of thousands of years of profound ice protruding from the ground. The Void Civet Cat should be on this iceberg. The little wolf raised his head and pointed his finger to the distance. There seems to be a black and white translucent body jumping on the top of the purple mountain. This purple mountain made of thousands of years of black ice is actually not high, even less than 100 meters when you look up, but the mountain is extremely sharp, like a sharp blade standing on the ground. You go up with me. The red light ring on the middle finger of Liu Hao's right hand glowed bright red, and an inexplicable force flew to the top of the Xuanbing mountain with the little wolf next to him. Sure enough, there is a fat red and white civet cat lying on the top of the mountain. The tail of that civet cat is very fat and long, wrapping its fat body in it. The black and white hair on its body swells and shrinks for a while. Has fallen into a deep sleep. Void civet cats can walk in the void. There is no way to capture such a spirit beast with ordinary methods, but luckily my Wuhan animal trap can do it. Looking at the fat sleeping cub coyotes, he picked up the vase in his hand. With a bang, a white translucent animal trap instantly enveloped the body of the Void Civet Cat. The Void Civet Cat, who was originally sleeping, was awakened in the blink of an eye. Aim tilde. But it was too late. It seemed that the little wolf's martial spirit could directly fix the moving creatures in the void. A red flame suddenly appeared. The Void Civet just let out a scream, and a ray of flame pierced his forehead in an instant, and a lavender soul ring floated slowly from the Void Civet's body. If it weren't for the little wolf's assistance, it would probably take a lot of effort to get rid of a space-type soul beast. Liu Hao's body slowly floated in the air and flew to the top of the iceberg. The lavender soul ring floated into Liu Hao's body following the surge of Liu Hao's own soul power. Everyone at the foot of the mountain frowned and looked at Liu Hao. Only Molten knew that this would not be a big problem. I remember that Liu Hao's martial soul should be of the flame attribute. How he wanted to absorb the soul ring of a Void Civet Cat of the space system is really puzzling. The big head touched his head, which was several points bigger than a basketball, and said, "You don't need to ask more about this kind of thing. Since Liu Hao thinks that his martial spirit can be absorbed, let him do the soul ring. Don't you think you are smarter than Liu Hao?" Molten said it directly with a little teasing, and Dadu also had a simple and honest personality. He touched his big head and laughed twice. The lavender light became thicker in front of the surface of Liu Hao's body nonstop. As the light flickered, as Liu Hao kept absorbing the power from the soul ring. Finally, the lavender light on his body surface disappeared after the last contraction, and now Liu Hao has his second soul ring. Thousand-year soul ring, the soul skill is Green Lantern Space. In Liu Hao's red light ring, there is a strange space glowing with blue light. Liu Hao can travel his body into this space, and he can also put various items in this space. As Liu Hao's own strength becomes stronger, the Qingdeng space will also become larger. The size of the current Qingdeng space is only as large as a small house, 3x3x3, with an area of 9 cubic meters. Although such a space is not very large, it is enough for Liu Hao. In addition to being able to store items and allow Liu Hao's body to enter, the Qingdeng space can also be split, and the split Qingdeng space can be turned into space fragments one after another to attack. But once the space fragments are thrown, the internal range of the Qingdeng space will be somewhat reduced, and it will take a lot of time and soul power to repair it. This is currently the only attack method in Qingdeng space, but the means of escape in Qingdeng space is already very powerful. Seeing that the purple light on Liu Hao's body faded, everyone at the foot of the mountain breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed that the absorption of the spirit ring was successful this time. Liu Hao opened his eyes and said to the people at the foot of the mountain with a smile on his face, "Thank you all for helping me obtain the spirit ring this time. The matter has been completed, so let's go back to the town now." Wang Hu and others looked at Liu Hao and nodded. Among them, Moulton was the most excited. After all, there was no need to stay in such a boring place, and it was a lot of fun to go back and play game consoles. When the group of 10 people returned to the northern port town, there were not too many disturbances, except that along the way, Liu Hao entrusted Wang Hu and others to help him capture some soul beasts that were more than 10 years old. These soul beasts are all ordinary low-level soul beasts such as herbivorous rabbits and white-tailed rats. The reason why these soul beasts are captured is to do experiments. In fact, although the soul beast is said to have how many years, it does not mean that it has lived for thousands or even tens of thousands of years. The so-called number of years to represent the strength of the soul beast is just a summary of the history of Duoluo Dalu for so many years. That's all. The source of the so-called age of the soul beast is actually the accumulation of its own soul power, and then compared with the amount of soul power that humans have in a year of cultivation. So the so-called 10-year-old soul beasts are almost equivalent to the strength of a human soul master who is less than level 10, and even some ordinary people can even defeat these soul beasts if their methods are strong enough. After returning to the port of the small town, Liu Hao went directly into the laboratory. Now he has not figured out what the law of soul power transformation is. As long as he understands this, Liu Hao can directly use his ability to carry out the cultivation of soul beasts. Looking at the spirit beasts that have been imprisoned in small cages for more than 10 years, Liu Hao grabbed one of the white-tailed rats very skillfully. The red knife in his hand chopped off the head of the white-tailed mouse. The speed of the reproduction of the soul beast like the white-tailed mouse is extremely fast, and as long as it is an adult. It will have the strength of soul power for more than 10 years, but it does not know any fighting, just very good at procreating and multiplying. Equivalent to the guinea pigs often used by scientists. Pale white light floated slowly above the white-tailed mouse's body, and the light condensed into a soul ring in just a few seconds. Dr. Banner, the power source of the soul ring comes from the soul of the soul beast itself and its own soul power. Whenever the soul ring is condensed, the concentration of the surrounding soul power will drop. But when the soul ring is condensed, the surrounding soul power will, however, the strength concentration will rise rapidly, and it has not been detected where these rapidly rising soul powers come from. The voice of artificial intelligence Zhaoba reached Liu Hao's ears. What Zhou Ba said was actually seen by Liu Hao through the glasses of truth. Since the source of the soul ring is the soul of the soul beast itself and its own soul power, then what is the soul? The ancient Taoists said that the soul is composed of 3 souls and 7 souls, whether it is human or livestock. But in the West, it is believed that the soul is the thoughts that belong to the human mind alone, a kind of thinking and ideas. So whether it is possible to directly use the thoughts in the human mind to make the soul. Thinking of this, Liu Hao turned his attention to those evil soul masters he had captured. If the souls of these evil soul masters could be pulled out of their bodies, would it be possible for human souls to put it into the body of the soul beast, then kill that thing, and finally see if it can condense the soul ring? But it is not easy to achieve this, but Liu Hao has a method that is not a solution. That is to transmit the thoughts of these evil soul masters into the computer through the brain transmission of information technology, and then put the thoughts stored in the computer into the body of the soul beast again. Thinking of this, Liu Hao immediately went to do it. Those evil soul masters who were locked in the cell had already been tortured by Liu Hao through various experimental methods. Seeing Liu Hao's arrival, he just wanted to die quickly. Use any means against me. Olga looked at Liu Hao with a tired face and received it. For the future of all mankind, I'm here to use you as an experiment. You should feel lucky. Liu Hao walked to Olga's side. The red light flickered in his hand and turned into a helmet. Transmitting human thoughts into computer storage systems in the form of digitization originally only existed in movies like The Matrix. But for a top scientist like Liu Hao, it is actually not difficult to make it. Although Liu Hao focuses on high-energy physics, he is actually no stranger to informatics and can even be said to be very familiar with it. If so, how could it be possible to produce Friday with Mr. Fantastic? With the help of Zhou Ba and Liu Hao's continuous bursts of inspiration, the mind transmission technology was figured out. But no human experiments have been done, so Olga in front of him is definitely a lucky one. Olga's whole body has long been controlled by Liu Hao's device condensed with Wuhan. Apart from blinking and speaking, her body has no way to make any movements at all. He could only look at Liu Hao in horror and put that helmet on his head. You, what the hell are you trying to do? Olga, who was originally very stubborn, became extremely panicked at this time. After all, when people encounter things that they cannot understand, they will show such a state. Don't worry, just take your thinking out of your brain, I just want to do an experiment. Hearing what Liu Hao said, Olga was frightened out of her wits. But at this moment, in his body, steel needles that had been condensed by Liu Hao's martial soul pierced 7 large needles in the spine. After controlling the spine, let alone a human being, even a spirit beast over 5,000 years old can only be obedient at this time. The helmet was brought to Olga's head accurately. The transmission of information has begun. On the 8th day, the cold mechanical voice was transmitted in the laboratory. The experiment has been done 3 times, and Liu Hao has split Olga's mind 2 or 3 times, but every time after transmitting Olga's mind into the body of the soul beast, it still fails. After killing the soul beast with a human mind like Olga, there was no soul ring condensed but soul power radiated. What is the reason for this? Could it be that the condensation of the soul ring has nothing to do with the body of the soul beast? Doctor, maybe we can do the opposite and inject the soul of the soul beast into the human body. The appearance of the soul ring may have something to do with the soul of the soul beast itself, said Thursday's cold, dry voice. But at this time, Liu Hao's mind flashed. On the 8th day, check the difference between the soul data of soul beasts and the soul data of humans. As long as he can find the difference between the soul data, Liu Hao can really find out the mystery of the soul ring's cohesion. The numbers of 0 and 1 kept flowing rapidly on the computer's display screen, and suddenly only a violent beep was heard. Hearing this voice, Liu Hao immediately set his sights on the display screen on Saturday. A large section of data began to turn red and green. The red side is the difference between human souls, while the green side is the difference between soul-beast souls. Doctor, the difference between human souls and spirit-beast souls accounts for about 10% of the soul data. These different soul data are just a bunch of garbled codes. There is no specific pattern. Looking at the numbers 0 and 1 on the display screen, Liu Hao frowned deeply. If these numbers are converted into decimal numbers, then there is really no law, and it is even worse than pi complicated. Replace all these symbols with decimal numbers, Liu Hao said to Zhou Ba. The rapid changes of 0 and 1 on the display screen turned into a series of meaningless numbers, and these numbers did not have any rules. Looking at these numbers in front of him, Liu Hao frowned deeply. It is necessary to find the internal laws of these numbers in the shortest time. It is the most stupid way to simply cut out the numbers and then test them. This will not only consume a lot of resources, but also the results obtained will not be specific, so Liu Hao decided to spend time studying the numbers in front of him. Time passed day by day, and half a month had passed in the blink of an eye. During this half-month, those students from Bingshan College had already left by boat, and St. Dragon Duluo also left together. The originally bustling town suddenly became extremely deserted, and only some supply ships from the Wuhan Temple came here to take away a lot of potions within half a month. The production of those potions is already quite simple for Liu Hao. He can make a lot of potions by making some robots casually and letting Zhou Ba control them. If Liu Hao is willing, it can even be made into an assembly line, but in order to be able to continuously collect the wool of the Wuhan Temple. So Liu Hao always gave the people in Wuhandian an illusion, that is, it is very difficult for him to refine medicine, and it is impossible for ordinary people to do it. But Wuhandian still sent some people to be his students and subordinates. When Huliena got off the boat, she thought that the island of death was a place of smog, but she didn't expect to see the purple icebergs with misty and dreamy colors at a glance. Huliena immediately fell in love with such a place. This time, Wuhandian sent a total of 3 people to be Liu Hao's address, but Liu Hao was only willing to accept Huliena as his disciple, and the other 2 big men were meaningless. Deng Yi walked up to Huliena, said a few words to this Pope's disciple, and then led Huliena in the direction of the laboratory. The laboratory is on the other side, and it covers a very large area, but after you go in, don't touch anything. Once Liu Hao gets angry, it's none of my business. Unexpectedly, Deng Yi in front of him was a little afraid of the kid named Liu Hao, which surprised Huliena. Although the current Huliena is only about 8 or 90 years old, but he is precocious by nature and has a clever personality. When she heard that she could study with the most mysterious pharmacist in the Wuhan Temple, she immediately acted like a baby to Bai Bidong. To come over, and now seeing the huge laboratory with an area of more than 20 meters in front of me, I feel that this trip is worthwhile. Crunch. When the 2 of them walked to the gate, before they approached the gate made of metal slowly opened, and a robot with a red body came out from inside. Looking at Zhou Ba who came out, Deng Yi has long been used to it. After all of Liu Hao's supplies and food were brought in from the town by Zhou Ba, but Hu Liena next to him had never seen him, have been to robots like Eighth. The two followed Zhou Ba into the huge laboratory. What the hell is this? Hu Liena asked Deng Yi next to her in a low voice. Looking at Zhou Ba leading the way, Deng Yi replied in a flat tone, "This is Liu Hao's creation." It is said that the gods created everything in the world in 7 days, but they did not create Zhou Ba, so Liu Hao made him such a mechanical creature is called 8. Oh tilde, Hu Liena nodded thoughtfully on her small face, but in fact she couldn't understand what Deng Yi was talking about at all. Under the leadership of Zhou Ba, the two twisted and turned in the laboratory and finally went to the basement. The experimental equipment around them opened Hu Liena's eyes, and it was impossible to imagine how these strange supplies were used to make something. Until he saw Liu Hao sitting in front of the computer with hair like a bird's nest and a gloomy face. In the past half a month, Liu Hao never got much results about the soul data, only analyzing about 1% of it. And the remaining 99% so far he has no clue. It seems that the method has already surpassed any known mathematical tools that Liu Hao has learned so far. For him, it is necessary to design a new mathematical tool. If he cannot interpret the soul data based on this, there is no way to analyze the next 99% of the content. Dong 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 behind Liu Hao, there were two people's footsteps. Looking at the display screen in front of him, Liu Hao didn't turn his head to look at it. "Are you Hu Liena who came to learn potion-making technology from me?" At this time, Hu Liena was still looking surprised at the huge and bright laboratory around her. On the wall of the laboratory was a rectangle with a height of 5 meters and a width of 8 meters. The numbers 0 and 1 on the display screen were constantly changing. The screen is swiping. Hu Liena was very surprised by the various strange button devices around it. Could it be that such strange-looking tools are needed to make potions? But upon hearing Liu Hao's inquiry, Hu Liena immediately understood. "That's right, I am Hu Liena who came to learn from you this time." In fact, Wu Hundian suddenly sent someone to learn potion-making techniques from him, which made Liu Hao a little embarrassed. After all, potions were always made on Fridays, and what Liu Hao claimed was that the making of potions was extremely difficult. People are hard to get started. But if Hu Liena is allowed to study here, then she will definitely find that the making of potions is not that difficult. The only difficult part is to find the exact point where the medicinal materials resonate. For Liu Hao, who has big data computing power, this is really too simple, but other people want to refine medicine. But they need to use intuition and their own experience. After all, people and computers are different. So until now Liu Hao doesn't know how to teach Hu Liena. Should he just let Zhou Ba take Hu Liena to refine medicine? Seeing that Liu Hao remained silent, Hu Liena was very courageous, and then walked cautiously to Liu Hao's side. Liu Hao holds a tablet computer in his hand, and keeps writing and drawing on it with a pen. Since Liu Hao needs to develop a new mathematical tool, he needs to start from the most basic proposition. The so-called basic propositions are the most basic mathematical rules in this world, such as the most basic propositions of geometry, that is, 2 points can be connected into a straight line, and the angles of the 3 interior angles of a triangle are 2 degrees, etc. A series of basic rules. Then, as long as Liu Hao figured out some basic rules from the data of the soul, he could use the basic rules to continuously deduce and derive a series of mathematical tools and equations. But this is extremely difficult, because it can directly create a whole set of mathematical systems out of thin air, and the mathematical methods and tools needed for soul data are extremely high-end, which is equivalent to finding the 4 arithmetic operations in a series of unknowns. Rule. The difficulty involved in this is extremely great. If not for the help of Liu Hao on the 8th week, I am afraid there is no way to develop the rules. In terms of soul data, it also conforms to the most basic rules of the 4 arithmetic operations in mathematics. But among the 4 arithmetic operations, whether it is addition, subtraction, multiplication, or division, all operations are performed from left to right. If there is multiplication and division, it will be calculated first. Both. But in the soul data, the algorithm priority of all these is from large to small. Even if there is multiplication and division, it must be calculated from large to small first. For example, 8 plus 1 plus 2 means 8 plus 2 first, and then add 1. Even if it is 8 plus 2 times 3, it must first add 8 to 3 and then multiply by 2. Such a rule is against human, it is intuitive. But this is the underlying rule shown by the soul data in terms of computers. which may also explain why human thinking is leaping compared with computers. Liu Hao, who had been thinking with his head down all this time, suddenly saw a small face appearing in front of him and was startled too, but reacted quickly. "Why did you suddenly appear in front of me?" Juliana also didn't expect Liu Hao's reaction to be so big. She was also taken aback. "Why did you react so suddenly and startled me, do you know?" Looking at the ghostly Juliana in front of him, this gave Liu Hao some headaches. If he had known earlier, he would not have allowed this disciple of the Pope to come to the laboratory. Turning his head to look at Deng Yi standing behind him, although Liu Hao felt helpless, he could only let it go. "Thank you very much, Mayor Deng Yi." Deng Yi waved his hands indifferently, then looked at Liu Hao for a while and said with some embarrassment, "Well, Liu Hao, I want to ask you one thing. Do you still have that? That's the very strong medicine." Said Wan. Deng Yi made a gesture of swinging up and down in front of Liu Hao. Looking at Deng Yi and Liu Hao in front of him, he was a little speechless. "Didn't I give you more than one bottle? Why did you use it up in half a month? Your frequency is too fast." After speaking, Liu Hao turned his attention to Zhou Ba, and Zhou Ba immediately took out several bottles from the box next to him. "Although kidney treasure is good, don't be greedy." Deng Yi happily stuffed all these medicines from Zhou Ba's hand into his arms, then waved at Liu Hao and quickly ran out of the laboratory. Juliana's personality was precocious, so she naturally knew what the potions in Deng Yi's hands were supposed to do, so at this moment he still looked at Liu Hao with a little blush and asked, "Could it be, do I have to refine those medicines?" Liu Hao looked at Juliana in front of him with disdain. "You deserve it too." Spirit Hall headquarters. Under Pope Bibaidong's seat, Porcupine Duluo knelt on one knee. "Your Majesty. With the distribution of those precious potions, our Spirit Hall's strength has improved very quickly. But I think we'd better hold the potion-making method in our own hands, only in this way, so that more potions can be produced more quickly." Looking at Porcupine Duluo, who had been lowering his head under the throne, Bibaidong slowly stood up from the seat. A terrifying aura emanated, like an abyss, like a prison. Are you teaching me how to do things?" The dolphin Duluo below heard what Bibaidong said, sweating profusely in the blink of an eye, and hurriedly said, "Absolutely not, Your Majesty. All I want to do is for the Spirit Hall." The Porcupine Duluo didn't expect Bibaidong to react so suddenly, which shocked him a lot, and he knew that Bibaidong was a level 99 limit Duluo, so he dared to fight against Bibaidong only after he made up his mind. "You don't dare to do this. Tell me, who is it that ordered you to speak to me like this?" The aura like abyss and prison slowly disappeared, and Bibaidong lay down on the throne lazily again, propped her chin with her left hand, and looked at Porcupine Duluo with her plain eyes. At this time, Thornfish Duluo's back was already drenched with sweat. Originally, in his thoughts, he wanted to force Liu Hao to hand over the refining method of the potion, and hand over this refining method to everyone. As for the nobles and the people in the Wuhan temple, as for giving those medicines to the commoners, this is not in the mind of Porcupine Duluo at all. "No one ordered me to do this, Your Majesty. I think it's too slow for one person to refine the potion. Although the amount of potion is enough for now, in the future it will always be need to expand production, so..." Before finishing these words, Bibaidong raised her hand and interrupted Porpoise Duluo's words. "Don't worry too much about the pharmacist. If I hear you ask about that pharmacist again, don't blame me for being ruthless." The beads of sweat on Porcupine Duluo's forehead instantly became the size of soybeans and dripped onto the ground one after another, and he quickly said yes. Then he ran out of the hall as if fleeing for his life. The moment he walked out of the gate, the Porcupine Dolphin Duluo, who had an extremely flustered expression, became a little vicious. The panic in his eyes also disappeared in the blink of an eye, and he became somewhat resentful and hated. Porcupine Duluo was the oldest among the more than 10 titled Duluo in Wuhan Hall. He had followed Chihiro Jai, the last pope of the Wuhan Hall. But due to an unknown reason, Chihiro Jai died suddenly, and Bibaidong suddenly took over. And all this happened too fast, coupled with the support of the Great Elder, made the position of the courtiers like Porpoise Duluo extremely embarrassing. Especially recently, Bibaidong has that mysterious pharmacist's support in the Spirit Hall. Her voice has become louder and louder, and the elders like them have gradually lost their authority in the Spirit Hall. This is something that Porpoise Duluo and his companions cannot bear. And in the heart of Porpoise Duluo, there is always an intuition that the death of the previous Pope Chihiro Jai must have another reason, and it is even very likely to be inextricably related to the current Pope Bibaidong. If we can find clues that Bibaidong killed Qian Zunji, then the sky of Wuhandian needs to be changed. But the premise is that Porcupine Duluo and others need to have enough strength to overthrow Bibaidong. After all, Bibaidong is a level 99 limit duo. In addition, Bibaidong is a soul master with 2 martial souls, so his strength is much stronger than that of a single soul master. If he wanted to increase his strength, he had to find a way to get the assistance of that mysterious pharmacist. Going through the corridor of the main hall, Dolphin Duo kept frowning, but at this moment, a golden light flashed in front of his eyes and Holy Dragon Duo walked past his eyes. I remember Holy Dragon Duo. I remember being in contact with that mysterious pharmacist. It would be great if I could get the news out of Holy Dragon Duo. But at this moment, Thornfish Duo had a flash of thought and immediately took 2 more steps forward and ran in front of Xinglong Duo. Holy Dragon Duo was puzzled when he saw Porpoise Duo running over. You must know that the relationship between the 2 of them is not very good. There is some displeasure with him. But he was also a title Duo anyway, so it was impossible for the Porpoise Duo to pretend that he didn't see the Holy Dragon Duo when he ran over. So Xinglong Duo stood where he was, clasped his fists at Porcupine Duo and said, "Senior, don't you know what you want from me?" Porcupine Duo looked at Xinglong Duo with a unique smile, then stroked his goatee and said, "Holy Dragon. I want to ask you something. I heard that you once had contact with that mysterious pharmacist. I want to ask, where is he now?" Unexpectedly, it was about Liu Hao. Xinglong Duo frowned. Knowing about Liu Hao is the most top-secret matter in Wuhan Temple. But the Porcupine Duo in front of him is the senior of the Wuhan Temple. It is impossible for Xinglong Duo to dismiss him just by giving him a reason. Senior. His Majesty the Pope has already told me about the pharmacist, and told me not to tell anyone, so I am really sorry. After saying this sentence, Xinglong Duo was about to turn around and leave, but the Porcupine Duo behind him still refused to let go, and even walked forward quickly, grabbing Xinglong Duo's shoulder. "Don't worry, Xinglong. Of course, I know that His Majesty the Pope doesn't allow you to speak out about this, but you have to know that several spirit halls have been completely destroyed by evil soul masters recently. If more people had the assistance of potions, such tragedies would probably not happen. Although the amount of potions refined by pharmacists is already sufficient, the amount is still too small for the majority of us in the spirit hall. You also don't want your brother to be killed by those evil soul masters." Holy Dragon Duo naturally knew that many members of the Wuhan Hall were killed by evil soul masters recently, and he knew better in his heart that the potions refined by Liu Hao would increase the soul master's strength. How big is it? If those people in Wuhandian could have a bottle or 2 of potions to burst out in a short period of time, they might not be killed by the evil spirit master. Seeing some hesitation on Xinglong Duo's face, Porcupine Duo immediately continued. "Don't worry, as long as you tell me the general location of the pharmacist, I won't go to him personally. I just want the pharmacist to teach us some simple medicine refining methods, such as some simple herbal medicines. The method of use in this way can also speed up the recovery speed of the members of our spirit hall after being injured, and in this way, it should not violate the agreement made by His Majesty the Pope." Xinglong Duo looked at the Porpoise Duo in front of him, still hesitated. After all, he knew in his heart that this Porpoise Duo in front of him, their purpose must not be so simple. But when he thought of those brothers in Wuhandian being killed by the vicious evil soul master, all the viscera in their stomachs were pulled out, and some people were tortured so that they had no human form. Holy Dragon Duo's heart was filled with anger. I thought to myself, "Anyway, tell Porpoise Duo Liu Hao's location, and I just need to keep an eye on Porpoise Duo for a period of time. If other people dare to go to the Island of Death, Deng Yi and the others will definitely solve it. Yes, if this is the case. Then it's okay to tell Porpoise Duo, and if you want to, Porpoise Duo can definitely investigate it, as long as you know where the ships that transported the medicine departed from, since this is the case. If not, it's better to sell him a favor." Thinking of this, Xinglong Duo raised his eyes to look at the location of the Island of Death mentioned by Porcupine Duo in front of him. "I want to say sorry to everyone here, I didn't update it yesterday. Because it seems that everyone doesn't like the plot of Duo Dalu very much, so I spent a day here to modify the outline first, so Duo Dalu, the plot of Continental, will end in the next chapter or 2. I also know that everyone seems to have no good opinion of Duo Continent, but as an online writer, signing a contract is the first thing to be done. If the first world writing Duo Dalu is very difficult for signing a contract." On the Island of Death, Hu Liena looked at the bottle of purple potion in her hand, and her face was full of anger. "I am also a disciple of the Pope. To be treated like this, to have someone who is not human and a strange name called Joe Ba come to teach me how to refine potions, really underestimates me. Thinking of this, Juliana raised her eyes to look at Joe Ba, who was standing beside her, and found that Joe Ba had already closed her red eyes at this time and seemed to be charging. Hey Tilda, since you're already asleep, don't blame me for going to see what Liu Hao is doing. Thinking of this, Juliana carefully stood up from the altar, then tiptoed out of the pharmacy. But the moment Juliana turned around, Joe Ba's eyes had already opened, but he didn't care that Juliana went to find Liu Hao. Obviously, Liu Hao already knew about this matter. In the laboratory, Liu Hao was still sitting in front of the computer. The data in front of him kept flashing in front of him, and the glasses of truth were continuously enhancing Liu Hao's own inspiration and wisdom. After all, he is only about 7 years old now. If Liu Hao has a brain in his 20s, the speed of operation must be able to construct a mathematical rule of soul data in a very short time. Seeing that Liu Hao kept his head down, Juliana cautiously walked towards Liu Hao slowly on tiptoe. I'd like to see what you've been doing for a while. In fact, Juliana's talent is not bad. Under the control of his spirit gourd, Juliana can quickly refine some potions. Although most of the potions refined were of the same level as the blue-silver potion, one must know that Tang San had practiced for a year enough to be able to refine the blue-silver potion. In other words, Juliana's talent was higher than that of the blue-silver potion to a certain extent. Tang San must be strong. Sneaking up behind Liu Hao, Juliana took a deep breath and was about to jump up and down Liu Hao fiercely from behind. However, at this moment, Liu Hao, who was sitting on the seat, suddenly stood up. Juliana, who was behind the seat, hadn't reacted yet. Plop, the moved seat hit the ground directly. How will you be here? Looking at Juliana behind him, in fact, Liu Hao already knew about her arrival. Juliana, who fell to the ground, quickly stood up from the ground, then pretended to be nonchalant and patted the dust on her body, looked at Liu Hao and said, "It's nothing, I'm just here to see what your experiment is doing, I'm leaving now." After finishing speaking, Juliana turned around quickly, feeling embarrassment after a burst of embarrassment in her heart. What the hell is going on? Why did Liu Hao stand up when I stood behind him? Damn it, I must scare him hard in the future. I kept cheering myself on in my heart. I know you're very curious about what I'm doing. Since you want to know so much, then I'll try my best to tell you something. After supporting his chair, Liu Hao put his hands in the pockets of his white coat, looked at Juliana's back with extremely calm eyes and replied, "A huge battleship cut through the waves. The vast and dangerous Black Sea of Death is just a small puddle in front of this warship. Standing on top of this battleship is the dolphin Duoluo. He is the titled Duoluo who is best at using sea battles in the entire Wuhan Temple, so compared to other titled Duoluo, the porpoise Duoluo is the only Duoluo who has a battleship of his own. How far is it from the Island of Death?" On the bow of the battleship, porpoise Duoluo folded his arms around his chest, looking into the distance with his cold eyes. His subordinates immediately said to Thornfish Duoluo, "It is estimated that there are still 3 days to go, and we should be able to reach the Island of Death." Dolphin Duoluo nodded silently. "I didn't expect that woman Bibai Dong to hide the pharmacist on the Island of Death. No wonder we couldn't find it, but this time I will take this pharmacist with my own hands." In the northern port town of the Island of Death, Juliana has been playing games for the past few days and occasionally learning the practice and principles of potions. However, on this day, the door of the laboratory was suddenly knocked open. Opening the door, Deng Yu was standing outside. At this time, his forehead was covered with cold sweat, and he even looked at Liu Hao with a little horror and asked, "Liu Hao, when did you offend a titled Duoluo?" When Deng Yu asked such a question suddenly, Liu Hao felt a little confused. After all, the only titled Duoluo he had contacted with was Holy Dragon Duoluo and Pope Bibai Dong of Wuhan Palace, and Tang San's father was added at most. But the problem is that these titled Duoluo have never had any conflicts with Liu Hao. I don't know, could it be that a titled Duoluo came to look for me? Seeing Deng Yu in front of him so terrified, Liu Hao asked directly. Deng Yu looked at Liu Hao and nodded repeatedly and said, "The one who came to look for you this time is the dolphin Duoluo, who has the worst temper among all the titled Duoluo in the entire Wuhan Hall. He came to the northern port this time, and he came to look for you by name. I don't know why he knew about your news." Looking at the flustered Deng Yu in front of him, one could imagine that the porcupine Duoluo might not have a very good reputation in the entire Spirit Hall. It can even be said that the reputation is extremely frightening. So Liu Hao simply raised his hand to signal Deng Yu not to panic and then said, "Is it a blessing or a curse? I can't avoid it. Since Porpoise Duoluo wants to come to me by name, then I have nothing to do." Let's go and meet Porpoise Duo right now. After speaking, Liu Hao walked out of the laboratory immediately. Only Hu Liena was still playing the game console in his hand with an excited face, as if she hadn't realized what happened at all. In the northern port town, a huge battleship is standing on the pier, looking like a moving mountain. On the battleship, Dolphin Duo was clasping his arms around his chest, narrowing his eyes slightly, looking at the very tense residents of the northern port town. At this time, there was a trace of commotion in the originally quiet crowd, and everyone looked up, only to find that Deng Yi was walking over with a child behind the crowd. Everyone in the town knew that the child was Liu Hao. Seeing Liu Hao's arrival, the originally cold-faced Porcupine Duo revealed a slightly cruel smile. Walking in front of the battleship, Deng Yi immediately cupped his fists and said, "Porcupine Duo, pharmacist Liu Hao has arrived." Looking at Liu Hao, who stood behind Deng Yi with an ordinary expression, a gleam of appreciation flashed in Porcupine Duo's eyes. No wonder Pope Bibai Dong wanted to protect him so much. "Come up, Mr. Pharmacist." But Liu Hao, who was standing behind Deng Yi, didn't move at all. This made Deng Yi very flustered and immediately whispered to Liu Hao, "Liu Hao, you'd better go up, otherwise the Porcupine Duo might choose to do it directly." The Dolphin Duo. "I have received special permission from His Majesty, the Pope, to make potions on the island of the dead. If I have not received His Majesty's order, please forgive me for not being able to board the battleship." After saying this sentence, Liu Hao was about to turn around and leave, but at this moment a person jumped off the battleship suddenly. The speed of that person was like a flash of lightning, and he jumped in front of Liu Hao in an instant. Looking carefully, the person was dressed in tight black clothes and had a pair of narrow peach eyes. Just by looking at his body shape, he couldn't tell whether he was a man or a woman. Peach Blossom Eye's voice was a little sharp. "Mr. Pharmacist. Titled Duos coming here represents the purpose of His Majesty the Pope, so let's board the battleship with us." At the same time, the Dolphin Duo on the battleship also raised his lower head, and his huge soul power began to show a terrifying coercion, as if he was showing the power of the titled Duo to the entire northern port town. Liu Hao sighed in his heart. It seems that the struggle inside the Wuhan Palace finally led to him, but this is also a helpless thing. And with his current strength, he can't defeat the titled Duo in a short time, so no matter how he looks at it, he can only choose to walk on the battleship. "Since His Majesty's order is in place, I'd better go with you." Peach Blossom Eyes smiled slightly. "I'm so sorry, Mr. Pharmacist, please." After boarding the battleship, Dolphin Duo nodded slightly to Liu Hao. "Let's go." The warship slowly left the port. Deng Yi looked at the leaving warship with a very bad expression on his face. Although he stayed away from the Duo continent all year round, he knew that the Porpoise Duo had always been at odds with the Pope. So this time the Porky Dolphin Duo took Liu Hao away. He definitely wanted to do this very early on, and it is even very possible that the struggle within the entire Spirit Hall has reached a fever pitch. Deng Yi sighed inwardly. "I just hope that Liu Hao can be safer." However, a little girl's voice came from behind the crowd. "Why is my game console gone? Liu Hao, where are you?" After Liu Hao boarded the battleship, the items he condensed with his martial soul naturally disappeared. "Liu Hao has been taken away by Porpoise Duo." "What was taken away by that stinky old man? No, I must chase Liu Hao back." At this moment, Deng Yi raised his hand and grabbed Hu Liena's shoulder. "If you really want to save him, you'd better contact His Majesty the Pope now, otherwise it will be too late." At this time, Hu Liena realized that it was very likely that something happened that even she could not have predicted. Leaning on the fence of the battleship, Liu Hao's eyes looked at the white waves in the distance, and the surging waves kept hitting the side of the battleship. The entire battleship was extremely quiet, only the chirping of seabirds in the sky. There is only one person next to Liu Hao, and that is the titled Duo Porcupine. At this moment, Porcupine looked curiously at Liu Hao, who was standing beside him. He never imagined that a child less than 10 years old could build a huge medicine system by himself. All kinds of potions in just a few months instantly swept all the territories of the Wuhan Temple, and the side effects of those potions are not obvious, and there are even many potions that can give people above level soul masters to use it. Just when Dolphin Duo was about to have a proper conversation with Liu Hao, there was a muffled sound from the battleship below, and there was only a rumbling sound, as if a giant sea beast of some size had hit the battleship. Hearing this sound, Porpoise Duo's face changed. One must know that his warship weighs nearly 1,000 tons. There is something that can knock such a heavy warship and shake it. It is enough to imagine what a powerful soul beast it is. The titled Duo, who originally wanted to get close to Liu Hao, immediately flew up from the spot. He didn't want to take Liu Hao back this time. He needed to pay for the battleship under his feet. Rumble, boom, boom. A series of terrifying crashes were heard again. It seemed that there was really some huge behemoth that ruthlessly collided with the bottom of the battleship. You must know that the battleship of Porpoise Duo is not an ironclad battleship, but a wooden battleship. If it hits like this again, this battleship may collapse directly. The porky dolphin Duo flying in the air waved his hand, and the endless soul power condensed between his hands, and a giant energy ball as black as ink condensed out. This energy ball swelled wildly in the hands of Porpoise Duo, as if a ton of air was poured into a balloon in an instant. "Damn it, no matter what you are, how dare you hit my boat?" The dolphin Duo flying in the air roared loudly. However, the rumbling sound never stopped, and Liu Hao could only use his martial soul to float in midair. But other people on the boat don't have this ability. They can only follow the current and bump into the boat. However, at this time, a person on the observation deck raised his hand and pointed down the boat. "Everyone look." Liu Hao also immediately put his eyes on the bottom of the ship, only to see a huge vortex slowly forming under the ship, and that vortex was slowly and continuously rotating. Just like a black hole devouring everything, the faces of the people on the huge vortex ship changed. And if this huge vortex finally took place, I am afraid that these people on the ship would have to die. Seeing the vortex appearing and flying in the air, Thornfish Duo's expression became extremely gloomy, wondering if he could smash the attack in his hand towards his boat. "Damn it." Dolphin Duo cursed secretly in his heart. Is it really necessary to abandon this warship and fly directly back to the mainland with Liu Hao? The vortex was rapidly condensing, but at this moment, a person seemed to appear from the vortex. All the people held their breath and stared wide-eyed. They wanted to see who it was that condensed such a huge vortex under the sea, enough to destroy cities and countries. The vortex pushed upwards slowly, and a man with blue long hair holding a blue crystal-like trident appeared in front of the people present. Looking at the blue-haired man, everyone frowned. They don't know who this titled Duo is. Although there are quite a few titled Duo on the Duo continent, the titled Duo who can cause such a natural disaster must be the Limit Duo. The number of Limit Duo is very rare. They have never heard of a person with long blue hair holding a trident in his hand. But looking at the blue-haired man, Liu Hao's pupils shrank instantly, as if he realized something. The man slowly floated from the sea onto the battleship. His target is none other than Liu Hao. "Liu Hao, long time no see." At this time this man actually said such a sentence, it seemed that he knew Liu Hao. Hearing this cold and magnetic voice, Liu Hao's goosebumps stood up all over his body. This voice was so familiar to Liu Hao. After all, he had heard it for 3 years in Duo Dalu. Are you Tang San?" Although Liu Hao's voice was full of doubts, he was basically sure in his heart that the man in front of him with long blue hair and a trident in his hand was Tang San. But now Tang San should still be playing house games with Xiao Wu in Notting City Junior College. How could he suddenly become an adult and appear here? So who is this Tang San in front of him? Or which era did this Tang San come from? The corners of Tang San's mouth rose slightly, revealing an expression that really did. "I knew you could recognize my voice. After all, your influence on this world is beyond my imagination. What do you want to say to me?" Liu Hao looked up at the man in front of him and asked. "I'm sorry, Liu Hao, you have to die here, because in the future you will have too much influence on Duo Dalu, and even indirectly cause the destruction of the entire Duo Dalu. I'm sorry, but I have to kill you." After speaking, Tang San raised the trident in his hand, ready to directly kill Liu Hao on the spot. Seeing that Tang San was about to make a move, Liu Hao transformed into the form of Hulk almost instantly. "Liu Hao, your resistance will have no effect in front of me who has already ascended to the top as a god, even if you turn into the form of a demon god." But Liu Hao is not a person who will be caught without a fight. The muscles all over his body are trembling in terror. It seems that there is a titan hidden in Liu Hao's body. "You should know me well enough to know that I won't be caught without a fight." Seeing Liu Hao, who had turned into the Hulk form, Tang San raised the corners of his mouth slightly and then said, "If that's the case, I don't want to fight with you on the sea, so I'll send you away from this world." After Tang San raised his hand and swung it vigorously, before Liu Hao could react, a huge spacetime vortex suddenly appeared behind him, absorbing the original substance. The gate of time and space has been opened. The low humming from time and space shook in an instant. Before Liu Hao could react, he was thrown out by Duo Dalu. In the blink of an eye, this stormy sea has become calm. Look at your help to Duoluo Dalu in the future, Liu Hao. I let you leave this world. I hope we will never meet again in the future. Tang San said in a low voice. In the East China Sea, a nameless island, a black vortex suddenly appeared in the sky. Boom! Suddenly, a huge green man was thrown out from the black vortex, and his body hit a big tree, breaking the big tree's waist. It kicked off a large cloud of dust and startled countless birds. Liu Hao stood up from the ground, and his body quickly changed from the form of the Hulk to the form of a human, and the injuries caused by traveling through the gate of time and space quickly recovered. Damn Tang San. You actually threw me out of Duoluo Dalu, where is this? Although Liu Hao was very displeased with Tang San, but thinking that Tang San seemed to be able to travel through time and space, this made Liu Hao, whose strength has not yet reached its peak state, be very afraid of him. The one who appeared in front of Liu Hao in the Duoluo continent must be the future god King Tang San. Only as a god king, he is qualified to open the time and space gate of the Duoluo continent and throw Liu Hao out. It seems that Liu Hao will definitely do some incredible things in the future, even forcing Tang San, who is a god king, to choose to cross the river of time to expel Liu Hao, who has not grown up. But things have already happened, and Liu Hao can only choose to accept it. He stood up from the big pit and looked at everything next to him. There were scenes of Liu Hao collapsing because of Liu Hao's fall from the sky. The big trees and the deep ravines on the ground made Liu Hao secretly lament his good luck. After being thrown out from the Duoluo continent, it appeared in another world in just a short time. Otherwise, just the vortex after the opening of time and space would be enough to tear it apart. I don't know if I can still use my martial soul. Now that it is no longer the world of Duoluo Dalu, Liu Hao is worried that his martial soul can no longer be used. Sure enough, Liu Hao's summoning of his martial soul had no effect. In order to adapt to the rules of this world, you must use the power of a devil fruit to summon a martial spirit. To summon a red light ring, you need a flame-type devil fruit, and to summon the truth glasses, you need a spirit-type devil fruit. Melt into body and soul. The prompt of the system suddenly appeared in front of Liu Hao's eyes. I saw the 4 characters of devil fruit. Liu Hao already knows which world he is in now, and that is One Piece, which was not finished when he died. I didn't expect it to appear in the world of One Piece. Compared with the world of Duoluo continent, it is much easier to absorb the original substance, but it is best to find out whether the era of great pirates has begun. Looking at the deserted island around him and thinking that this is the world of One Piece, Liu Hao felt a little more joy in his heart. Desert island. Rumble boom boom. An elephant as big as a mountain was actually lifted up by a child, and then smashed hard on the ground, blasting out a big hole, as if it had been ravaged by countless shells. I didn't expect this elephant king to be so powerful, and he could already wrestle with me. It has been half a year since Liu Hao traveled from the Duoluo continent to the world of One Piece. Originally, Liu Hao was still thinking about cutting down the big trees on the island and then making a boat out to sea. But after thinking about it, I still feel that I need to exercise my abilities on this island. After all, the world of One Piece is far less peaceful than the Duoluo continent. Pirates in this world are extremely cruel. Although there are special cases like Roger Luffy, most pirates are scum among humans. Under the physical transformation of a large number of original substances, Liu Hao's body has reached the level of ordinary people in the world of One Piece, and his own talent has also been affected by the divine power of Gamma, which is extremely terrifying. Even in just 6 months, he could wrestle one-on-one with the Elephant King on the island. Today, Liu Hao even lifted the Elephant King abruptly and smashed it to the ground. The tusks of this giant elephant shattered due to the close contact with the ground. Looking at the giant elephant lying on the ground, Liu Hao skillfully picked up the broken ivory next to it and grabbed it in his hands, then stabbed it into the giant elephant's neck. Puff, blood gushed out like a fountain. After cleaning up the huge corpse casually, Liu Hao likes to eat internal organs, especially since most of the natural environment in One Piece world has not been polluted. So the animal internal organs here taste extremely delicious after simple cooking. I don't know if it's because Liu Hao's body has automatically undergone the original transformation after traveling to the world of One Piece, or because his own body has evolved due to the fusion of a large amount of soul power. In any case, Liu Hao's physical fitness has increased dozens of times compared to before, and his current strength is even comparable to that of an elephant king in a herd of elephants. I don't know whether my strength is strong or weak in this sea. Should I go to sea now and have a look? Staring at the slowly rotating barbecue on the fire, Liu Hao was a little lost in thought. A pirate ship was sailing fast on the blue sea. Behind this pirate ship, there were several tugboats pulled by ropes, but there was nothing on those tugboats. And the one driving this large pirate ship is the big pirate bone demon Zigra, who has a bounty of 4,000 million in the entire Great Route. Ziggler's figure is extremely tall. His height has reached 5 meters, and very thick bones are accumulated on the surface of his body, because he is a superhuman devil fruit bone fruit ability user. Being able to control the growth and changes of its own bones arbitrarily, coupled with the hard bones, makes Ziggler have extremely amazing destructive power, even attacked a branch of the Navy. How far is it from Storage Island? Ziggler turned to look at the navigator on his ship. The navigator is an old man with a beard. With trembling hands, he picked up the glasses next to him and put them on the bridge of his nose. Then with his dark and dry fingers, he flipped through a chart on the table and carefully read it with a compass. After one time, Ziggler said hoarsely, "It should only be half a day's journey and we will be there soon." Hearing what the navigator said, Zigra nodded silently, then immediately turned his face away and said loudly to the pirates under him, "Little ones, pull the sails to the fullest. I've got all the wind. We're going to Storage Island in half a day." Hearing the order from their own captain, those subordinates shouted yes excitedly. "Since the batch of merchant ships we robbed 3 months ago, we put the goods on the island. We were worried that we would be chased by the Navy, so we kept a low profile for a few months. We didn't expect those Navy to be here. He didn't come to us at all in a few months. Hehe, tilde tilde, this time we will take out all those goods, and I don't know how much those goods can be worth." While pulling the sail rope, a pirate excitedly said to the companion next to him, but the companion next to him rolled his eyes at him and said nothing. Liu Hao on the deserted island is still polishing his body as always. Although he still doesn't know where the world time of One Piece has progressed, in such a chaotic world, strength is the most important thing. Things. On the beach, Liu Hao was carrying a huge rock like a small hill on his back. Putting this rock on his back, Liu Hao was actually doing push-ups silently. Every time you go down, there will be a fragile cracking sound from the large rock slab supporting Liu Hao's body. But when Liu Hao lifts his body up again, the sound of the rock slab will become weak again. In order to exercise his body, Liu Hao has already crushed several pieces of such a hard rock slab with his palm in just half a month. I don't know how long this slate can last. At this time, the wind is sunny, and the breeze blowing from a distance makes the white clouds in the sky hide and disappear. Looking from Liu Hao's position, there seems to be a small black spot at the other end of the sky. Sailing in the direction of the deserted island. There is a ship coming. In the past half a year, no ship has passed this channel. It seems that the ship is coming directly towards the deserted island. Is it fleeing, or is there another reason? Liu Hao was not extremely excited when he saw a ship on a deserted island. Instead, he was puzzled because in the world of One Piece, a ship is so anxious to go to the next island. Either someone is chasing it behind, or it is that ship. An island with something they wanted so badly. In the past half a year, apart from exploring whether there is any edible fresh water on the island, Liu Hao just hunted and killed all kinds of large animals to store items. It seems that it is necessary to search this island carefully, but we still need to take a closer look to see if that ship is a pirate ship, an ordinary merchant ship, or a navy ship. The black dot in the distance approached slowly. Liu Hao's eyesight was excellent, and he saw what was hanging on the ship at a glance. It was clearly a pirate flag. On the back of a skull, there are 2 white bones crossed together. It is very rough but extremely wild. It's a pirate ship. However, Liu Hao didn't panic in his heart. After all, he could transform into the Hulk, and there was always no problem in escaping if he couldn't beat him. So Liu Hao stood up straight away, booming tilde tilde. The big rock on his body fell to the side in an instant, splashing a large cloud of dust. Randomly patting the dust off his body, Liu Hao roughly estimated the distance in his mind. As long as the ship reaches the deserted island, it will take at least half a day, and it will be dusk or night when it arrives. During so much time, Liu Hao should be able to find some clues on this island and see what he needs among the goods. Now that you think of it, act immediately. This island is actually not very big. To the west of the island are huge peaks one after another. There is a freshwater lake at the top of the peak. All the fresh water Liu Hao drinks comes from that freshwater lake. Although the freshwater lake is not big, it is full of water all year round. Obviously, it should rain for a long time on this island. The other places are also plains, and the soil is also the humus after some leaves rot, and there are some beaches. It is unrealistic to store a lot of goods in these places. Therefore, Liu Hao guessed that it should be in the caves of those peaks in the west, and there should be things that the group of pirates needed. In the evening, the seaside breeze blows slowly across the beach, leaving layers of waves on the fine and soft sand. Chigra's boat slowly leans against the beach. They have come to this island many times in the past, so the ship docked very skillfully on the island. Dong dong dong, a dozen or so people jumped off the boat, and those pirates all had knives on their waists. But everyone has a smile on their face. Ha ha ha, Tilda, take these goods out this time and you can have a good time. It's just that in the dim forest there is a pair of eyes staring at them. Originally, Liu Hao also found the goods left by the pirates in the mountains in the west. Most of the goods were just some ordinary goods such as sugar and linen, and Liu Hao didn't care much about them. But among the accumulated common goods, Liu Hao turned out a small box, and in that small box there was a strange, foul-smelling, spiral-shaped fruit. This is the secret treasure devil fruit on the Sea of One Piece world. Although Liu Hao doesn't know what kind of devil fruit it is, Liu Hao will definitely not let go of that devil fruit. So these pirates in front of them must die. Magicians never perform without preparation. Liu Hao wouldn't just rush forward and fight these pirates to the death without any observation. So now Liu Hao has been hiding in the dark, wanting to see how strong this pirate boss is. Ang tilde, suddenly, an earth-shattering roar came from the distant jungle. Hearing this voice, Liu Hao's eyes lit up and he whispered in his heart, "Coming."